Stego from the high ground is absolutely pumping damage, and now Welkin gonna commit in, diving in with the spin, able to pump big damage here. Just 2 more kills for Reject to win this round, to secure it. They're looking for those pickoffs. They know they've already got an advantage here in this team fight. Spawn's coming soon, though, for MDY, so Reject need to find something in the next few seconds.
Oh, they got this. Five kills, and now as Carrara picks up Feiju. I'm looking for that last low health bar, but with a lot of people on the respawn now, MDY are going to have to put up a big fight. Carrara finds an isolated, a very low Tricera, but inside the smoke as well. This haze disrupting everything, stalls out the game for just a little longer. MDY even things up a little more, moving up to 4 kills.
MDY, they're staying alive. That was such a clutch smoke from the Stego. Keeps the rest of the squad alive, but just 1 more kill will cost them this round. Reject, they're desperate, but they're down 2 here. Maybe overextending, maybe needing to back out and regroup as MDY are trying to snatch this round back, and they're making this incredibly close despite the early opening advantage. Now retaking this platform position. They've been very committed here, really believing in the power of this, and you can see why. They're very tanky. They're very hard to shut down. Now they make a move for ultimate height.
Okay. I was scared to see MDY moving all the way down again, but grouping up on this high ground could be the very thing that wins them the game. It's time to see Reject swap up their strategy. Since they were able to take that high ground earlier, they're not even playing for middle ground right now. They are really leaving Carrara to do most of the work and just shooting up aimlessly at the sky.
I mean, they could just run the clock here, right? MDY, they need to find 1 more pickoff. As long as Reject is careful, they don't drop any. I think MDY is going to have to get off this high ground. They're going to have to make some kind of a play. It looks like they're starting to do just that, making a move, but taking a lot of damage on rotation.
Carrara now runs the high ground. Like you said, time is ticking. Just a few seconds left, and Carrara is really applying a lot of pressure, just making this that much harder for MDY to full commit with full health bars.
And Carrara taking a lot of that vision aggro as well, keeping the enemy team focused on him. Remember, just 1 more pickoff will be enough. Reject trying to hold it down here with all the defensive utility. Clock running against MDY. They need to find 1 more, but so far it looks to be difficult here. Reject holding on for just 1 more second. Oh, and they tied it! Oh, and then overtime in the last second? Was that MDY?
That
went down to the
timer?
last second.
Oh my lord.
No way.
I can't believe they tied that.
I don't think I've seen a round that close, and it's our opener.
Блин, какое у них качество
And we do
плохое,
it again. So
боже.
this is, by the way, a different map in Graceland Sky City. So small change up of the terrain. Similar strategies, though. Reject again, taking high ground. MDY opting into the lower.
Yeah, we've seen Ultimate Height actually be really powerful on the second round of Graceland Sky City. Now, both teams setting up these heavy tanky setups, but Reject once again on the Ultimate Height. I mean, they've been winning the trades from this position on the other map. And so I wonder, will MDY have to change something to stay alive? Mingwei taking a lot of pressure on that armor here on the Falcon. Really crucial to manage that. Seems like he's being flanked. Got to watch for this dogfight duel in the skies.
Keeping your eyes on the energy as well. The management of that from these Falcons is being put to the test, especially as they're having to evade so much. Carrara
Блин, надо было тоже себе панель такую же сделать.
Every moment that Carrara spends on Mingyue is pressure that he's not applying to the rest of MD1.
Yeah, the Falcon duel is super interesting, right? The rest of the team is playing this full turret fight, and this actually this dog fight that could be deciding. It seems like those heavy turret setups just very hard to actually secure an elimination. You know, both teams able to be more defensive than offensive. Maybe this Falcon fight is where we're most likely to see something break open.
Carrara, really good use of the downward spiral, keeping Mingyue in vision. This swift descent for Mingyue doesn't actually keep him safe,
Big damage.
Those missiles
Пока, кстати,
are
ничего
the
особенного
largest
вообще.
part of Falcon's ability to impact
В
the
игре
game.
Фалькона не вижу.
And, I mean, these low-ground turret setups are really getting a lot of pressure here. Mingyue got bursted down, but the rest of the squad showing up. Now, Team Reject stabilizing on the high ground. Yachty, once again, pumping damage from range on Narukami.
And Reject once more in the lead. We saw MDY clutch things up in the last game, so could still pull ahead. Still got a little bit of time, 3 minutes, in fact. So MDY playing things slowly. I love that Yachty is able to... my Narukami games are never this chill. I'm always being hounded by the Falcon.
He's doing his thing. I mean, the choice to have the Welkin play such a defensive position there really is making MDY hard to shut down. But once again, I mean, Team Reject, they have the 1 kill advantage. Will that be enough for them to continue to play the clock and force MDY into some aggression?
Mingyue actually maybe being picked off again. Now he's got Yachty and Carrara on him, and Yachty's already done quite a bit of damage. Mingyue has very low HP. With fluid armor already broken, we could see another kill go up, and at that point, Reject would have to start playing a lot more conservatively.
Feiju taking a lot of pressure on this Welcome, using everything defensively. He's so low, getting sniped from different angles by Narukami, trying to get into this heal. Seems like the fog
Нормально
from
так
Stego
напинали
is enough to
команде.
get him back to having some decent HP. And man, the tanking
Блин,
is
вот это
very
круто
wise
делают.
on
Возле
reveal.
танка все
Personally,
собрались,
I
так
just want to see
если
the Stego
пачкой
damage.
пытать.
These Stegos are going to be like
Четенько.
5 million damage.
Соляру такой игры вообще
They
никогда не
never
увидишь.
let go of left.
Или увидишь у
It's
противников только.
completely unending. Yachty again under pressure, so we know that Mingyue is in the area.
Фалькончик.
And has been, to his credit, really doing quite well despite having been picked off just the once, making sure that Yachty can't free fire, which is basically Narukami.
Кстати, как я и говорил, видите, оригинал Фалькона какой был, энергии, все восстановление вкачивал. Он фул восстановления, его даже видите, в воздухе она не тратится.
Taken out of Falcon. From half HP. Absolutely.
Look at the damage exchange here is ridiculous.
Чуть-чуть
And this also is an
только.
opening for
Скорее
Kurara,
всего, он
right?
скорость
Starts just
не
pumping damage
вкачивал.
onto that main group, no longer having to worry about helping to peel away Mingyue. He can just start laying on that high ground damage. But you see that, man, the smoke from Stego, that's what's blocking all that targeting. It's also regenerating the shields for MDY, what's allowing them to survive.
Mingyue just respawning now, so going to get back into the fight. This is going to change things once again, and Reject will
На
play
вышках
slightly
стали,
more
просто
defensive game,
перекидываются.
maybe with the opportunity to punish this Falcon once again. I gotta say, it's really difficult to watch the way that this has been punished, because I think that Mingyue actually has a really good read. However, with Jam getting low, Kurara does commit into the low ground with the Falcon missiles, doesn't do quite enough damage, and is trying to pick up this Tricera. Will he do it? Hits the downward spiral and hits the elimination. Tricera down, and that is going to be another kill picked up for Reject. MDY, though, moving up to 2 as Yachty goes down.
Yeah, Mingyue was able to
Так,
trade in
звук,
that moment.
надеюсь, не
Kurara
двоится.
does get caught by the Welkin box. Welkin trying to get that, but Kurara so mobile, flies out of there, is going to get the escape. It's 3-2 here. Graceland Sky City, Reject trying to even this one up. They do have 2 players down, so MDY have a bit of a power play, and they're charging forward onto the setup, but this is a very tanky position for Reject.
15.
They're trying to fight it out. The brawl here on the low ground. Feiju now evens the game, 3-3. Clock does not matter, but MDY, they
Чисто на Велкине, да? Геймплей. Карусель крутишь.
Oh no!
Туда, блядь!
Feiju goes down! Reject now up 5-4, and that is going to be our second round going to Reject, evening things up between them and MDY.
Oh my, when
1-1.
they keep coming down to the wire, and the fall off the map, that is brutal!
It is. Oy, 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 but...
Тут уже Ликвиды, кстати, команду себе купили.
Third round, man, it is close between Reject and MDY. I knew it was going to be good. I didn't know it was going to be this good, Jake.
And this is going to be the most interesting map, I think, of the 3, because there's not an obvious ultimate height turret location, where we've seen both teams really playing that the last 2 rounds. Now, they're forced to make a change up for the deciding round of Graceland Sky City. We're here with Mingyue on the Falcon, starting to scout out the position. He's trying to see where Team Reject are playing, coming in from the flank. Both Falcons pressuring the opponent backlines.
Kurara, not a care in the world, finally finds Mingyue, so we could engage in a bit of dogfighting here. Reject have chosen to play the low ground, the cover. Easy to flank, but still difficult to take a full-on siege from. And MDY, I'll be honest, do not look interested in reciprocating. They're not dropping down.
Yeah, both teams, so much tension here, right? This is the first map of the tournament. Everyone's watching. I wish you guys could hear, you know, the sound here in the player area. After that fall off the map, everyone was oohing and eyeing. There's a lot of eyes on this game here in Zhuhai, China.
Got some Falcon scans out, so that means Narukami's in trouble. In fact, I'm looking at Yachty's health bar in the upper left, and it is low, low, low.
Давай,
so
давай.
Maybe having found a little bit of safety for right now, as Kurara does commit to take Mingyue off their back. LQ going to come in as well, just to try and make things a little bit safer for Mingyue, who has been the real lever for MDY, constantly sending this Falcon out. The rest of the team stays grouped up, and it's up to Mingyue to get a lot of the focus from Reject.
Yeah, speaking of focus, Feiju just went in and tanked the entire enemy team, pulled their attention on himself, and got out alive.
Что-то вообще Велкин просто бедолага.
Пиздюлей
отхватывает по КД.
Starting to go Kurara's way. Gets a little bit of help from that healing drone, Lumine, coming in. And MDY starting to put the pressure on here, right? They're starting to pile on and attack. Team Reject's trying to regroup inside the base here.
Одни в тоннеле, другие наверху. И как файтиться. Все боятся. Вообще классика этой карты.
Believe me, you come into this house, you're going to have a bad time. You got to be very, very careful coming inside against that turret setup. MDY are electing to focus, hunt and peck around the outskirts of the fight.
And it is just this constant teasing from Reject. They'll dip out for a little while. They'll see what they can find, but when it comes really right down to it, they're getting inside again, and they are betting that you will not come to them. And having seen this, I don't think that's a bad bet. Kurara, however, going a little bit low, maybe a source of concern, as I'm not seeing any repair drones on him just yet, but doesn't seem to have a care in the world as he just pumps a little bit more damage.
Да, очень медленно этот Курара.
Welkenbox used aggressively
Не
onto
знаю,
Feiju, though could be a
переборщил
problem.
он, как
Feiju
по мне,
going to go
наверное,
down,
с
and that is going to
модулями
be
в
the
реген.
first kill going to Reject.
Big opener for Shomaru. MDY down one, but they put a lot of damage down, so Reject are trying to just regroup, trying to not give up any counter picks. That's going to put them at a 1-0 advantage. They can just stabilize here, seeing that they are inside.
Типа, может, он в упор в дэше хотел сделать, или сделал.
Reject forced to hide, forced to get out of this line of sight. Just too much damage coming through this.
And now that MDY are at a disadvantage, they have fully had to back off the high ground that they had and just commit into the game that Reject want. Ultimately, you're going to have to rely now on your ability to outplay, something that Mingyue has been doing very frequently, just constantly teasing Reject, but it still hasn't resulted in an advantage this round for MDY, so something yet to be achieved as Mingyue dips, dives, dodges, loses all of their fluid armor, but is still somehow alive and chilling.
Yeah, this lack of high ground control means that it's hard for Reject to come finish off these kills. Mingyue, though, running from Kurara into the dogfight, knows this is an opportunity to score another point for the squad. Mingyue, under a lot of pressure, low in the energy management. The burst comes through, and Kurara wins the dogfight again for Team
Блин, как они хуёво катают, я не знаю.
Doing a lot of damage. Falcon, incredible burst potential when you're able to line them all up. Feiju, trapped
Я
on
думал,
the
там вообще
inside right now
киберкотлеты
as
будут на
Reject
Фалконах.
dashing around the outer edge of this building. So having committed to the center earlier, they've now backed off. 2-0 advantage.
Бля, ну просто он хуй
45
знает
seconds
где.
left in this game. Reject should be able to sit back and win this.
Yeah, they should be able to play it slow as they have all around, but MDY have been great in these final moment clutch scenarios. Now, Team Reject making a big move to the high ground.
При этом
In the last
2-0
moment,
ведут.
they're under the cover of that Stego smoke, allowing them to take their position, but MDY looking to get stuck in, looking to change their fortunes here in the final round of Graceland Sky City.
It's good to get aggressive now, forcing the enemy team to burn a lot of their cooldowns. Reject should be out of a lot of their big defensive emergency buttons, and MDY
Welkin, ну давай.
I'm not seeing any low health bars though, and Feiju
Какой
instead
же
gets
Welkin,
parried,
вообще не
gets locked
фартовый.
down, gets flashed, and now could go down. Feiju,
Всё
1
забрали.
HP going to fall again, and Reject up 3-0 with 4 seconds left. It looks like Reject are walking away with this first round.
It's desperation here for MDY, and they can't get it done. That's Reject taking map 1, and what was honestly a nail-biter. I thought that was going to be more dominant, looking at some of those opening positions that
Сколько
teams were able
бабок,
to take on
интересно,
Graceland
платят?
Sky City. But for an
Какой
opening map of the
призовой у них?
tournament, pretty interesting. Already a clash of styles. We already saw Panaka, we saw the Narukami, we saw some major dogfights from Falcon, and I think at this level of play, that's going to be a mainstay. Those Falcons looking for what they can do, be so mobile, playing on their own, as you mentioned, and really exciting here to see Kurara, I think, take an early advantage in that duel in map 1.
Oh yeah, I mean, I really liked the way that, of course, cinematically we got to see this, but even stylistically, the way that these two Falcons were serving very different purposes. Mingyue was almost the initiator for the squad, and Kurara, on the other hand, was very much the jack of all trades. You need me somewhere? I'm going to be there. I'm going to fix that.
Yeah, and the Panaka really worked out with this style.
Сейчас следующая карта, скорее всего.
Very slow. You got to remember, I mean, in an elimination game mode, of course the objective is to pick off the opponent, but you understand your opponent's objective is to pick you up. So playing these, survival-based strategies where you're just too difficult to break in these incredibly tanky setups, it's definitely going to make teams start to think about, okay, do we need to ban maybe the Tricera or the Stego in these deathmatch focus maps? Because honestly, that looks incredibly hard to shut down. The Stego, when you see that blue smoke come out where the enemy looks untargetable, and they're also, if you didn't realize, regenning their armor, their fluid armor in that smoke, incredibly powerful when you're all going to group up and you're getting that
Никак не
area
напиздятся.
ability on the rest of your squad. That's what's allowing them to really tolerate all the focus fire from the opposing team.
And I know that a lot of people are going to look at games and strikers and go, okay, Welkin is the fellow with the big axe that just boxes me and runs at me. In this particular game, especially the first 2 rounds with the high-low ground disparity, Welkin is being used in almost the same way as like an accessory to Stego. Oh, you need a little bit of extra HP? Let me pop the box. Let me pop the gas. Make you even more difficult to take down, not because I'm in their face, but because I'm providing a lot of extra HP in a way.
Yeah, it's interesting to see, you know, how teams bring very different styles to even some of the same strikers, right? We might see Welkin in another game mode.
Ну вот это Курара, это прям вообще, конечно, лютый типок. Я не знаю, откуда они понабирали этих игроков. Просто какой-то бредер.
And that was with no Aquila, no Inferno too. So now we're opening things up to, you can't ban either of those again. Likely higher damage games, and it's funny watching how this played out on Graceland Sky City, because the fact that you did eliminate so much damage also drew these games out so long since you didn't have the burst.
Normally, yeah, Inferno and Aquila are two of the best at, like, okay, if you're gonna sit back and just let me pump damage, those are two of the highest damage output characters in the game. So by having both of them out, it allowed these incredibly tanky setups. You mentioned using the well in box defensively, just tanking through everything with the Welkin. I mean, very, very interesting that it worked out that way with these particular bans. Also that the Narukami was unmatched in the sniper. So I think Narukami allowed Reject, they're comfortable. They're sitting back, letting Narukami pump the damage. That's the sniper, letting Falcon get in there and also
Что они к этой Наруками пристали?
To come deal with your incredibly tanky turret setup.
Yeah, and I was impressed because I don't really see Yachty, at least in the scrims so far, flexing between Aquila and Narukami that often, so the ban must have been a really big wrench thrown in.
О Каминстрой хочу или Гавань могу посмотреть. Интересно, мэшмак будут они катать или нет.
But also, we didn't have that Aquila that would normally be putting down pressure alongside a Falcon. Those two working really well
режим
together.
20 на 20. Боже, ебать, какой же это кайф был.
Yeah, Falcon I think would be a very impactful man to come out on an individual striker, because there's really not a replacement.
Просто сделайте карту там раза в 2 меньше, чем мэшмак.
Very hard to stay alive on Skyraider, right? The potential to be
И просто, бля, каждый сам за себя или там в пачке.
Those Falcons doing all those crazy moves, you know, flying around in the sky. That's making them much more difficult to target, much more difficult to focus down, and that's, I mean, that's crucial on a map like Graceland Sky City. If you shut down the Falcon, that's a point on the board, right? We saw how just
или просто, ну, стандартные режимы только шире сделать для большего количества игроков.
Yeah, and just to talk a little bit more about the difference between these two flyers is we are between
Бета, кстати, 16 числа закрывается.
Like you're talking about, maybe a little less maneuverable.
Немножко я ошибся. Я думал, там месяц будет точно.
Slower than Falcon, but specifically,
ну, видать, онлайн просто упал.
Плюс турик. Downward spiral. I mean, how often did we see downward spiral from Falcon in that game alone be used to cancel the upwards loop? That was just, you know, very nicely done to gain a little bit of altitude, use that altitude to keep somebody in your crosshairs. Skyraider can't do that. Skyraider just has this sort of like run in, dump everything play style that you're then surviving on with the loop-de-loops.
Yeah, and that challenge is, you know, can you actually stay alive when there's a Falcon chasing you down, you know, like, or even more threatening.
Еще сделаю видосик один
now that it's no longer able
по
to be
истечению
banned, right?
бетки.
Come in.
И будем ждать релиз, там, Стимхайлтер, Хантерс, блять, этот помойный, скоро должен выйти. В открытый доступ посмотрим тоже, что там, поменяли они, или такое же хорошее осталось.
Man, that's difficult.
Было бы, конечно, круто, если бы они Steel Hunters прям охуенно переделали. Чтобы хотя бы конкуренция хоть какая-то мехабрику была.
Look, all right? Maybe I'm a Stego abuser, all right? I will not comment on those allegations. However, I want to see the post-match stats when we can get those up for the audience, because I think there's going to be some unbelievable damage numbers. The way those two teams are playing, I mean, they're healing through a lot of the damage, but Stego is eating good in those situations.
It's going to be ludicrous, because I know that, like, in the actual MVP calculations, it does calculate damage, the amount of kills you got, and the objectives. Because the objective is kills, and there were only 6 of them for your team. When you're putting up probably like 3 to 5 million.
It's actually, I feel
Блин, а
like
есть инфа по тимам? Я помню, там ликвиды были и еще какие-то из знакомых.
Reject had the high ground for some of those fights. You got to imagine Stego is just pressing all his buttons, just doing his thing, vibing.
Yeah, I think I'm right there with you. As much as I love me some Tricera,
it was Carrara.
Okay, whoa. It's probably because he has 4 kills.
Ебать!
It's probably
In
Был
fairness, in fairness,
4,
a lot of the
1,
pick
7.
kills, right, in this overall game were from Carrara winning the Sky Duel. And I thought the game would award MVP to the Stego for just the ridiculous
Нормально
damage they could have
напиздавал он урона.
But this is,
Что-то
I mean, I
именно
actually
прям так,
agree with
чтобы
this.
он файтился
Carrara was the
красиво.
most
Вообще
impactful
не
player
было
for
ничего.
me in this opening map with being able to win those Sky Duels in the Falcon.
Да-да-да,
It's what forced MDY
Хазард.
into some of these over-aggressive moves.
Ну,
I'm just
я
writing
пока
this down
стрим
so I
достроил,
can
это первый
1.7
стрим мой на ютубе.
damage
Пока с
from
ОБСом
the
разобрался,
super
проебал
active
этот
Falcon who was
момент.
everywhere and got 4 kills. When we eventually get our stats, I do want to compare this, but it has to be said, you know, this damage was effective from Carrara. It was often saving his teammates, specifically Yachty, who was being targeted from going down, as well as providing the actual kills to the team with some really well-timed burst.
Super impactful what they were able to get done there. I love that.
He's got the good attitude. He's like, oh my god,
am I on camera? Am I on camera?
I think looking into his eyes, I think he knows he's on camera. After that first game, I'd be pretty confident about it as well.
Так, вторая катка.
That's map 1 going for Team Reject. So MDY, I mean, this is a best of 3 series, you got to remember. So you lose one more map, you will be dropping to the lower bracket for Team MDY. So they've got to lock in, take us to their best map here. They do have map picks, so they have the option to really set the tone.
Ля, это чисто пончик, знаешь, одноклассник твой какой-нибудь.
I know that MDY has maybe taken a little bit further of an approach today as well. I think the pressure of having this be the first match of the entire tournament, the first match for them on stage.
Everyone's watching.
Yeah, I mean it's really dialed up because they are a team that is often in here, is often scrimming. Today, they've actually been very quiet. They haven't scrimmed nearly as much. Even when I saw Reject in here earlier, I was concerned initially for MDY.
Welcome player, так, тут не надо за welcome player.
They are warm. I think it really is just a mentality thing.
Ну это при лаунч-турик, да, это первый. Они, ну, этот турик вообще сделали, билды посмотреть. И как, ну, и систему турнира нормально хотят сделать. Да, двигаются они четенько. Уже топ-конторы, команды даже в этой игре сделали. Ну, ликвиды есть.
The spin to win.
Oh, yo,
not the spin to win. Not the spin to win.
We can't be doing them like that on the highlights.
A crazy game. I could not. That first round that went to MDY on the basically overtime.
Ridiculous. I honestly wasn't sure who won the first round. It was so cool. I was like waiting to see.
I thought we were going to overtime.
Yeah, I think it maybe did we or it just I couldn't tell honestly if they got one extra elimination in the last second. Oh yeah. That's what we like to see it. Respect.
Making use of the gymnasium facilities.
Oh, absolutely here. Season Games have been good to us. They've been putting this up.
Да, и видишь, как он себе эти модули походу поставил. Full реген энергии. То есть скорость стоковая, но когда он на максах летит, у него практически не снимает полоски энергии, только в дэшах. А я себе все в скорость качал. Скорость и реген на земле.
Alright, damage numbers, hold on. Damage numbers.
Stop talking about rain. Let's say.
Stego damage numbers.
Блин, еще заболел как назло.
Comparing, it was Carrara, who okay, he's on the top. That was the 1.7, and then I'm seeing
3.5 million damage from DJ Catling Stego, and Shomaru 3.1 million. So the 3 million. I think the highest I ever got in a game was like 1.3 million or something. Like 1.4 million. 3.5 million.
Спасибо.
This is unreal how much MDY is just pumping into that Stego.
This is actually wild. But I mean, good numbers, and that's what happens when you draw the game out like this. It may be a deathmatch, but as I very quickly learned watching these players, that does not necessarily mean it's going to be over quickly.
But yeah, you can also see from those stats, direct damage means damage done beyond the shields to real direct the enemy health.
Ну что ты улыбаешься, сладенький, давай лучше играй.
Pretty close actually to the opponent's Stego, and that Stego's breaking all this armor. But that damage isn't really being followed through. It's not necessarily leading to kills, scoring you points and winning you that maps. And so, the fact that Carrara able to deal that high impact direct damage, find those critical shutdown kills on the opposing Falcon, really, really valuable.
And you know there
Тёлок
are
бы
a
сюда
couple of
посадить,
ways
да,
that you'll
народ?
see
Вот это нормальная
those
темка была.
stats sort of be skewed, where people like Welkin, people like Panther, people like Aquila may have slightly higher direct damage numbers than their regular damage numbers might indicate. Okay, we're gonna go to Palm Bay Harbor for the second. I was hoping we'd go Palm Bay Harbor specifically because MDY was so committed to the Tricera Stego.
Big
Oh, we're
ban.
about to see some Tricera Stego. And
Yeah.
Aleseness is going to be the opening ban here.
Ban Falcon, do it. Actually, I mean on this map,
No, you-
maybe you don't.
What do you
You're
ban?
not.
Do
You're
you
not
want to
banning
take out?
Panaka. You're banning Panaka.
Banning
Бан,
Panaka.
Aleseness,
I
бан.
dare say that's rude.
All right.
Ну да,
All right.
Aleseness пиздец
The Panaka ban
дисбалансный,
don't want to deal with those
конечно. Да и
walls coming
Пинака.
down. Could get wild here. So Palm Bay
Это-
Harbor.
эти
played
бесконечность
next break.
жизни,
This is a payload
бесконечность
race,
щитов,
objective game mode, and
хилов,
so we'll
блядь.
see a lot of those crazy turret setups, but instead they're going to be on moving payloads.
А, ебать,
You're
по
going to be
одному
trying
бану
to push your
только
payload,
можно.
capture intermediate objectives to get a little boost on it, or you could get on the enemy payload and roll it backwards if you want to go for that play. So this is definitely an interesting one, a much more dynamic objective where you do need to defend crucial areas of the map. You don't really have the option to take the ultimate high ground. You could if you want to, but that's going to leave you off the objective, and it's going to leave you exposed.
20 seconds left. Mingyue, are we actually considering not running Falcon, or are we just psyching me out? Because I do think that
Ну
Palm
да,
Bay Harbor is a
тоже
place where you
согласен.
can forego flyers if you
Да,
want to
надеюсь, на релизе там
really
хотя бы
heavily
парочку
into your
добавят.
sniper.
И желательно
But
режимов.
It's still a
Carrara's
risk. You could
Carrara's on
minimum.
Hurricane, so Carrara's not going to run the Falcon, at least so
Okay.
far.
And Mingyue opts into it. This was
Okay.
actually, like, this is a huge playstyle decision for both
Yeah.
teams.
This is a real, I mean, and for
Опа,
Team Reject, they're
тележка.
basically all in on the death ball. Like, they are going to have everything stacked together. Hurricane, Stego, this is going to be an ungodly amount of tank.
And now that you've got Falcon and Aquila in the sky, I will say it makes the Aquila a better pick.
Yeah.
You don't want to be focused up in the sky alone.
Бля,
so
я
Falcon's
вообще
able to
Armored
apply a little
Core
bit
не
of- a
понимаю.
little bit of
Ни
pressure, be
Armored Core,
annoying,
ни
and
Titanfall.
unlock your full damage potential
У меня
on
вот
the sniper.
этот
But like you're talking
ПВЕ
about,
прям
with the
вообще ни в какой игре не
ball
заходит.
of death that's going to be coming out from Reject, I just don't imagine that you're going to get a lot of value necessarily out of something like Falcon, just in terms of the numbers, like how
Yeah.
much damage you're dealing.
Yeah, Falcon can pump a lot of damage, seeing teams open up here. Immediate move to the high ground for Team MDY, trying to take that position before
Что, у них
focusing on the
Aquila
objective.
есть?
Team Reject playing it relatively slow, but from the low ground.
Ой,
And
хорош.
already an instant open in there. Big pick off by the Aquila from Team Reject. Gonna get them a little bit of payload progress. If they want to go for it, though, they're still electing to continue to just pour that damage on from range.
Ну
At
тут
this
да, тут
point,
в динамику
It's
упор
not
больше
so
идет.
much focus on the payloads. You're seeing this become more of a fight for positioning, as you are going to want to capture a central point in just a little while. Watching Mingyue rule
Тут
the
самые
skies is
тяжелые
going to be
тяжи
really good. It finds
подвижнее
a
будут,
great angle
чем
to destroy
какой-нибудь
some of the
легкий в
hurricane
Armored Core.
constructs that will otherwise keep your team from being able to deal effective damage. But now
Вот
the
Steel
point's open.
Hunters, вот это от
I will say,
Wargaming, вот это, блядь,
got
реально
priority on
Armored
from
Core, только
Reject.
PvP. Такая параша, это просто
It's like Team
пиздец.
MDY, though. I mean, the payloads, they do have to
Я
come up these
намучился,
lifts
пока
to the
обзор
high
на
ground.
него
So if you
снимал,
just
ужас.
continue to hold the high ground, you are in a strong spot. But hold on, this turret group is really getting pressure. Team MDY, they're struggling to tank. They're starting to split up, and it's Team Reject who really have a bit of a positional advantage here. The all-in commitment on the turrets is really working out for them. They're proving to be the immovable object here, as it looks like pretty much a team-wide brewing here.
Man.
Reject are just running through MDY.
This better positioning on the side of Reject did them so many favors. Being
Yeah.
able to play the low ground, nobody from MDY is even alive right
Ебать,
now. This
всю
is
тиму
all
вырезали.
Reject all day.
Yeah, and this is going to mean, free capture progress, and Reject are able to roll their opponent's payload back to the start here, so a major advantage developing here for Team Reject. And I think for Team MDY, you almost have to abandon your own payload here. Like, you really just have to try to defend and mitigate some of the advantage. Welcome Box
покажите
coming in
больше
on the kill, who doesn't
сабсерва
want to fight this
этот
close range. Is going to be
стороны.
able to get back to the team, and Team Reject in this death ball.
Оно
So
издалека прям
powerful, proving really
сочно
hard.
замес
MDY can't even
смотрится.
approach this position.
Yachty back on the Aquila. So as soon as Narukami was not the
Да,
only sniper
Вовка
option,
на
he did end up
роботах,
going back to
вот,
this.
точнее.
But like you're talking about, this death ball, especially on Palm Bay, especially now that you have a lead, is crazy.
Каких-то робособак
As
сделали,
Reject,
ну
you don't even
просто
necessarily have
пиздец.
to
Я не
focus
знаю, кто там
MDY,
чем
and it
думал.
becomes more of a how much can
Видать,
MDY
услышали,
do
что
to you with this composition.
промех
I
игруха
have to say,
будет, и
it's not
решили
looking
просто
like much right
давай
now,
так же
but it's going to be
сделаем,
around these
только
capture points
по-своему.
where that
Бля,
can
сделали.
change if and only if MDY are able to find good flank angles.
You've got to win the battle on this capture point, or it's going to be a huge boost in the payload progress for Team Reject. So MDY, they're hitting from all sides. They're on the high ground. But Reject have a great position.
Я Аквила пиздато сделал, да?
From Tricera, though, MDY,
вовнутрь зашел, просто
they're going in,
насыпают
moving under a
урон.
lot of pressure from the flank.
Ёбнешься.
So seeing this all-in brawl on the capture point.
MDY are doing really well, but just sitting in the haze, you're getting Reject to avoid a lot of the initial damage, sit on the edge of the point, and now are able to play for retake.
Yeah, but already some pickups coming through. Team Reject with another 2 shutdowns. Team MDY struggling to get into this whatsoever, and your Japanese team looking to take a decisive advantage here. Remember, this is a best-of-3 series. If they win the map here, they will be advancing in the upper bracket. It will be MDY drop to the lowers. And it's starting to look more and more likely. I mean, MDY really have not been able to dislodge the strategy from Team Reject.
Харрикен четко себя на этой карте показывает.
It was a really good retake play
на этой и на Оке.
From Reject, and now they're chilling. I mean, Kurara emoting on cart has nothing to worry about at all. The rest of the fight happening outside and largely just scuttling down because MDY have already lost several players, don't want to re-engage and lose more. You got to wait for the respawn timers.
You think about this indoor section, it's just
куда
so
ты летишь,
hard.
парень? Парень! Куда ты летишь с другой стороны? Пиздец, видели?
And it was a difficult playstyle decision to go with the Falcon or not. We saw Mingyue really debating this. A lot of the pick for Falcon has to be based on how you're playing the first and the last point. This middle bit, you're really not a striker. You have to play a handicapped game, and unfortunately for Mingyue, that's just the stage of the game that we're at right now. However, in the next 2-3 minutes, when the payloads start to exit into the last stretch of Palm Bay Harbor,
Потерялся малой.
will really be able to make waves.
They are in control of the payload, though, so they're mitigating some of the advantage that could be coming through here. MDY are down 1 player, though, and the welcome box is big. Kurara gets shut down by Cuckoo, so it's a 5-on-5 here. Team Reject electing to call it out. Udon on the Welkin now. The pressure comes in. Advantage for Team Reject as they fight it out on the objective. This is a very heavy commitment from the enemy. Tricera from MDY, but he's under way too much pressure.
Пушкой добить.
Situation, but it's too little too late. Udon with the cleanup.
Кстати, насчет добиваний, как вы думаете, я бы на их месте за добивание, там, не знаю, 15-20% хп и брони сделал бы, чтобы можно было отрегенить. Потому что, ну, оно, по идее, по сути, вообще по своей бесполезно сейчас. Ты, наоборот, пока добивание делаешь, тебе могут напиздовать. А так там F нажал, добил, без хп.
Yeah, they're struggling, and this point capture is really going to catapult Reject even closer. It's really one last team fight here for MDY. They're committing, trying to stall this, but so many players still alive for Reject. They're fighting it out. Macy Fishy drops low, but is able to reposition, get some support from the rest of the squad. MDY, only 4 players on the field, so Team Reject with a real advantage, pushing for more. Aquila would love to finish off some of these, and there, boom, the pickoff onto the Luminate. That shut down some of the support could come through for Team MDY, so they're going to be lacking sustain in this fight as it goes decisively against them. Now Tricera trying to commit, trying to keep the engagement alive. But MDY, they're dropping like fries. Team Reject, they want to punch their ticket straight through the upper bracket.
Yachty could not care about this Welkin chasing. He is all about that Tricera, and somehow alive. Has almost no health left, but gets the fluid armor regen from sitting next to his best friend Stego. Now gets to focus down Mingyue with the team. Not a care in the world as Reject continue moving on forward, and they box in Mingyue, taking him out of the sky.
It's all over with the crying here for MDY. The cart is pushing against them, 95%. 14 Rejects, they pick up even more kills. MDY, 3 strikers left alive. It's a Herculean task here on Palm Bay Harbor as Team Reject are going to go up 2-0 here unless some kind of a miracle can come in here for MDY. But the turret is set up. Tricera camping the objective. MDY, it's desperation now. Coming in, trying to stall things out, but they're just getting murdered on the payload.
Yeah, this death ball composition, as you called it, immediately, such a huge difference maker when you're able to
опять же, добивание, вот, как ты на Фальконе добивание сделаешь? Я на Фальконе ни разу не успевал добивание сделать.
I mean, they could never even siege that, and I can see why they were nervous coming into today. I will say, having seen these 2 games, I'm still excited, very much so, for MDY. They showed a lot of style, and I love the confidence from Mingyue moving into the second round, choosing to lock in the Falcon again, knowing I am just that good. I am going to make a difference, and while they might not have won, I'm looking forward to seeing what that Falcon can do later.
Yeah, for Team Reject, though, I put a lot of respect on Kurara to come in and have a great performance, an MVP on map 1 on Falcon, and then to swap it up completely, play Hurricane, almost
Ну,
a
девочку
180 in
лучше
terms of a
посадите.
playstyle change, right? So Falcon is this highly mobile flyer.
Скромняшку.
We were on his cam a lot in that first map. We really, you know, was a lot of exciting, you know, high mechanical plays to watch. But then on the Hurricane, it's all about defensive utility. It's about grouping with the squad, playing that death ball with the rest of Team Reject. So for Carrara, having that versatility and being able to just completely 180 your playstyle when the objective, when the team strategy demands it, I think this is really a great showing, great opening here for Team Rejects in this tournament.
It has been. I'm very, very happy to see them playing at this high a level because they were working out a lot of kinks in their gameplay this morning. But what I'm seeing
Блин, сейчас опять пиздец,
is
10
exactly
минут
what you
будут.
talked about, already rewarded the adaptability that came in with the swap up from Falcon to Hurricane, two entirely different playstyles, really made the biggest difference. Hurricane provided so much utility in terms of capping points, in terms of keeping the payload safe that you simply can't do on Falcon, and you can't do that with
Покажите, я не знаю,
well-versed
там
Gold
топ-моменты
Yeah, and Palm
какие-нибудь
Bay
с
Harbor, I
боёв.
think,
Ну, что
in
это
terms
за
of maps,
пиздец?
almost the furthest away from Graceland Sky City.
Я понимаю, там
Is
первый
all the
турик.
objective is fighting like this one critical
Yeah.
location on the payload, and so I think the choice to run the extra death ball commitment in a Hurricane really paid off, and it showed that for Team MDY, like the Falcon is super popular. We've seen it played on a ton of maps, seen it be almost a mainstay in terms of how popular it is, but Rejects, we don't need it on this map. You know, we're going to run a strategy that we concede the skies to you, but we're going to be so powerful there on the ground, especially in those indoor segments of the map. Like they were able to consolidate their lead so much, winning all of those intermediate goal capture points.
Yeah, and once we got into the later stages of the game as well, I mean, you could tell Reject were playing knowing they were in the lead. Watching Yachty be able to sit back and I called it out in the moment.
Чисто вот катка закончилась, этих двух додиков нахуй, и вот это и тёлок сюда позвать, азиаточек посмотреть.
That's a big factor when you're trying
То,
to
что
fight
там
some
эти
really
патлы
tanky
себе
strikers.
потращивали,
You
это
know,
же не
one player
канает.
alone isn't going to have the damage really, to get through something like a Tricera. You know, like in general, a lot of times in a pure 1v1 in this game, most players could just have the option to back out, but the game's not about 1v1s. It's about these big team moments, big team battles of you know, coordination of focus fire. We hear when the players are scrimming, there's a lot of focus fire calls. Really, you know, that's the key, I think.
Я вот с кентами на той неделе турик по таким смотрел. Типа команда тёлок против команды тёлок. Ебать. Там такие кореяночки и китаяночки были, мужики. Это просто...
You
That's
know
a fair
what I'm
point.
saying? Like,
That's a fair point.
Yeah.
I got some love for my Triceras in this house. You know, I'm kind of a Tricera.
Ну и играли соответственно, конечно.
So I'm gonna gamble.
В принципе, было поебать.
Okay.
I think some of that damage when the enemy is like running into you and trying to stop your payload in desperation when you know you're about to win the game, that's when Tricera just cooks and eats, man. Like the enemy comes.
Или там как в начале вот сюжетку, когда проходишь, где она в этом в топике просыпается.
I want to watch some Tricera gameplay, man. I gotta say, I'm a real enjoyer of the turn-based characters here in Mecha Break.
Yeah. How much the past 2 days have done to you, Jake?
I've changed, man. I've changed. For the better, for the worse. It's up for the fans to decide. Curious to see get those post-game stats. Curious to see
Здорово,
very different stats and MVP look that we get in this map. It looks like it will be Yachty on the MVP.
Ебать, 10-0-12.
Yachty was playing like a man possessed. I want to take a look at the numbers though.
600k direct.
Whoa! Where are you looking? Help me out.
Это общая статка.
600k direct damage is massive.
Oh yeah.
Like that's damage on real health bar. So Yachty, I mean, we talked about it. Right? We on his cam, he's just like focus firing somebody when they were low. That was really, I think, the strategy for Team Reject.
Я Сара.
Heavy tank
1
style,
kill,
holding down the
21
objective.
assist.
But then Yachty is able to actually turn that, you know, you can pump a lot of damage on those tanks, but, you know, finishing off kills when opponents run away, very difficult for you. So I think that's what allowed Yachty to shine in this game on the Aquila, the comfort.
Да,
Remember, this was banned in
вкусненьких
map 1.
бы каких-нибудь азиаточек
Really
сюда бы.
MDY,
Да ты шо.
and then Yachty comes out on the signature Aquila in map 2 and speaks for itself.
Yeah,
10-0.
Didn't even go down. I actually.
Нет смысла. 16 числа бетка закрывается и вайп будет.
But I don't think a lot of them died, period.
That's the power of their setup, right? I love the strategy with like 4 heavy tank brawlers.
Можешь просто всю ловеху потратить, купить всех мехов и потестить, чтобы на релизе уже точно знать, на ком будешь катать.
But at this level of play, right, with the focus fire potential from the other squad, I think playing the Welkin as more of this defensive utility, boxing your own turret setup, right? I mean, there's basically have 5 characters.
Я он сейчас себе этот Black Desert скачал. Пока там релиз будет, месяцок, покачаюсь в ММОшку. Прям что-то в ММОху какую-нибудь захотел залететь конкретно.
Taking a look at the highlights from this match, though, you can definitely see what it looks like here. Udon slammed down after playing defensively.
Пиздец, я вот думал, там 50 дней было показано, что БПшка будет работать. Думал, примерно так и бетка будет. Выдрачивал мэшмак ради модулей. У меня уже full gold почти там каждый модуль. Пиздец, и тут смс-очка приходит. Я стега нашел уже.
Getting everybody low and then having the kill out there to finish it off, and Team Music opening it up strong, right, for an org that has come from Japan here, come to compete.
Мне не очень заходит такая игра. Мне, блядь, дайте, вот у меня, я не знаю, я как мне как медом намазано. Каких-то чаров всегда мне нравится, что, блядь, они сложные, пиздец. И подыхают быстро, если что-то не так сделал. У меня вот это фалконы всякие, там, аквилы на руками, блядь, велкины. Ну ладно, велкина не так просто убить.
Japanese FPS titles, and MDUY by the same token has done incredible things internationally also in FPS, and so I'm really excited, of course, for both of these rosters, and I'm almost worried for the teams that are going to have to face off against them in the coming rounds, because whether you're in upper bracket or lower bracket, if I have to pick between Reject and MDY, I know that I'm probably losing both.
朋友们，大家好，欢迎来到赛后采访环节，我是主持人子玉。那现在站在我身边的呢，就是我们上一场的胜者，来自 Reject 战队的沙曼路。
баланс стопудово надо менять, потому что, ну, пиздец полный какой-то. Так, кто ребенка, блядь, с собой в зал вытянул, а?
Hello everyone, I'm Seven from Team Reject.
Я всех скупил, кроме Инферно.
Is this your first time to be in China?
Бля, вот это справа, это помните в детстве мама тебя в детский мир отводит, и ты такой смотришь вот эту игрушку какую купить, или там картридж на приставку. Пиздец. Сынок, хорошо учись, там вся хуйня. Вот тебе картридж, ты, конечно, мама.
Yes, it is my first time to be here. First of all, there are so many high buildings. Thank you. It is your first time to be this attend this new match, right? How do you feel this match? Do you feel nervous or exciting?
А это слева, как на, не знаю, на пьянке на какой-то уже. Бабы так поднабухались, уже волосы немножко растрепались, язык развязался.
感じでしたね。あとは他の選手の本当に熱気といいますか、練習熱量とか、いやすごくいいなと思いました。はい。
First of all, my first impression is that
джинсики, курточка, да, вышла, попиздела и ушла. Она, наверное, сама не знает, нихера ее вытянули.
And lucky for me, I met a lot of friends. They are very excited to this match as well. Thank you for your answer. And your answer also made me believe that we have already made good preparation for this match. And we also think that you have already arrived to this venue. Several days ago, how do you prepare for this match?
他に何か中国かの他の外国のチームと練習試合をやっていてで何か準備をしましたか？
そうですね、3月10日に向きまして、その翌日の11日に練習始めまして、まず中国地のエヴァってチームに、もう本当に拷問されまして、もうそこからいろいろ話し合いまして、本当にここはこうした方がいいとか、あと録画して、もう本当に選手同士の動きを確認して、本当にここは直した方がいいよねっていう話もしたりしましたね。
我来了这边就是确实是有跟其他
Мне вот интересно, как они тимы набирали.
communicate with other teams. What my most impressive team is Eva team.
Типа, либо стримерам каким-то жестким писали. Или там, или от себя просто какие-то ассоциации команд понабирали.
Actually, this match is not only a match,
так, сейчас америкосы, по-моему, должны драться будут.
Thank you for your interview.
那么我们下一场的比赛呢，将是由日本战队的 Luna Break 对阵到 TIE 战队，他们将会有怎样的赛场表现呢？让我们共同期待。接下来，让我们稍事休息，更多精彩马上继续。
Luna Break. А, так... Ух, ебать, 15 минут перерывчик. Так нормально еще сегодня файтов будет. Так что я хуй знает, вот 15 минут. Может, мехабрик пока зайдем. Я натыкался еще, не знаю, месяц назад, там какой-то видос видел, что он минус 14 оформил. Ох, ебать, призы пошли. А, не, нормально. Тут что-то ОБС-ка у меня выеживается. Так, давай пока меха-брикчик запустим. Сейчас покажу модули. Это выформил, там уже пиздец. Все бабки просто вбухал, чтобы голду себе скрафтить, и вообще ни черта не выпало на Фалкона. Прям вообще. Такого себе понавыбивал. Вот, только 3 голды смог сделать. Не, вообще я бы не сказал, что она требовательна. Там на какой-нибудь 1060 Ti спокойно можно катать. Бля, что, подожди, а чё? Чё, у меня не хочет? Вы молчите. Так, это удалить. Бля, какой же ОБС неудобный. Просто пиздец. Пу-пу-пум. Блять, что за хуйня? Подожди. Я что, на ютубе не могу постримить ее? А ну. Чисто просто окно входа у меня отображает. Что за бред? О, все нормально. Сейчас это удаляем. О. Вот единственное дело смог просто 3 голды себе собрать. Все, на скорость поставил. Тут видите, энергия. Да не, я не знаю, это что-то с ОБС-ка так шалит. Тут понавыбивал этих узоров. Пока разобрался, из инвентаря их удалить нельзя, их просто можно типа налепить, пооткрывать и потом обратно и типа свой билд поставить на скины. Вот на руками мне нравится. Из голдбокса выпал. Я, кстати, вот не знаю, как типы покупали Инферно. Если его можно было купить, ну, типа, 3 недели тебе фармить нужно. И вообще эту валюту даже не тратить. Вот это тоже пиздец, он имбалансный, по сути. Щиты, откаты, туманы, блять, пушка тоже нормально куски отрывает. Но он не для мэшмака. Да вообще, в принципе, тут кроме... Тут... О, кстати. Кстати. О, нихуя себе. Я уже на 34-м был, на 50 каком-то там месте. Вот с этим типом играл пару раз подряд. Это просто пиздец. Мы всю карту вырезали с ним. С Титаном тоже катал. С этим катал. Больше никого не помню. Да. Вот этих 4 только или 3 помню. Он тип 21 максимум въебал. Я 19. А, у меня не показано почему-то. Мэшмак. Сейчас, где эта катка? Как раз последняя была в Мэшмаке. 19 оформил, это просто пиздец. Пинака еще норм тема. Я по рукаток что-то сыграл. Вообще ни черта не понял. Не понял, но мне понравилось. А пряморукий пинака это вообще имба. Даже люмины пряморукий очень сильные куски отрывает. Он же броню твою не задевает. Ну, где он там, блядь? Я на втором маке на нем тоже покатал. Вот это прикольная тема. Урон у него, конечно, не очень жесткий, но он заебись хилит, заебись кровотечение может накидывать. Темка. Так, что у нас там? По-по-по. 3 минуты.
会場に響き当たる戦火の中、この手で勝利をつかりと。
Захват экрана удаляем.
There's no room for the weak. The unprepared will be the first to fall.
どんな困難も最後まで戦う。冠军奖杯。
Так, 3 минутки есть, пока пасать мотнуть народ. Не обессудьте.
Mecha Break Pre-Launch Global Invitational 2025 is here. From March 13th to 16th, 16 teams from China, North America, Japan will battle it out in Zhuhai, China, taking mech battles to the next level. The tournament features the 6v6 Operation Verge mode with a double elimination format. Round 1 kicks off on March 13th, with matchups decided by random draw. Teams that lose in the upper bracket drop to the lower bracket for a second chance, lose again, and they're eliminated. The upper bracket final, lower bracket final, and grand final are best of 5. All other matches are best of 3. The ultimate showdown between the final 2 teams takes place on March 16. Striker selection follows, no duplicates in squads rule, meaning each team can deploy only 1 unit of the same striker model per match. Each side bans 1 striker per match, and each striker can only be banned once per match. Banned strikers cannot be banned in later rounds of the same best of 3 or best of 5 series. The tournament includes 13 available strikers: Falcon, Panther, Elysinus, Tricera, Narukami, Lumine, Pinaka, Inferno, Sky Raider, Welkin, Aquila, Stego, and Hurricane. Players are allowed to personalize their strikers with paint jobs, patterns, and other cosmetic customizations, but performance-based modifications are strictly prohibited. 5 maps are in play: Graceland Sky City, Hive Mizra, Grob Sinkhole, Palm Bay Harbor, and the Cape Blanc Observatory. The first map is picked randomly, and the losing team chooses subsequent maps. No repeats allowed in the same match. Top pilots from 3 regions are ready for action. Roster includes the legendary Panther pilot, renowned streamer Yinza, Team Liquid's Mayumi, and Prize from Taiclan. Popular streamers including Shui Wu Yuan Jin, Jake, and Unicy will also join the Shoutcaster team. More participants will be announced soon. Stay tuned. locked, loaded, and ready for battle. Stay updated by following the official Mecha Break website and socials from all the latest news.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Mecha Break Global Pre-Launch Invitational. Jake joined by Dia here, and we just had our first match underway of the tournament. Team Rejects was able to shut down MDY 2-0 to kick us off here, showing already a diverse range of strategies, Dia.
Yeah, and across 2 maps as well. First, Graceland Sky City, not where I expected we'd be starting, is that is one of the I want to say more polarizing playstyle. Sometimes it goes very quickly. Sometimes, as we saw, it can get drawn out for quite a bit. Going to 3 maps and moving into nearly overtime, that was something good to start us off with. But I'm really looking forward to the second match because it has some of the teams that I'm arguably the most excited about in this tournament.
Yeah, it's going to be TyClan, you know, a mixed organization of esports players, streamers, content creators. Luna Break, though, they were the champions of a recent tournament in August, taking part in Sino-Japanese, or Sino-Chinese rather, Sino-Japanese, no, that's the right word, for an exhibition matches there, and coming out on top as a champion.
Читаю коммент, сейчас типа
so
ставил.
this is clearly one of the teams to watch.
В игре автоприцеливание. Игра кал.
Just having watched a lot of their scrims recently, I've been really focused on their comms. And when you were talking about how important team players to a game like Mecha Break, we saw that really showcased with adaptability alongside it in our first matchup. And something that's really stood out to me about the way that Luna Break approaches their comms, their composition, is that they're very flexible in who's leading the team across different maps. It's very map based, since they tend to stick with similar picks. You know, you got your snipers, you got your flyers. Who's actually calling the shots? They feel a lot of trust in dispersing that between them. So couple that with a really high ceiling of mechanical skill, and I think you've got yourself a team that could be gunning to the top.
Мне бы меха добавили, знаете, я хочу какой-нибудь ДДшник ближнего боя, легкий. Типа вот Фалкона, знаешь, ну там ему какие-нибудь кастеты прилепить или там клинки. Вот это пиздато было. Типа, чтоб нормально кусок оторвал и попытался на дэшах уйти. Но броню ему типа маленькую сделать для баланса. Вот это прикольно было.
That's a great quality that a team that can shift even that role of communicating, of leading wherever it needs to be in the moment, is a team that can be very flexible naturally and can continue to be effective in a diverse range of situations and strategies.
Yeah, and I will say, there's that on top of the fact that I saw them decimate a scrim this morning. So, you know, there's a little bit of there's a little recency bias in here as well.
I mean, fair enough, right? They were champion in a recent community tournament, right? So, you know, the fact that they've already competed, they've been together as a team to come back here in the Mecha Break Global Pre-Launch Invitational to play on the international stage. This is a team that wants to take it all home here. Luna Break,
ты ж в него не влезешь даже.
Just the first round of the upper bracket, but I think we're going to be seeing these guys for quite a while.
Yeah, I mean, we've got with the diversity of strikers that are going to be played here, a lot to look forward to in terms of, I think, Azuria, who was playing the Inferno really well during the tournament, has been one of the players that has been laser-focused on mastering this in the short amount of time it's been available.
I think that's a great call-out. We saw Inferno get banned in Map 1 of last series, didn't really get played other than that. So Inferno is, I think, a striker that a lot of teams have their eyes on, that's been really shaking up the meta, as you were saying. You know, teams thought it was terrible, teams thought it was amazing. Seems like it's coming definitely back into favor here in the tournament. We didn't see it the last series though, so curious to see if it will be coming in. Their opponents though, no pushovers, it's team tie. So an intra-Japanese competition here as our second match here in the upper bracket round 1. And
this is where I'm really looking at Rokoku, who favors Narukami. You know, I'm a Narukami fan, and we've actually got more on the other side from Luna Break, who can go head-to-head in that matchup. But Tai is all about Narukami, specifically on Rokoku, and I do wonder whether they'll be forced off that pick, what they've prepared outside of that, because I know that with Naru, they've got an incredibly high skill ceiling. They've done very well in scrims previously, and I hope that they're willing to pull it out. I hope that they're willing to get this high-risk, high-reward pick going, but who's to say?
I mean, it could also be vulnerable to a target ban.
Yeah.
That being said, so with Luna Break, with the flexibility, they could elect to attack it. They also have to decide where they want to do that. Speaking of Narukami, what maps, you're a Narukami player yourself, what maps do you think they might want to take us to? If they do lose a map, they get a map choice. Where do you think you might want to go if you're a team that wants to leverage Narukami, get the most mileage out of the striker?
I think you're looking at Cape Blanc Observatory for one style of Narukami, and then at Palm Bay Harbor for another style of Narukami. Those are the two places where I can see Narukami finding the most success, because you've got Narukamis that like to play this really wide open space area, and then on Palm Bay Harbor you've got this totally different approach where Narukamis that want to get
Ебать, это что, прапорщик? Я только сейчас заметил, что на плечах эти звезды.
There's a lot of diversity of play styles, different
Старший прапорщик гей-клуба.
allows you to fit in a very different way, especially depending on map type. So taking a look here at the competitors, both teams with a lot to prove here, right? We talked about scrims. Yes, Luna Break, there've got to be a team that you're looking at to go far in this tournament, but in the end, those are scrims. This is a match. This is a live LAN event here on stage, looking across from your opponent. So this is the opportunity for TaiClan to shift the tone and to set themselves apart of the competition.
Yeah, a lot of passion in these comms. I was listening to them earlier, of course, and having seen the way that I believe Azuria was coming on Inferno was interesting, especially when contrasted with how Neku.éxé was coming on more open maps like Eye of Mizra, where you do see Falcon taking a much more open role. I really like the way that Neku.éxé is able to come. I think he communicates really efficiently with the rest of the squad, so I'd like to see some more wide open maps, if only because I think Neku.éxé coming and taking a lead role will be really good for Luna Break.
And I think,
Тип
you know, the
микрофон
efficiency of
чисто в
communication is a
маску
great
упер.
call-out for folks trying out Mecha Break, playing with your
Нормально
friends.
ему там
You
пиздюлей
guys
свои
hop
же
on together,
дадут
you're going to see the game gets very
за
chaotic, very
шуршание.
intense with all the skills flying around. And so the best teams are going to be those that can keep their calm in those scenarios, keep communicating, but you know, while simultaneously not overcoming and cluttering the comms, you also need to get a lot of key information across and be hitting these same crucial timings for your power peaks with your teammates.
Yeah, it's funny that we mention Lumine, because I've seen two totally different types of Lumine players in the past couple of days. There are Lumines that, like you said, do take that real IGL role upon themselves and calm everything managed because they're watching everyone's health bars. They have so much information. And then there are Lumines that shut up and do their job. Like they sit there, they heal, and they're like, I'm going to be where you need me. You tell me what's up.
Yeah, and there's something to be said for both playstyles on the Lumine. If you can get any more Lumine cam in this next match, as you mentioned, very high APM support option. Not so focused on the aim of the pure mechanics, but positionally you can decide whether you want to be putting out a damaging gas or a healing gas. You can, you know, most of the time we'll probably see it used defensively, healing up grouped up allies, grouped up teammates, but can also be used to potentially punish enemies who group up themselves. They can be vulnerable to Lumine's gas that really puts a lot of area of effect damage down on the battlefield. So a lot of flexibility switching between those supporting and damaging focused playstyles on the Lumine.
And high uptime on heals across a lot of people. So we're seeing Lumine really paired well with Stego Tricera compositions, where when you are going a little heavier flanking, I think you become able to pick up Pinaka a little bit more. We did see Pinaka in our first matchup as an anti-burst option, which is also a niche use, but specifically Lumine does really well when paired with Tricera and Stego, because it just amplifies what is already basically an unkillable combo.
Yeah, it's pretty monstrous when you're, you know, stacking all those auras on one another, or we saw in the last series from Reject on Palm Bay Harbor, man, with adding the Hurricane, adding the Welcome, you've got 4 major tanks.
Им надо,
grouped
я
up
бы на
on
их
the
месте
payload,
еще
and
один
having
турик
that
бы
aerial
провел
supporting
перед релизом
potential from
именно
a
в тот же
Lumine
день.
is really just what the doctor ordered in terms
Как
of
раз
keeping them all alive,
куча народу захочет в игру зайти. Момент пирожочек. Куча народу будет ждать запуска серверов и просто провести как раз турик предрелизный сразу же по окончанию турика открыть сервера, и турик кучу народу будет смотреть.
Aquila, very good, very nice sniper, lots of damage, we know that. And most people, when they already play one sniper, will opt into another as their secondary pick. That's not necessarily the case with Civ A. When Aquila is banned out, not picked, when Narukami is being picked elsewhere, a lot of times you'll see him go Alistes instead. which is a very, very different playstyle for the entire squad. And we haven't seen any Elysnes in our first match.
We didn't see it in those first matches. I think Elysnes is though particularly powerful on the maps that feature capturing objectives, which are the ones we didn't see in the last series, of course, it being a 2-0. So I think that's a great call out. Elysnes also a top tier meta pick on the right maps where, you know, the ability to disrupt and commit in a crucial moment. Elysnes has this incredibly powerful melee fighting potential, but critically, when you get blown up on Elysnes, where everyone else, every other striker in the game, that's it. That, you know, you're done for. Elysnes has this sort of secondary life, back of life mechanic that you can, you know, keep recharging. I think if you do it perfectly, you're gonna have 4 uses of it. So if you do see Elysnes, we're gonna see them continue. You know, you think they're getting in, they're too aggressive, they're gonna die. Well, they're gonna die, but they're gonna, you know, come back time and time again. And they've got like this 30-second window of just really being in your face, tolerating an almost infinite amount of damage, and really keeping the pressure on your opponent, which, as you mentioned, is kind of the opposite of Aquila, who wants to sit in the back and kind of do their thing and snipe, put that pressure down. So it speaks to the versatility that I think was a big factor for Rejects in the last series.
Yeah, it's super cool. And I will say, you know, if we do see things like the Falcon Skyraider band, because of the stall and harass capability, we could see Elysnes really slide into that.
Самый простой способ — это дождаться, когда он дэш сделает. Вот в момент, когда он дэшится, наводишься, ну, траекторию надо просчитать. Он делает дэш, ты уже заранее наводишься на то положение, где он с дэша выйдет и стреляешь. Он не может постоянно типа дэши делать, он все равно выходит из него, там промежуток времени есть, чтобы выстрел попал.
Instant Inferno ban.
Okay. Inferno в бане, хуя
себе. They don't want to mess with the Inferno. I mean, Inferno may be one of the few damage-dealing strikers that could punish a grouped-up, like, tanky setup, but the Lumine ban comes in from Team Tide, you know, already this early. Without Lumine on the field, I think things really change. We've seen some teams go with the Panaka as a backup supporting option. We've also seen some teams just electing to not run a support may not be necessary with the tankiness of something like Stego and Tricera.
Спамить иллюзиями и наваливать по нему. Пытаться съебаться. Но на руками ты же никак его не убьешь, если он прям уже к тебе подобрался. Пока летит к тебе, дай бог, если раз попадешь, то шансы есть даже вблизи его завалить.
Yeah, interesting to see.
Если вот он летит на тебя, допустим, ты видишь, он проказ дал, уходишь в инвиз и копию кидаешь сразу же. Все равно, когда ракет, у него будет все такое дерьмо, и пытаешься свалить. Тут же опять, надо модули, чтобы у тебя вкачанные были на руками на скорость сведения.
Stego as well. I'm actually surprised not to see, considering that I'm expecting that both these teams have watched the previous match. No Hurricane. Yeah. Hurricane was actually a really, really big pick for the Reject win just last round. Not seeing either team opt into it when Lumine's already been banned. Giving extra survivability to those tanks could actually be a deciding variable.
Could be. I mean, I think maybe you don't want to go too all in on that cart death ball strategy
without
the Lumine. Maybe the Lumine is a crucial factor there, as much as, you know, they're not necessarily the striker going to be dealing the most damage. They're key to sustaining that group of allies playing the objective. So maybe on this version of Palm Bay Harbor, we'll see a little bit more of those fights on the off angles, trying to control space for your Narukami or your Aquila, as the case may be.
Well, we're already starting things off. The doors are open. Palm Bay Harbor has begun. And we've got Neku already up in the sky. I'm expecting Neku to actually be a pretty active commer this game. And of course, whenever you've got your Tricera Stego, specifically for Luna Break, they should be doing very well. This team has done a great job of avoiding dying, so if they're able to keep that up in this round, especially for the first point, I think that'll be the big signal of success, and Luna Break.
Ля, ебать пролетел нормально, кстати, даже не зацепили его.
All these flanks, but Luna Break has gone straight to this ultra high ground, very different approach here.
Вот и на руками. Ну покажите, блядь, что вы делаете? На руками покажите.
Starting to overwhelm them. Luna Break making an aggressive move in with the welcome box. It's a full commit here onto the objective. First pickoff does go the way of Luna Break, and they want to continue to pump this pressure. Elysnes also getting into the mix. This double melee setup particularly potent at punishing grouped up enemies.
We've still got a Narukami at distance as well, who is continually...
Может, секунду, может,
Who is
2К
continually
лучше вам
contributing
будет
to the fight.
качество.
Chunks of damage over and over, and now the point is available. Whether or not we've seen a lot of kills, and we have seen a couple for Luna Break, the damage that they've done already
прям у
should be
них
enough
вообще
to
печально.
secure them the
Full
point,
HD
and
точнее.
they are piled on top of it. I am not seeing a way to uproot this team, especially now that the haze has come out, and they're so much more difficult to target. Point gets capped.
It's a cleanup here. Team Thai are just routed here in the opening engagement, and Luna Break, I mean, they look so well prepared. Like, not, they instantly went to that ultimate hype position, started assaulting from all sides. Aoda.éxé was just pounding them with all of these sorties from the flyover. Arun with another pickoff. So Team Thai are really starting to stagger, and this is going to be a huge objective advantage. They're continuing to stagger into this engagement, but they're lacking a lot of team fight or team fight potential without their allies. And Luna Break are just pouncing on them, capitalizing on spawner after spawner. This is a domination so far.
Ебать, вот это да. Вот это вообще хорош фалькончик.
And that is one of the things that Panaka, despite not being as popular, is still really good at, is punishing this Stego Tricera that otherwise can dominate a lot of maps. Right now, domination, absolutely something that Luna Break are giving out as Arun jumps right on top of yet another. And Civ A will go down. Luna Break 32% to the only 11% progress that Thai has been able to achieve so far.
And this is a bit of a beatdown. Still no pickoffs, I think, yet for Team Thai. Luna Break are running away with the game, continuing to pour the pressure on here.
Я вообще тип на руками прям в упор подошел.
Being a bit of that aggressive sniper. Tricera as well coming into the engagement. So while Luna Break get further and further ahead, they're just not allowing Thai to make any kind of progress at all. It's like defense on the capture point as well.
Like literally no problem. They're sitting on the cart. They are taking it back, and that's all well. Luna Break are simultaneously capturing the second point.
Интересно же.
Team Thai are just, they're totally out of sorts here. They're not really able to get in this engagement at all. They're reversing the enemy car back. At this point, I think Team Thai, they've got to hit a full regroup, but it seems like the coordination is not there, and Aoda.éxé, I mean, he's running rampant in this game, crushing the skies on this Falcon. Civ A just running for the hills, but I think he's not long for this world, not with the help of Narukami there. Laura shuts it down, and I mean, 46-9. This game is out of control here, Dia.
And what I would give to hear Aoda.éxé's comms right now, I know, again, mentioning it at the start that this can be an extremely active player in the communications department, and I am sure that this game, it is going absolutely wild as the fight is still happening at spawn. Thai have not been able to leave the starting area because Luna Break are continuing to put so much pressure on them, and they're picking up kills while doing it in not even a 6v6.
They're getting annihilated. Finally, they're able to get the cart up this lift. But the advantage is so
видали, просто тип пушкой наваливает.
They're able to do this with players on the objective. Luna Break are fighting essentially a 5-on-6 right now.
Давай, крути.
Still not losing players. Seems like this Tricera is about to go down on the objective, so the capture progress is going to be stopped. And, I mean, this doesn't look fair, Dia. Luna Break setting the tone here in our second series of the day.
I mean, this is why we were looking at them as such a favored team.
Он сквозь тележку пробил?
To play like this. They have lost almost no one. In fact, I can't even remember.
I think it's done. I think they have not died yet.
I cannot remember a time when the kill feed showed Luna Break going down.
Давай.
It's like Rokoku, he's out in the
Всю
map.
энергию въебал, не долетел.
Oh, he's gone. He's not doing anything. And another capture comes in. At this point, Thai struggling, flailing here, trying to come into the fight, but it's one by one. Felt like with every pickoff, Luna Break has just continued to pour on the pressure. They're not allowing Thai to get back into the fight whatsoever.
And you got to appreciate the work and passion that Luna Break have put into being able to basically run this team like a well-oiled machine, or in this particular case,
они даже не чувствуют
выражен. They've not missed a beat. Thai,
это просто ёбочка конкретная.
Pack it up.
Yeah.
Pack it up.
I think you're looking at it.
Давай, хорош.
Well, what are we going to do there? By no fault of your own, Luna Break, they had this downloaded.
I mean, this looks like a serious team to beat here in the overall tournament. I mean, it's just the first round, but this is one of the most dominant series I've seen anywhere. You know, even in ranked games, this is just a brutal beatdown.
Вот мейнеры, смотрите, как катать
no contest here for Team Thai. They've just been scrapped over and over again, not able to get into the fight whatsoever. And that's the reality here at the Global Invitational. We've got teams like Luna Break who have come together for the competition, right? Here to be some of the best in the game. as they look to close out here on Palm Bay.
Блин, на Велкине вообще круто, что энергия закончилась, у тебя пушка, если что, есть. Когда с руки не можешь наваливать.
Luna Break up 1-0, and you gotta think, going into map 2, the wind is out of your sails for Ty.
I mean, like, you've got to be, I think, appreciative, even as Ty, for what Luna Break were just able to do. Really impressive round by them, and I think you're right. Wind out of your sails a little bit, but because of the way that Luna Break, the whole community here have been playing, I know that Ty and Luna Break have scrimmed. And I know that Ty probably saw this game coming. We're going Palm Bay Harbor. You know what we're running into. They probably tried something that was a little bit new, and it might not have worked for them, but I won't say that I should shut Ty down by any means. I'd expect them to still have relatively high spirits, although it's a tough start to the tournament. It's not like they didn't see this coming.
You know, I appreciate the cope, Dia, but this is some intense copium. They did not get a single kill. They got outskilled. They got smoked. I mean, you can call it how you want, man. Luna Break are running away with this. I mean, it's a 1-0, sure. If you've got like the mental of the gods, you can reset after not finding a single kill on map 1. But Team Ty just looked out of sorts, staggering back into the fight. That's one of the challenges, right?
Бля, 9 типов осталось. Подпишитесь уже кто-нибудь. 700 человек будет.
3 or 4 players. Just stop coming to the engagement. Just reset. Just try to stabilize. And I felt like they weren't able to get that done. The fact that Luna Break is able to continue finding more and more pickoffs despite essentially committing a player to the card who's completely out of the engagement. They're just winning an engagement with down numbers, which is kind of a wild thing to be doing right now at this level of Mecha Break.
Yeah, and one of the things that I do think that Ty, it's difficult because it feels like it comes at a cost, but what they should have done is delay their spawns, because going back into the fight one by one did let the entirety of Luna Break operate as two separate teams. You were never fighting a 3v6. You were fighting basically an ongoing 3v3 with people spawning in.
Это pre-launch.
And that got really tough. So maybe Ty taking a bit of a step back and respawning all at the same time, getting into an engagement where they can take a really definitive numbers advantage instead of piling into a fight that's already lost and lost and lost.
I was also impressed with Luna Break, how they just, I mean, their read of the map clearly is so strong. They're like instantly running for that high ground, right? Like immediately off the rip,
they
know where they're going to go. They've
тип на этом на сервере походу
their rollout on the map.
Слабенький.
That really speaks to a level of preparation that is going to potentially carry them far in this tournament.
Когда такой движняк происходит, там вот этот в квадрате Велкина там какого-нибудь, лучше там на руками покажи, чтобы со стороны видно было.
They're really dialed on, okay, like this is how we're going to get it done. This is how we win this map. Whereas a lot of these other teams probably focused on, okay, like how do we fight? You know, how do we play together? Those things felt just obvious or pre-practiced for Luna Break, that they don't even need to necessarily think about that. They're already thinking in the terms of grand strategy. Okay, how are we going to approach this objective? How are we going to, fight on this part of the map? And then I think at some point in that map, they just realized, you know what? We don't need to calm so much. I think we just do our thing. I think we just start, poke firing a couple, pickoffs here and there. But Luna Break, a lot of versatility, a lot of aggression here in map 1.
I'm feeling good about calling them probably the best team out of Japan previously.
Yeah, it's looking like a very reasonable prediction. Who do you think though? Who do you think's the MVP?
Who do you think the MVP? I kind of want to.
Так что можешь еще покатать немножко.
Probably got that. Actually, that's tough.
Because
payload progress, I never thought that I would be at the same table as you, having take the Narukami.
Narukami was racking it out.
Oh
yeah, for the kills. No, I mean, I'm right. Maybe the objective was worth a lot, but that was a lot of kills. Narukami, a lot of finish burst. I don't know. Kind of a believer.
Okay, actually, speaking of the Narukami, it was interesting to watch this game as a counterpoint to how this went last game between Reject and MDY, because we saw, maybe without the Hurricane, but we saw Ty basically run the same positioning strategy that Reject did in our last round, and we saw how Luna Break responded to that by taking a lot of supremacy in the high ground and not just piling in at the end, but instead spreading out around the
3 недели и так далее.
Basically saying, well,
прошлая бетка вообще 10 дней шла, из них можно было в открытом доступе поиграть только 3 дня людям. Так что, в принципе, можете радоваться и этому.
You're showing that, yeah, you can run that bunker, but maybe a team like Luna Break is more well versed in how to break it. Thinking about going into the next map, the Lumine ban is off the table now, so I think that it makes sense, I guess, for Team Tide to be attacking the Lumine with how much of a mainstay it is. I guess it does really change the game a lot when you take Lumine out.
Yeah.
And so maybe that was your hope to put Lunabreak off kilter, to really just throw a huge wrench in the works. However, it just didn't seem to phase them. I feel like they were ready to just go to the Panaka. They were ready with the backup strategy that didn't look like a backup. Looked like a plan A to me.
Yeah,
it looked pretty good on map 1.
Yeah, I mean, I would also be afraid of Kurosa's Lumine. Is probably one of the 3 players here that made me go, oh, this is a very, very high APM support. This is somebody who really can be doing a lot more for the team than sitting back and passively healing. So Kurosa's Lumine, to be feared, probably to be seen in the next round. I don't suspect that they'll be staying on the Panaka as well as round 1 went. Also Inferno Unleashed. I was surprised to see Lunabreak taking the Inferno away when I know very well that they've got an Inferno player. So just to see that coming in round 2, I think maybe looking for a more wide open map to use Inferno on. And I wouldn't mind if Ty were to pick probably something a little more wide open, maybe Cape Blanc Observatory.
Cape Blanc, maybe an Eye of Mizra, where you're able to play those like longer ranges.
I would be afraid to go to
Неужели?
I would be afraid to go to Crab Sinkle right now.
Снайпер хитрый.
It just feels too wide open.
Let's go, baby. Called it.
Oh my god.
Laura with a Narukami MVP, 11-0 and 10. I mean, that's pretty much speaks for himself. 2 aces? Okay. I've gotten like 1 ace in the entire time I've played Mega Break. This guy just dropped 2 in 1 match.
You just got to play Narukami.
I guess so.
It's good.
Laura with stacking it up there on Narukami.
Taking a look at our highlights from this match. It is a Lunabreak highlight reel, and I will fully acknowledge that this was a very aggressive way to play Welkin. Normally I see Welkin, and granted it's because we've been playing with Riv. Yeah. Normally I see Welkin sit on the objective.
Riv is the king of Welkin boxing the objective.
Yeah. He's like, no, you don't mess with me here. That was not the
Самая
case.
правильная
This
схема
was
на
Welkin
Welkin.
boxing the enemy's
Просто каруселью
objective and
заебывать
just
этих
over and
тяжей.
over and over punishing Ty for even daring to think they could push the cart.
Yeah, and having that Welkin come in, bring the disruption, where Laura's on the flank of the Narukami, picking off.
Блин, вот это классный момент, кстати, показывают сейчас.
This is just Lunabreak really running the table. Like, felt like they were in control of the entire map all at once, which is it's really hard to do in Mecha Break, right? Like, it's one thing to have your position that you've set up, you're ready to fight in. It's another to be simultaneously capturing your own objective while also fighting elsewhere on the map and succeeding at both at the same time. Speaks to the real difference, I think, between these two teams and how strong Lunabreak is. Their aspirations to probably not just go far in this tournament, but really, I think a team like this wants to win it all.
Yeah. On the verge of lifting the trophy. Am I reading this right? We could be going to Grayson
Sky City. I can't read Chinese, but I got to tell you that looks like Grayson Sky City.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure that's the next match, and not just like a pretty graphic. It could be a pretty graphic. We got a lot of those.
I feel like we're going to Grayson Sky City. In many ways, that might make sense. For Team Ty, it's like, you know what? All right, when it comes to like the objective, the preparation, maybe Lunabreak, maybe they're a little bit too hard to beat like that.
Да какая уже катка? 4-я, да, идет.
Like, let's take it to a deathmatch style. Maybe
И одни и те же
Team Ty
мапы.
can bring out something really different and make this more on their individual skill. We know individually they are strong players. Lunabreak probably has the advantage in the chemistry, the coordination of the squad, being together for longer, being a champion of a previous tournament.
I want to be clear. I am not hating. But I do think that if you don't kill them a single time and you go to deathmatch, it's going to be rough for you.
Look, let's be honest. Everybody saw map 1. We all know this is not looking good for Team Ty.
Только здесь увидел на руками, прям, чтоб настолько агрессивно дралась. У меня, бля, там на 4300 ПТСа пиздец встанет где-нибудь чудик там и ждет, пока Фалькон к нему прилетит или Аквила его ёбнет.
But
девочка
like
мимо прошла,
already
хорошенькая.
Coming out to a clear favorite here is going into Graceland Sky City. They want to clean this up 2-0. They want to make it clean. But what striker ban are they going to take to accomplish that?
Well, we know it can't be. Lumine can't be Inferno. Narukami actually is that's a good ban.
You got kind of dominated by last game, and Lunabreak is just
Вот, это правильно.
ban.
Я бы тоже Стега забанил.
And so for Lunabreak, I mean,
Стега
is really, I think, a critical element. We saw in that last series of Reject
Они,
versus
блядь,
MDY,
под щитом станут, и ну, что ты им
super
сделаешь?
Stego is the one who has that smoke that denies enemy targeting, that regenerates the fluid armor of allies around.
Что там, Харикен у них будет, да?
It's much harder to full commit into that death ball strategy. And so I think we're going to see a little bit more mobility, a little bit more of that focus. And Aoda.éxé on the Falcon. Aquila as well coming out for Laura. So yeah, you banned the Narukami. Okay, let's see what he can do on the Aquila. Something tells me he's going to be pretty good at that one too.
I'm honestly surprised to see Lunabrick still thinking Tricera. If Stego's already banned, and you're not going to be opting into the super tank unkillable strat, I think you could just go Alicynys.
Там прям если в тоннеле файт будет, он вообще может кучу урона нанести со своего прокаста.
Also, the Inferno comes out for Yui, so I'm really excited to see Inferno get in. I mean, this is our newest striker in Mecha Break, so one that many players may not have seen yet. And so to see a team like Lunabrick show what's possible here on the Inferno.
Вот на руками забанили. Тут Аквила, как по мне, может быть даже еще страшнее, потому что у него капкан вот этот есть, который еще и тречит. Если он кого-то в стан поймает, то пизда ему сразу будет. Там Тима навалится по ассисту.
Yui is the one doing it right now, and I wonder if this is a Graceland Sky City thing, if it just comes down to Azuria wanting to play something else and maybe having a pocket pick that works well.
I think these guys are probably feeling pretty confident after map 1, so won't read too much into it. Team Lunabrick, they're feeling themselves. Want to win clean 2-0 here in the first round of this double elimination tournament. Mecha Break Global Pre-Launch Invitational continues. And Lunabrick, I mean, I feel like this team is a serious contender, no matter how deep we go. Aoda.éxé already starting to pour on the pressure here. High ground setup being attempted for the Tricera, but without the Stego, will he even hold this down? Already health bars are dropping quick for Team Tai. I mean, the pressure comes in fast and furious from Lunabrick.
So we know you're not going to kill Aoda.éxé because you're just not going to kill the Falcon.
Я бы добавил кастомайзер,
in the same place, and my
вот о чем я говорил.
Get melted off of this
Просто
high ground. The
Inferno
Inferno is especially punishing here, and it's 4-0. Lunabrick taking a very early lead. They move us up to 5, and it's going to be one last kill. There's only one person on the map for Tai right now. And unfortunately, Rokoku is going to be focused out and likely taken down in short order. It isn't Alicynys.
He's the one character
you got some time.
Nope.
You don't got some
вот
time.
про скины. Я бы добавил кастомайзер, знаешь, на твоего чара, чтобы можно было налепить там трансформеры, там, если кто смотрел. С динозаврами, с этими. Там самурайчик классный был. Там, знаешь, плащ такой металлический накинуть. Или больше эффектов там на броню, на оружие. Я не знаю, как может в Perfect World или в Gold 2 кто играл, что броня светится красиво.
The highest damage striker in the game right now. I'm watching the clock. Jake, I want to see how quick this happens.
It's a serious speed run. Tai in the low ground here, undercover, but
Боже,
still Inferno.
Falcon
pouring on damage, flanking from all sides already. The picks go against Team Tai, and there's a difference of class here. Lunabrick. First pickoff comes through, but I feel like the rest are coming in thick and fast. Inferno over the top, focusing down onto the Tricera. One of the few strikers that has that damage, as you mentioned, to actually attack into the Tricera. And they're just running for the heels on Team Tai, trying to survive. Lunabrick uninterested in allowing any stragglers to get out. They want to end this one with extreme prejudice. Welkin, the box keeps you alive for just a moment, but that's all you've got.
Nice.
Хорош.
First hit. And that's going to be Akamane going down.
Oh, what a box on the Luminae.
Just 2 more kills. John barely gets to see the light
мне
of
вот
day.
Поучиться надо у Велкина у этого. Я просто коробку кидаю и сразу зажимаю один.
They've got this on Rokoku, and they pop it right as the Alicynys transforms. That's going to be another burst. And another clean round from Lunabrick. 2-0, and I forgot to watch the clock.
That was a quick one. That was a very quick one, Dia. Lunabrick, okay.
Пантера Яхеза, кстати, почему не пикает?
The good news is,
возможно, посчитали, что импакта меньше на Пантере внесет.
I think that's a good news for Team Tai. You know, this one may have been hopeless.
Да, Инферно в соло. Ну, видишь,
это
вообще самый охуенный пик у них был в плане Инферно. Когда
It
командой на команду играешь на этой карте, вы все просто в одну кучку становитесь. Трицера или Стега. И все его дефаете, а он наваливает издалека. А против Инферно эта темка не канает, народ. Он просто дает прокаст и нахуй всех стирает, пока остальная тима на себя отвлекает всех.
You got the rest of the
get
day.
Пантеру не
much.
пикают,
You
потому
didn't get
You
что
can
much.
scrim them, you can talk to them
скучной
about it, you're
игре,
in lower
ну,
bracket, you're
какой
chilling.
понт
You
от
know, just
нее?
try and make it as
Никакого.
far as possible
Good news
because
is, I don't
Это там
think Lunar Break are
одиночную
gonna be
мишень
back
ты
in the
никак
lower
не
bracket for a while,
поймаешь,
so,
не оттянешь.
you know, at least for Team Tide, they're safe for the moment.
they are.
Даже пока долетишь, ты понимаешь,
I
что тебе
mean,
пизда будет.
these two teams, they know each other. They've been around, like I said, been
Тебе, чтобы
splitting,
с толпы
been
вытянуть, тебе
speaking
надо
to each other
отойти.
as
Ой, точнее,
two
подойти к
Japanese
противникам.
teams, and I think that
Велхину по
have some better
барабану, у
matchups in
него,
the
если что, туман
There's
есть,
something to be said about a
щит
match like
есть.
that. It's like,
Он
you know,
там
maybe
залетит,
that one was never
побьет,
gonna go your
даст
way.
щит
And
и
so you're able
сведется.
to
Если что,
kinda
там
walk
куб свой
off.
кинет.
Lunar Break, figuring out where to walk.
they got it. They got it.
Do they? They're getting there.
Yeah. They're getting it.
It's not
They're gonna
quite
stand.
as smooth as Graceland Sky City was,
Yeah.
but it gets done in the end. Here they are. They're match winners. What a performance from Team Lunar Break. Looking fantastic here in the Mecha Break Global Pre-Launch Invitation.
Ну, у них, вот видите, вообще прям два сильных
чара. That whole match was like one
этот на
round of
Фалконе
Graceland Sky
именно
City in the last
руками прям
series.
разъебывали.
That was pretty fire, to be honest. Two very different looks at how Mecha Break can go,
Yeah.
depending on how prepped you are. I think that's what I'm gonna go with.
You go, okay, team prep. All right. I feel like just everything across the board. And I mean, I'd like to see the Inferno coming out.
Yeah.
We didn't get to see so much of it. I mean, it's a pretty quick map, but I think we showed what Inferno can do, especially when you ban something like the Stego, right? With Inferno able to pump damage, I think for a team like Lunar Break, you know, they don't want this like heavy turret composition. They don't really need that. They can, you know, have so much flexibility as a team. If you attack that core meta where we've seen a lot of Tricera and Stego, and Scram has been kind of a mainstay with how powerful it is, does so much damage, so tanky. If you can throw a ban at one of those and you kind of throw the game into flux, that's where a stronger team, more adaptable team, I think has a particular edge here at Mecha Break.
Yeah, that's absolutely true, and I do like that Tai, at least with their research, did take out the Inferno in the first round.
Yeah.
I think it was a fair choice, because imagine going up against that in Palm Bay Harbor. I mean, the damage potential is really clear in Graceland Sky City, but when it's laid on you and there's a payload to push as well, you can't even afford to focus on taking out the Inferno. It can be all the harder. So, I mean, best of luck to Tai, because lower bracket is still going to have, like we said, a lot of good for them, a lot that they can achieve. Lunar Break, I mean, how far can they run this,
Покажите
making
хайлайты
games
лучше,
look
хватит
as quick as they
пиздеть
did
уже.
here?
I'm not gonna lie, this is an early call, but that looks like a serious champion contender there.
Одно и то же, когда ебались
win,
на
but to
руками,
do
да,
it
это уже
in that
второй
fashion,
час
to
на
just
руками,
completely
на
style on your
руками.
opponents. It could be the case that, you know, maybe there are tougher tests ahead of them. Almost certainly there will be for them to claim the championship, to claim the trophy here at the Invitational. But
Ну,
I gotta
отчасти
say,
да,
for other teams on the same side of the bracket as Lunar Break, you're not
Ну, по
feeling
крайней
good
мере,
watching
на
this
этой
here.
мапе,
You
может,
go up
они не
against that next
пикают.
round, you're
Тут
like, maybe it's,
по два раза
Team Rejects,
Небесный
I would assume they're
попался,
gonna be
и
playing
этот,
in the next
и
upper
с
bracket.
тележкой гавань.
That was quick, not a whole lot of
Вот если
big
сейчас
money
Око
there.
дропнется, или там
I think
этот...
I'd be grateful that I get to watch it and not live it.
Око, и как
Yeah,
это,
fair,
карта,
fair.
и
You gotta
обсерватория,
go up against some
там
sometime, though,
Пантерка
in the upper
может себя
bracket. If you want to
проявить.
take home that trophy, you're gonna have to be willing to challenge a team like Lunar Break. And I think to mention more on the Inferno pick,
Слишком
yes, you can attack
узкое
it with the ban,
пространство здесь,
but in the end, as a
понимаете,
team,
под
you know, to go for,
Пантеру.
I think about like a best of 5, 1 in 5 maps, you're gonna be able to ban it. You've got to have an answer for this Inferno, whether you're gonna match it yourself, mirror it, and play around it effectively, or you've got some strategic counter to it. You can't fully rely on the ban pick to get you past these powerful compositions, right? The strong strikers are going to come out, and it's going to be the teams that utilize them and also can respond to them that actually end up on top here in the end.
And there are teams that, in the time that we've been here, have practiced Inferno to a degree that I think you actually can
Девочек
on an
выпустите
individual
нам.
level what UE was able to bring, what anyone from Lunar Break is able to bring. We've got really strong Falcons, we've got really strong Lumines, we've got really strong Infernos. And it does make me wonder about the, matching up to that over time. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I mean, these damage numbers aren't that impressive, but think about what's the damage per minute?
Yeah.
Now, that we're talking, because this whole Graceland Sky City was like, what, 3 minutes?
It might be lower.
Нормальный стрим, Паша,
It's
фризов
like
нету.
between 2 and 3. It is a world record speed run, probably, honestly, at this level of play. And to do this much damage, this much direct damage, he took 15,000 damage. Nobody shot him like the whole game.
Yeah.
15,000 damage is like one shot from Stego.
Yeah, like the single bullet.
It's like a single bullet
Тип
from a
0-2-0.
kilo or something is going to do 15K. So, all right.
Yeah.
That's a game right there.
It is. And I mean, looking at the stats, it's just difficult to really piece anything together because, like you said, this game was over incredibly quickly, and I was surprised to see both the ban on Stego and then opt into
Чисто
the high ground
ляп
strat for
по дуре
Tai.
насыпают
That
там
was
очередью.
especially odd moment, given that I knew that they knew, or they should know, that defending high ground is going to be really difficult without that particular striker. So still a lot left to cover for these teams in terms of how they want to approach the matches and what bans mean for everyone, because we're still getting used to that.
Yeah, and I think for a lot of these teams, they're still adapting to the new format. They're still going to, try to bring new strategies to bear as they face off against some more opponents. With the MVP for Inferno, in the end, I think it just doesn't even matter that much, but I do want to see some more Inferno, right? Like with the potential to, we saw in the last series how these like incredibly tanky setups look.
Не знаю, наоборот, как-то мне Пантера в миссиях на захват хорош.
I think Inferno could be a real answer to that potentially, right? You can group up, you can sit back, but if you let
Ты хоть сам, если можешь захватить просто на Моус 1, ой, на Моус 2 долететь до места доставки. Или вражи нас захватывают, ты просто копье зарядил и нахуй его оттолкнул. Да, может. На Велкине Моус 1 нажимаешь, и он летит. Так же, как и на Пантере. Я на Велкина даже этот гайд записал, но что-то пересмотрел, там прям хуёвое качество получилось. Уже на релизе перезапишу, смысла сейчас нет. О, опять этот ребенок.
Feeling? Have you ever communicated with each other?
お互いチームの抽選した後何かプライベートに何か交流しましたが、今日の結果は心当たりの場合ですか？
Я вот единственное, за что переживаю на релизе, это чтобы корита нормально насыпали в начале. То что, типа, игруха на данный момент это прям гринделка страшная. Там с Мэшмака вообще люди вылазить не будут. Да, сколько там дали? Косарь, потом дали еще косарь корита. И мне повезло, мне еще 300 корита с Мэшмаком дропнулось. Ну и там по мелочи нафармил, и все в эту синюю валюту влил, чтобы фиол модулей в голд переплавить. А если на релизе таких подарочков не будет, это прям ебать душно будет, конечно.
その中にみんなのチームワークはどうでしょうか、どう評価しますか、それとチームメイトの操作に関して何か評価ございますか？
そうですね、練習中もみんなで声かけて、どの敵倒そうとか、どういうふうに倒そうっていうのを一生懸命声かけしてきたので、それがうまくできてよかったかなと。チームメイトの評価はもう全員100点です。
Actually, we also communicate with our teammates in our private. Therefore, we can communicate really well. I think
our teammates gained very good performance. The last question is Я там на Пантеру, когда обзор снимал, это просто пиздец. Причем Велкин с моей тимы мешал. Я уже на копье лечу, и он свой этот куб дает, пиздец. Все, я в куб врезаюсь.
And as we can see that you can react very quickly, and also
Ты Мэшмак тоже на Пантере катаешь, что ли? Я вот вообще... У меня подписчик есть, я с ним катали пару раз. Он Мэшмак Пантеру все равно пикает.
2試合目バンされるんじゃないかなというのをちょっと予想はしていたので、はい、事前に調整していたアクイラをうまく使いこなすことができてよかったです。
Actually, in the first round, I think that we can won very comfortably. I like Narukami, however,
видите, не сильно они заморочились, конечно, в плане турика. Там ни арены никакой, нихуя. Комнату создали 2 на 2. Как в обычном китайском доме, блядь, обделали немножко. Хотя, с другой стороны, нахуя тратиться, правильно? На ютубе все посмотрят, кому надо. Ебать, да вы гоните. Шо, народ, 15 минут перекурчик. Давайте, всех жду. Через 15 минут здесь. Пойду кофе себе, хоть нахуя. Чел, что использую только пантеру, на крайняк могу сменить на Элиснес. Мне нравится ближний бой и скорость, но тут пипец не спаться. Ну да. Мне, кстати, вот Элиснес единственный чар, который прям... Ну, ладно, Элиснес и Скайрайдер. Два чара, которые мне не зашли. Так, пойду кофейку сделаю.
Mecha Break Pre-Launch Global Invitational 2025 is here. From March 13th to 16th, 16 teams from China, North America, Japan will battle it out in Zhuhai, China, taking mech battles to the next level. The tournament features the 6v6 Operation Verge mode with a double elimination format. Round 1 kicks off on March 13th, with matchups decided by random draw. Teams that lose in the upper bracket drop to the lower bracket for a second chance, lose again, and they're eliminated. The upper bracket final, lower bracket final, and grand final are best of 5. All other matches are best of 3. The ultimate showdown between the final two teams takes place on March 16. Striker selection follows, no duplicates in squads rule, meaning each team can deploy only one unit of the same striker model per match. Each side bans one striker per match, and each striker can only be banned once per match. Banned strikers cannot be banned in later rounds of the same best of 3 or best of 5 series. The tournament includes 13 available strikers: Falcon, Panther, Elysinus, Tricera, Narukami, Lumine, Pinaka, Inferno, Sky Raider, Welkin, Aquila, Stego, and Hurricane. Players are allowed to personalize their strikers with paint jobs, patterns, and other cosmetic customizations, but performance-based modifications are strictly prohibited. 5 maps are in play: Graceland Sky City, Eye of Mizra, Grob Sinkhole, Palm Bay Harbor, and the Cape Blanc Observatory. The first map is picked randomly, and the losing team chooses subsequent maps. No repeats allowed in the same match. Top pilots from 3 regions are ready for action. Roster includes the legendary Panther pilot, renowned streamer Yinza, Team Liquid's Mayumi, and Prize from Taiclan. Popular streamers including Shui Wu Yuan Jin, Jake, and Unicy will also join the Shoutcaster team. More participants will be announced soon. Stay tuned. Locked, loaded, and ready for battle. Stay updated by following the official Mecha Break website and socials from all the latest news.
Get ready, the 2025 Mecha Break Pre-Launch Global Invitational is almost here.
第一次登上国际舞台，4周强敌环伺，但我坚信，我们将成为最后的胜者。
俺たちの力を世界に見せつける時が千載一遇のチャンス、絶対に逃さない。
The tension is rising. We're all in.
No matter who's in front of us, we're bringing the heat.
这一次，我会让你们知道什么是最完美的团队协作。会場に響き当たる戦火の中、この手で勝利をつかみ取る。
There's no room for the weak. The unprepared will be the first to fall.
どんな困難も最後まで戦う。
冠军奖杯，我们势在必得。
Mecha Break Pre-Launch Global Invitational 2025 is here. From March 13th to 16th, 16 teams from China, North America, Japan will battle it out in Zhuhai, China, taking mech battles to the next level. The tournament features the 6v6 Operation Verge mode with a double elimination format. Round 1 kicks off on March 13th, with matchups decided by random draw. Teams that lose in the upper bracket drop to the lower bracket for a second chance, lose again, and they're eliminated. The upper bracket final, lower bracket final, and grand final are best of 5. All other matches are best of 3. The ultimate showdown between the final 2 teams takes place on March 16th. Striker selection follows, no duplicates in squads rule, meaning each team can deploy only 1 unit of the same striker model per match. Each side bans 1 striker per match, and each striker can only be banned once per match. Banned strikers cannot be banned in later rounds of the same best of 3 or best of 5 series. The tournament includes 13 available strikers: Falcon, Panther, Elysinus, Tricera, Narukami, Lumine, Pinaka, Inferno, Sky Raider, Welkin, Aquila, Stego, and Hurricane. Players are allowed to personalize their strikers with paint jobs, patterns, and other cosmetic customizations, but performance-based modifications are strictly prohibited. 5 maps are in play: Graceland Sky City, Eye of Mizra, Grob Sinkhole, Palm Bay Harbor, and the Cape Blanc Observatory. The first map is picked randomly, and the losing team chooses subsequent maps. No repeats allowed in the same match. Top pilots from 3 regions are ready for action. Roster includes the legendary Panther pilot, renowned streamer Yinza, Team Liquid's Mayumi, and Prize from Taiclan. Popular streamers including Shui Wu Yuan Jin, Jake, and Unicy will also join the Shoutcaster team. More participants will be announced soon. Stay tuned. Locked, loaded, and ready for battle. Stay updated by following the official Mecha Break website and socials from all the latest news.
Get ready, the 2025 Mecha Break pre-launch Global Invitational is almost here.
第一次登上国际舞台，4周强敌环伺，但我坚信，我们将成为最后的胜者。
俺たちの力を世界に見せつける時が千載一遇のチャンス、絶対に逃さない。
The tension is rising.
Так, ну что, там минута осталась, да?
No matter who's in front of us, we're bringing the heat.
"这一次，我会让你们知道什么是最完美的团队协作。会場に響き当たる戦火の中、この手で勝利をつかみ取る。
There's no room for the weak. The unprepared will be the first to fall.
Так, а зачем тебе на другие сервера переходить со своими сохранениями? Там пинг знаешь какой ёбнутый просто. Это, ну, там единственная проблема, если ты там переехал куда-то или переезжаешь постоянно со страны в страну, то да. Ну, как будто это кого-то ебет.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Mecha Break Global Pre-Launch Invitational. For the first time for folks here on the English stream, we are going to watch 2 North American teams clash coming up next head-to-head. I'm excited to get into this matchup, Dia.
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking to these teams for the past 3 days. Know a lot about them, but the real thing to be left to find out is how they'll actually perform.
Кстати, что-то я ликвида не увидел, когда команды показывали.
Yeah, we'll see if they can put up as well, but they're starting it off in an
Я на
interregional
официальном
battle
сайте
here
видел,
for North
что
American supremacy,
там
and I
эта
feel like
команда
that is what's
была.
on the line
Или
here.
я
These are the two
проебал
teams who
просто.
had the best results previously in North American Mecha Break. We do have Disguise and Liquid coming on later today, actually, to finish the day in our 8th match. However, I think both of those teams
Типа
are
отбор
coming in a little bit
пройти.
fresher, a
Там,
little bit less
скорее
prepared.
всего, видишь, тут по инвайтам, типа топ лидерборда. Тут в основном стримеры. Ну и прошки. Думаю, там просто топ-100 лидерборда взяли, допустим. По фасту. Инвайты покидали, хотите, не хотите, мы вам типа дорогу оплатим, жилье оплатим, еще и бабок заработаете, если призовое воюете.
Has a lot of experience in similar titles and was instantly drawn to, I mean, the Flyers, obviously. Like, they have some of the most skill expression, and
Я думаю,
Ramen Rook is
если у
something
тебя
I'm
там
really looking at. He's actually recently stepped
4800
up
ПТС
shot
плюс,
caller
я
for
думаю, можно
They've
было
been piecing
попробовать
together
хотя бы отборы
over
по
the last
20.
couple days.
Yeah, curious to see how these two teams match up, of course.
Ебать, это шо, ля, вот это парни какие сильные.
Oh, they got the walkout flex. The team hand signal.
Yeah, dare I say, that gives them a pretty steep advantage. That level of coordination you don't see all the time. However, on the other side of this, we've got Orca and we got Axolotl actually moving
Ебать,
in
это что,
with
девка?
Orca. Charlotte we played with a
Или
couple of days
Skrillex
ago. Fantastic
2009 года.
team alive, but I'm really looking forward to seeing the way that they play ultimately Inferno, because
Вот это парни
MDB
какие.
has been grinding Inferno.
Мужчины.
One of the best Infernos in the world, without a doubt.
Yeah, curious to see how this matchup goes. Team Orca. See what they can bring, especially playing around MDB's Inferno.
Стрости, типа.
本场比赛也是美国战队的初次亮相，究竟结果如何？让我们在本场的对局当中
I can neither confirm nor deny, but
也再次欢迎各位选手来
they
到我们
are
前
very
先
well
锋国际
prepared.
交流
Это чисто видно хиканка.
Teams coming out of North America, Orca and Empyrean are the teams that have put likely the most singular hours into this game on the console.
Ну, у меня третий магистр. Я думаю, я бы до первого стопудово дошел, если бы Мэшмак не начал выфармливать. Я ж думал, бетка будет дольше, чем 3 недели. Думал, нафармлю сейчас нормальные модули, поставлю, и потом можно уже лассо фармить. Дофармился на свою голову.
They've certainly scrimmed each other before, and so to come in to a match against an opponent that you know well is its own unique experience here in the invitation.
Yeah, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what sorts of strategies, what tech these teams use, because it was actually Charlotte just hours ago that was talking about new tech they were discovering on Palm Bay Harbor. So hopefully we get to see that, Matt, because I would like to see what she was talking about.
I mean, that's one of the exciting factors.
Блин, надо будет к следующему стриму посмотрю, как чат вывести на экран самого
See how the
стрима.
top players do it, what kind of strategies they bring, how they approach each of these maps differently, what kind of compositions, what strikers do they field, but also how do they use them, how do they play the objective. I think that those tactical details really make a difference for a lot of players.
We'll take a look at the rosters once
Энсилия.
more. There are a little
это
for
это ник,
Empyrean.
не имя.
Like I said, looking forward to
Вот вы мне
seeing
скажите,
how
вот
Ramen Rook ends up
четвертый вот этот
playing,
тип, это
because
кто, блядь?
that is going to be
Баба,
the person
мужик или
the
там, я не
squad
знаю.
is shaped around, what Falcon sees,
Король
what they're
инклюзивности.
prioritizing. That's going to be what dictates the rest of the game. So we're finally going to get to see what that looks like when there is a dedicated shot caller, because that is something
Да,
that Empyrean,
Виталя, в ту
Empyrean
ципу,
has been
я не
focusing
знаю,
on
мне
in
писюн
contrast
страшно
to other
макать
squads
было
out
бы.
here.
Gotta say, Chaldean
Что-то
had
она
the
такая,
hardest
бля.
bit in the intro video. That line was
Полуведьма.
crazy. What was he saying? Like the unprepared will fall. I mean, well, now gotta put your money where your mouth is. It's time to show that preparation. They're taking on Team Orca. See if they have what it takes to shut down NDBs. Inferno, Charlotte been great on the Lumine. So I'm curious to see these two teams, North American squads. Do they have a different approach, do you think, than the Chinese or Japanese teams, right? We talked about intra-regional metas developing. Do you expect to see that out of North America?
I do. It's difficult because with the Chinese-Japanese teams, I think it's a lot easier to describe what is different, whereas when we're looking at the 4 North American teams in attendance, some of them maybe don't have many hours in the game and are more experienced from other titles moving into this, and so it's been more difficult to identify a North American identity than it has for the Chinese and Japanese teams. So I don't know how I'd characterize it, but I would say it's there.
Well, curious to see. I think somebody like MDB could be a differentiator. Comfort on the Inferno, I think, could pay dividends with how Lunabreak was able to deploy it in that last series. I got to think maybe we're going to see more of these top teams bring in the Inferno with just the raw damage output that he brings to bear. It can be challenging to tank through and to play against, which really strikes at the core of a lot of these dominant strategies where we've seen this heavy death ball style on a lot of maps.
Now, I wouldn't be surprised to see Inferno banned on the other side of this, because at least for one map, not many people are going to stack up to MDB on Inferno. You may as well remove it if you think you have
Хотели
maybe a
девочек
slight
посмотреть
advantage,
на
or the
тебе.
Inferno is going to put you at a
Мы не
bigger
такие уже,
disadvantage on a
ё-моё.
particular map.
Yeah, it could be. So definitely pressure on the ban pick format here. So we're inching closer to this game. I think the first map,
Ну та на пинаке
also pretty
этот
impactful in some
катает,
of these series,
которая
right?
прям
Each one of these
стопудово,
map types, they
типа,
play so
женщина.
differently. They could emphasize different styles, different compositions. I think the very best teams in the tournament are going to be unfazed by that, right? They're going to be able to bring, comfortable strategies on all 5 of the maps. They're going to be well prepared on all of them.
Ну
However,
кто ты? Кто это?
these teams, those small details could really differentiate you. It's a best of 3. You're at max only going to see 3 maps in this series.
Yeah, places we haven't been. We haven't
Волосы
seen
крашеные,
Eye
значит,
we
баба,
haven't
да?
seen any
Нет.
Carib Sinkhole. We haven't seen any Cape Blanc Observatory.
Ля,
We have
перчатки.
just gone Palm Bay Harbor, Graceland, Sky City.
Yeah.
I'd really like to see some Eye of Mizra. That is a very fun, very
Ну
dynamic.
тогда видно, вот
Yeah,
типок
I
просто,
think
бля,
really
пришел
opens the
покатать.
game up, very chaotic, especially when that sandstorm comes in, man. All bets are off. So hard to stay coordinated. I think that's where the communication, the coordination is going to be the deciding factor between these two teams.
I'd expect to see Eye of Mizra likely selected soon. Things like Carib Sinkhole as well, I think, could put a lot of pressure
Это
on a team
альтушка в
to
возрасте
coordinate
уже,
well,
знаете.
since it is about
По
controlling
тридцаху.
3 separate data nodes and having to be present in at least 2 places at once, 3 if you're having a very good game.
I'm a big fan
Да
of the
не, ну,
Sinkhole.
с
I think it's
макияжем.
quite an interesting game type where you could be having a lead, but the enemy team can attack you on different fronts. There's a real pressure to split your forces. Oy, oy, oy. Staring straight into my soul.
Do you think he practiced that in the mirror? Do you think it looks different, like in his mind?
На тележку народ подписываемся, кстати. Под видосом есть ссылка.
Yeah. I mean, players giving us a little bit of their personalities. They get set up for the game. A lot of them really laser focused on
Под
what they're
стримом,
going
точнее.
to bring to the competition here, but also for a lot of them, first time traveling internationally.
Вот, ну, видели, там менеджера нормальные девки. Чё вот таких не посадить?
Especially on Empyrean and Orca, are players that haven't really traveled for esports nearly as much. I was speaking to Ramen Rook on Empyrean. He's got some of the most experience competitively on his entire roster, and yet he's not traveled outside of the country to compete.
That's a big factor, right? To be traveling, out of your comfort zone, to be in a new place, and to also be playing on stage. I'm sure for a lot of these players, maybe they played online in a lot of competitive operations, but that's from the comfort of your home, right? That's from your setup where everything's just how you like it. It's part of the challenge of playing on stage is not only the pressure of the match and all that's riding on it, but also just to be in person, to be sitting across from your opponents, staring at them, hearing their excitement if they start to take a lead against you. That's something you need to have real mental fortitude to deal with, and for a lot of players, the first time you're in that scenario, it can be challenging to find that the calm and communication performance that you need to succeed at this level.
And it will be one of the benefits of seeing teams like Empyrean and Orca constantly scrimming in this room over the last couple of days, because then you are getting a sort of light exposure to this. It may not be the pressure of the actual game, but you are so close. We are going to get to see, however, the first map of Empyrean v Orca. NA versus NA. Where are we starting? We'll find out.
I'm believing in Live Mizra.
I'm
called
right
it.
there. I'm right there.
I mean, we are basically playing roulette, trying to predict which map the system will pick. That's one I hope to see. I'm manifesting. Just something new. Mix us up. Give us something to chew on here.
Yeah. I mean, plenty to look forward to in terms of map diversity. I'm really excited about Cape Blanc as well, seeing how teams play with the wide open space. That'll unlock a lot of Falcon players who are really able to focus, and not just themselves, but focus their team.
Falcon, always interesting to see, the high skill play of the striker, that you can not only be super aggressive, deal a ton of damage, but you can also hold a ton of attention from the enemies, create opportunities elsewhere on the map. potentially force objectives if we go to something like a Crab Sync or any of the maps that have like multiple separated objectives. It's something we haven't really seen, right? It's something you don't see on Grace and Sky City or Palmbray, where yes, there are the two payloads, but they're quite close to one another, and you're really fighting over those key capture points. On some of the other map types, you may be forced to split your forces, right? And to have different groups fighting in different locations, and that's when the real challenge comes in. Seems like we got a minor tech issue here for Team Imperium. They're looking to get it resolved as quickly as possible so we can get into the series and the match.
Likely be fixed pretty soon. The team has been very aware of all the players' needs so far, and while we're here and just getting the chance to talk about some of the teams, the players, we mentioned Orca earlier and MDB's Inferno. Orca also unique in the sense that they actually have a player, Steelhaze, who prefers Alicnes first. I think we see a lot of players flex to Alicnes as a jack of all trades once they're kicked off of their main. But Alicnes actually being first selection for Steelhaze is something that sets him apart from other players.
Yeah, and I think it's an opportunity, you know, to really push what's possible on Alicnes with the skill expression on the striker being, I think, particularly high. If you hit that timing with the rest of your team, being able to dive in super aggressively while the rest of your squad is fighting, can be incredibly powerful.
Я вообще ни разу не видел ни одной киберспортсменши сильной ни в какой игре.
Start to lock them down and set up for your teammates to follow up with damage.
I also know that we've got some Panther enthusiasts in the lobby.
Ладно.
With Yariella. We haven't seen any Panther so far today, and I don't think that's a surprise to many, especially if you've been watching the
It's been a popular pick on the ladder, though. I see a lot of Panthers being played. I think people really like the individual potential.
Нет, так он Дивули написал. Женщины сильные и независимые. Вон в той теме видели, какая сейчас покажет скиллуху.
Succeeds most when the team you're fighting against is uncoordinated, because Panther's purpose is almost to cause chaos. I know that sometimes when you're playing a squishier striker, it can feel like Panther's purpose is to one-shot you, but really,
it's also a good purpose.
Yeah, realistically, in team environments, it comes down to forcing you to look at Panther when you know you shouldn't be, and the teams here are really good about going, all right, we're going to look at Panther all together in 3, 2, 1, and he's gone. That's
yeah, some of that burst potential is interesting. I mean, I have seen some of the teams scrimming. I saw a team actually running like a setup that was, they had no tanks. They were just like all in on the crazy mobility, and then they were able to make the Panther work right. Talking about, you know, introducing some chaos into the match. That's one way to do it, to have no real front line, nothing for the enemy to sink their teeth into. Instead, you're just hitting them from all sides. That being said, could be something hard to make work depending on the objective of the map type. Seems like these teams seems like we're getting the issues resolved.
Getting that body language read, you know what I'm saying?
I'm
a little
checking the
okay,
vibes.
man.
I'm checking the vibes here. The vibes are saying we may be going into game soon.
MDB charming the camera too.
Look at these.
You got spare time here.
Ну да.
And here I anticipated that Orca would be locked in, but MDB too focused.
Ну, я на американском ютубе видел, там, ну, типы сквадом катали, девки были. На самом деле, я думаю, нормальное количество девок. По крайней мере, выше среднего значения. Процентов, может, 5-10 даже наберется. Тут же, по большей части, эта игра заходит в первую очередь тем, кто эти аниме-промех любит. Варидей, выражай борщ.
For Team Imperium, do they have an Inferno of their own? Because, right, yes, you have one map to ban it out, but eventually you may be forced into taking that mirror.
Yeah, I don't think they do.
Бля, вот сзади какая ходит, да? Вот этого за волосы взяла, вытянула, пока и показала, как надо что делать.
Confidence right now that's like letting them say, "Oh yeah, I play Inferno." When we have so many top tier Inferno players. But
Sky City.
I guess we're about to find out.
Opening map. Let's see the bans.
It's gonna be Inferno.
Surely, right? Yeah. I mean, it was so effective for Luna Break in the last match on Graceland Sky City. You would have to think it's what you want to get rid of here.
We're banning a
Ебать, опять Sky City? Ну что?
I mean, maybe they're saving the Inferno ban, right? It's a best of 3 series.
Как они вообще карты выбирают? Типа рандомом, что ли?
You can actually take advantage of the fact that Inferno is one of the squishiest strikers.
Ой, не рандомом, а спецом.
Maybe it could be punished with 2 teams a little bit more evenly matched than we saw in our last series. And the Hurricane ban comes out for Orca. Interesting.
Ну, кстати, Харрикейна хз, типа, на этой мапе, зачем они забанили.
These are global bans, right? So in the end, if you think you can just take that mirror match, maybe you will bring it out.
Я бы какого-нибудь стега или 30 банил. Железно.
There it is. The Inferno. We'll see. Will Empyrean regret letting this through, or do they have the answer
у них не
prepared?
будет?
I mean, this. I know that last match was over fast. This one's going to be over fast because either Aquila and Inferno are one-shotting you, or you are one-shotting
Ой, ебать,
them.
глянь на шарлотке, скинчик какой.
Are they gonna lock
Девка
that
со
in?
стилем.
Skyraider cool.
Falcon and Skyraider. If they run this, is I don't think I've seen this at all. So the double flyer composition.
This is cool.
This is pretty unique.
I mean, it's basically backline versus dive is what we're getting. If they lock in Skyraider here,
yeah,
that's what the match becomes about. Is can Falcon Skyraider kill your Inferno Aquila before that gets turned around on
А
them?
чё она так же вырядилась бы?
Orca's strat here, though, I have to imagine, you know, being able
Есть,
to
короче, в
stack up on the
Текине
tanky setup, something like an
тоже
Aquila.
типа про игрок, девка, Lucky Picture. Она вот чисто чара своего точь-в-точь, как сама, типа, ходит, сделала. Прикольная темка. Ну что, если баба симпотная, любит себя, почему бы и нет.
If you're able to land that,
claw on Aquila, that drone shuts you down, really makes this difficult.
I guess we'll see how it turns out. I do appreciate how Empyrean have approached this, though. They go
Преподша, знаешь, в
and they
шараге.
play something that
Вот эта
is
шарлотка.
meant to make you
У меня
suffer,
прям
especially if you are
похожая
trying to
была.
these backline squishies. Orca going to get targeted really hard, and it is going to be a battle of the skies very, very quickly. We're watching that Inferno out of MDB. See if we can make that #1 place work. Right now, Ramen Rook already.
Как же я вот этот Sky City не люблю. Это просто у меня на этой карте, наверное, винрейт самый худший из всех моих мап. Я только на нем и сливал ПТС. Ля-ля-ля, вот это мувы. Сколько же он урона вкинул позже. Ну, видите, как я в Гаде говорю, проказ дал, все, съебался.
Inferno starting to pump damage, though. Now it's Empyrean's turn to be in a bit of trouble, to lose a bit of this setup. They're trying to move, trying to stay mobile on these turret forms, but they've lost their armor. They're in a rough spot here.
Aquila going to lose high ground as well. Happiness on the other side is going to dip down, but this is now Orca getting very aggressive. Yariella playing defense on the high ground is going to have to give this up soon. Orca did fall low earlier, but their health bars have recovered, and it's going to be Orca that scored the first kill on Empyrean.
Yeah, so far, Killa paying dividends as well. Orca pumping this damage from Inferno. And Ramen struggling to get in. I mean, they've been poking from these flanks on the Skyraider.
Yeah, как же Люмины хорошо хилит всех.
It hasn't been enough. Orca struck hard and fast there with 2 quick eliminations.
Чё у них качество такой трансляции вообще парашное? Я не знаю, как вам лучше включить.
Still 2 players down, 1 fresh off the respawn. And these players are just getting focus fire down.
And it took a while for this to come to fruition, but I really am appreciating, in retrospect, how well Empyrean and Orca set up for this. And Orca responded to Empyrean's threat of dive by saying, all right,
забанили Харикена бесполезным баном, считаю, и все равно 4-0
We're just going to have
это баба раздает
на Люмине. And eventually, you're going to start dropping because of our sheer damage.
Yeah, and that damage output really is punishing MDV here from the skies on the Inferno, playing
ждать
the
придется.
strong position that his teammates are able to create, opening up more pickoff opportunities, and Orca up 5-0. 1 more kill is going to finish the round.
пока игру забалансят.
Huge advantage, MDV chasing them down, forcing them into the small room. Seems like Chaldean may be the last to fall here.
В конце апреля жди, скорее всего, в начале мая.
Orca players coalescing, chasing that 1 low player around. Empyrean trying to bail them out of trouble, trying to get them out of harm's way, but Aquila on the case.
Скорее всего, в конце апреля, что Steel Hunters выходит 2 марта.
I can't believe he's hitting these shots. 1 more shot would do it. Skyraider does drop into the haze. So Happiness not going to land the last hit, but we are still with an extremely low Skyraider here, and Happiness looking for that last shot.
Yeah, now they're looking to reassess, find a new target, but just not being able to give up a single kill. So difficult for Empyrean to fight this back. They're going to need to have crucial coordination. Seems like it's the all-in commitment on the turret fight. Empyrean cannot lose a single player here. They're fighting well, but John Welkin
Нет, то, что ждать придется, это железно.
Strikers being brought low.
И надеюсь, они немножко донат смягчат, потому что это просто пиздец будет. Я понимаю, но игруха вообще под это и задумана, чтобы мэнить одного-двух чаров максимум. Но ты пока одного оденешь, это пиздец, у тебя сколько времени должно уйти, если без бабок. Это вот учитывая то, что в бетке корита насыпали нормально. Ладно, я просто в нулину уничтожили.
That was a match that, while it got off to a slow start, once it kicked off, there was no shaking Orca.
Да, я и говорил, надо было им 30 рук кого-нибудь забанить.
Especially if you're able to pile in the same strategy, which I'm currently seeing out of Orca. They're just not
вообще, ну, типа, как вариант, Фалькон надо забанить тоже. Он урона кучу вносит. Ему даже на киллы особо не надо работать. Он прокаст дал ракетами своими, ушел, подождал там секунд 10. Опять прокаст дал, а прокаст очень болючий. Боже, какой хуёвый инферно. Это просто пиздец.
Empyrean now one up and with a numbers advantage for the next little while. MDB backing off, does trade some damage right back, but Welkin Haze on the other side negates a lot of the energy damage.
Tricera, though, proves too difficult to target for John Welkin. Trying to fall back. Orca, they know their next spawner is coming up in a few seconds.
Давай на фалькончике покажи стиль. Ой, хорош. Просто красавец. Все увидел, там делать нечего, сразу поменял позицию.
This round seems to be completely out of control now. Orca down 0-3 to Empyrean, and the Sky Reader, the Falcon Comm, in this map seems to be working much more effectively.
Aquila getting run down by Ramen Rook as well. No value out of the sniper while you're being chased like that. And great stabilization out of Empyrean to move the second round in such a way. Now Orca striking back, though. They have picked up at least one elimination so far.
Давай.
It's going to be the one that goes down. Happiness, however, gets answered back.
Разворачиваться плохо, я лучше разворачиваюсь. Надо похвалить себя.
Here on the Falcon. A lot of pressure on Orca. They're down players. They're turning together, though. This Tricera Stego setup, looking strong, looking difficult to break. Still a winnable round for Orca, but gonna need to bring it back.
На этой мапе как классика, что ли. 1-1 первых два раунда идти. И вот просто чекайте. Третий раунд, ну если они сейчас заберут, третий раунд они будут бояться выйти, будут стоять, терпеть и ждать, кто первый вылезет.
And it is really clear looking at this how much the terrain is impacting this matchup as well. Orca do lose another, so Empyrean strike back, but Orca, seemingly very comfortable with managing the high ground, don't have nearly as much of it in this iteration of Graceland Sky City, and that's taking its toll.
Yeah, and Orca are grouping up inside
here. 16 человек смотрят для первого стрима прям.
Weather the storm, these double flyers, maybe harder for the flyers to work inside the building with less mobility available. MDB getting targeted on the flank, though. That Inferno, always a vulnerable target. For all the damage you can put out, you are very vulnerable to being focus fired.
Zach going actually pretty low on Empyrean, so you don't want to overextend for these eliminations. If Orca have managed to turtle on the low ground, remember, you've still got the numbers advantage.
Блин, что-то на Велкин нет, конечно, вообще для них. Ебать, у них стрим еще и фризит даже. Это либо стрим, либо комп у обсерва.
John Welkin in trouble. This pickoff
could be it. The box comes through. Oh, Lord. 1-1.
All right. So the Sky Reader, the Falcon, it works round two. It fell flat round one, showing how closely matched these two teams are.
На Фальконе как на инвокере в доте кнопки надо клацать, там просто пиздец.
Run into the third and decisive round here of Graceland Sky City. High ground being taken for Team Orca, setting up full stack. This could be a better map for them, a little bit more comfortable maybe. But Chaldean already started to pour on the pressure, and it's a very aggressive move to open up for Empyrean.
Now this is what I suspected went wrong.
Они, видишь, файт сразу начали. Вот сейчас Инферно там нормально насыпал.
Zach already so extraordinarily low and will be the first to fall. That is 2 kills already for Orca, and this high ground strat really working out for them.
Yeah, and Orca taking the fight super aggressively this round, recognizing they have the stronger death ball, the better ability to burn down those main tanks with the help of Inferno in particular, and MDB is putting in work. Welkin, additional box, the focus fire comes through, and they crush through Ancilla.
That was just an Inferno special right there. Inferno Welkin keeping you from playing the game.
Просто куча импакта от Инферно в этой мапе.
But they've given up all the high ground to make this happen, so it's all up to numbers advantage. 10 seconds left on one spawn from Empyrean. We've got Caladan up in 15. Can you stay alive for that long? Can you manage to stabilize in a map that snowballs so heavily?
Yeah, they seem like they are able to. Happiness picks up another. He's going huge here on the Tequila. Now Empyrean can't afford to give up even a single kill. They are just respawning, trying to re-engage back into this, but you know, one pickoff will be enough to clean up this round and the map as well for Orca. They're continuing the pressure now, diving up to the high ground, knowing that they have the advantage, and they close it out with a very aggressive round 3.
Боже, дайте мне там
Team Orca
50 баксов, я вам нормально на сервере посижу. Позорище.
That was, I mean, pretty close. Looking at map number 2, I had expected this to actually go a little bit longer in the third round, but it, like you talked about, recognizing that you just have purely more damage that you can output in a short amount of time on a single target was a really good call from Orca to just send it onto Empyrean.
Yeah, they weren't, you know, giving time for
Вот только попробуйте сейчас опять кулдаун дать.
You know what, we have an early damage manager, we're going to go in, charge in. We've got Aquila pouring in damage from range. We've got Inferno ready to also participate in that heavy tank fight. And it felt that, you know, when the time pressure was on, Empyrean really struggled. And so the strategy, execution a little bit better for Orca in that third round. But, I mean, this map goes to show that, you know, two very different styles of approach to the game can actually be evenly matched, especially on something like Grayson Sky City.
And with the terrain changing so much as well, that was something that I really want to emphasize had a big impact on this game and the value that Falcon and Sky Raider were able to get, not having to manage
Я не знаю, они там, наверное, может, ребенку какому-то дали, типа поклацай.
Yeah, we're curious to see if the Flyers end up being a continued strategy for Empyrean. Map 1, though, what would you call as MVP there? I mean, that's honestly a tough one to call with how
MVP
close the overall map was.
You know,
I
think that's possible. I think Aquila is a good call. I might, if it had gone on for a little longer. This is what
Китайцы, корейцы вообще в этом плане лютые. Первые страны, которые прям вообще киберспорт признали. Там может быть бабки или деду под 60, под 70 лет, и они уже с начала 80-х в Дэнди ебашат 24/7.
And when they were able to double down on that, Orca was winning those engagements, and that's off the back of initiation from Welkin.
That's really true. Yeah, I mean, good comms and good coordination.
Украина вот тоже в этом плане типа преуспела в свое время эту киберспорт-арену, когда открыли.
What they're thinking about that last match, because I know that
прям тоже одни из первых.
As we talked about before, a flyer-first perspective on things, given that they're having their Falcon IGL them as well. What are they thinking went well
А в Европе сейчас что там из основного готовится только?
Do we see them doing that again in another match? Because they will have the opportunity to pick a map that favors double flyer if they want to go something more wide open.
I think that's likely going to be on the cards here if that's the style that they want to implement. However, the challenge is that, you know, this was a map where Orca just elected to like let you have your flyers. Like, sure, you can fly around, you can, you know, be these annoying gnats that we can't quite deal with. We're just going to pump damage into the front line. So I think the challenge for Team Empyrean, if they want to keep running the styles, they're going to need to be maybe a bit more mobile with their tanking front line. They might be forced to back up, run away, reset over and over, and just buy more and more time. It feels like if you have enough time, the Falcon, Sky Raider, they can get to work, maybe they can get a bit more done.
В обед там пиковый онлайн
is like, you know, we have a damage manager, we're just going to run at you. That's what you can't allow to happen.
Утро плюс
It's true, and it's why we're seeing some teams, when they do opt into the more mobile compositions, give up the Stego Tricera entirely, because looking at Empyrean, maybe
да, на магистрах долго
ищет. A little too far here, but they do have a Panther player. If they wanted to, they
типа,
could
если
start
пачки,
to
тогда
switch things
быстрее.
up, run something like Hurricane Panther, be incredibly hard to kill, and frustrate the Aquila Inferno.
I mean, we could take it to an Eye of Mizra. I think that's likely something to be on the cards, maybe a sinkhole even. I've seen a lot of the Flyers be effective there.
Yeah.
However, that being said, I think Happiness had a great game on the Aquila, so I you know, it's sort of a scary thing, because as much as you go to these wide open maps where the Flyers are really effective, I feel like those are also maps where Aquila can be really powerful, can be really difficult.
Хз, сейчас даже чекну вот ради интереса, какой онлайн.
It was happiness.
Nice. Good
right.
call. Good call.
I'm the go to calling these MVPs, baby.
Fall behind. I don't know how I'm gonna bring this back. I need more Luna Break games, and then I'll figure it out. Ramen Rook on the other side though, on the Falcon, still MVP for their own team, so keeping the numbers up, and that's going to be a good sign for Empyrean. At least they're able to keep themselves in the conversation in that way. Happiness though, forced to be reckoned with on Aquila, and understandably so. This is an incredibly powerful striker in the right hands.
1.4 million damage.
Я после 4000 вообще ни одного бота не видел.
From your Aquila, from your sniper, and it's
Там я бы даже сказал после 3500 уже ботов нету.
So if you have a top tier Aquila,
да, уже турики.
Could rely on here for Orca as they continue to go on. Let's take a look at some of the highlights of this match. It was an incredibly close game one between the first two NA teams that we've seen compete in the tournament.
It was neat to see, like you were talking about, these welcome box initiations as well. In contrast
так на хайрангах всегда так и везде. Даже в той же доте, сколько там, бля, онлайн под лям, на хай-ПТСах ты с одними темами же всегда дерешься.
How that warps the way this map is played.
Yeah, and those are two bands that we're certainly going to have to be thinking about.
Oh, we're going
Я даже тот же Мэшмак против одних и тех же и с одними и теми же катаю.
There's going to be these objectives that spawn in around the map. They'll be in different places each time. Teams will have a bit of a heads up as far as where the next objective is going to be. What you need to do is go capture each of those objectives, scoring points. First team, I believe, is to 8 wins. It's also going to put a lot of pressure on trying to capture those objectives. If you take any damage while you're capping, the capture is essentially reset and blocked. So we see some welcome boxes put on the objective so that you can try to cap. We see teams like really brawling, trying to take these mountaintop.
Весь онлайн бетки ко мне на стрим ушел.
They know that this is what you really want to bring to bear.
Fair enough.
Responsive.
О, ебать, Фалькона забанили, хуя себе.
For Happiness, does Happiness go with like the Narukami as the backup sniper, or does he have a different approach, maybe a completely different striker to bring to bear?
Yeah, I think that Narukami can be really
15 типов можно мэшмак с пиком нажать.
Do get exchanged, and even
просто против друг друга. Я как подписчиков поднаберу, просто можно будет потом буду создавать комнату, там мэшмак или еще что-то, и будем ебашить между собой. Блин, ну вот у Шарлотки прям скинчик мне вообще по кайфу. А вот у Стега тоже девка. Ну вот видно сразу анимешница. Значит, все-таки Baba.
Maybe with no Falcon, they feel the Sky Raider can really get away with a lot, can really pump the damage. Both teams actually running a Sky Raider, so the big difference is that
в Discord меха-брика только.
And it'll be Ramen Rook Narukami. So commitment from Orca, I think, to be a little bit more aggressive in the close range engagements. For Empyrean, though, if they can just get the space to snipe, it's gonna be scary.
It's sort of flagging a potential issue for Empyrean here, because I do think that this map should actually go well for them on paper.
Yeah.
Ramen Rook flexing to Narukami, reminder that he's hard IGL for this team. Could be a problem if Narukami gets focused, which should be hard.
5 человек и 700 уже подписчиков будет. Надеюсь, добью за стрим.
It is a very selfish and a high maintenance.
You might not be in position, let's say, to like see what's going on, to be able to lead the squad when you're, maybe off doing your own thing. It'd be a challenge for the in-game leader. We talked about this, how you may need to have different players step up in different moments.
Я в лобаке чисто пачку себе нахожу. Там катку сыграл, понравилось, там как тип катает, просто инвайт ему дал. В основном люди не отказываются. Тут что заебись. 18 плюс игроков очень дохуя. Прям очень. Чтобы вы понимали, у меня подписчиков 25-35 лет, 50%, а 35-45, 25 или 30, я не помню. У меня вообще там до 25 мало народу.
Big question for me is already playing Narukami in that long range fashion that we get very used to on this map.
And going in for the cap, it looks like one of the teams
committed. Ой, Skyraider есть.
The objective, Welcome Box is deployed. Is it enough to actually successfully cap though? Seems like it's not. So both teams still brawling out here, dumping damage.
Что-то он вообще никудышний.
About the kills here in the opening engagement. Both teams full 6 players alive, so no one full committing just yet.
Yeah, you don't have enough shielding to be able to make this work. Normally you'd Stego, Welkin Box, maybe Hurricane, but you just can't do that at this point. So you're waiting for the respawn timers to be the big decider here. We're already seeing an Alisnes get really aggressive onto the Empyrean backline, maybe distracting them for a little while. First cap available.
Одна из самых красивых мап, я считаю, вот эта обсерватория. И прям на ней приятнее всего файтиться. Вообще за любой класс. Ебать, что же у него не получается? Может, подскажет ему кто? Я в первой бетке на Скайрайдере не катал. Я первую бетку на руками пушил.
Deacon trying to cap and unfortunately being denied for a little while. Sets up as the Stego on B. We're going to get another one in just a few seconds, but already Orca have picked this up. 2-0 so far on a map that Empyrean picked.
God, this damage from MDB. I mean, everyone's just running from him. They're not able to engage at all. And with the help of the team, gets that burst pick off. Variella trying to do something, trying to change the script, but Orca is running away with this.
Боже, как же вот на Инферно хорошо. Я, блин, так жалко, что на этой бетке не получилось на Инферно покатать. Я его вместо Пантеры на релизе буду, наверное. У меня вот Фалькон будет.
Unable to
Welkin
really reckon with that are Empyrean, who are letting this all happen, unable to cap points themselves. We've already got 3 up.
Я Скайрайдера обожаю Фалькона вообще кусать. Боже, посмотрите на Инферно, ебать, он просто спокойно, размеренно, бам, себе цель нашел, напихал ему, подождал откат.
Tried to attack Aquila, who is, or rather, the happiness is Aquila, who is still being effective, right? Still getting a lot done, and Inferno grabs that cap. So Empyrean really out of sorts, forced to regroup here, finally getting all their players alive. But will they be back in time? Mariel super low, being focused fire. John Welkin up in the mix, and MDB is just free to pour down damage from above. Steel Haze as well, getting into the fight. And, I mean, Orca
Боже, он просто в соляру.
This is not even close. MDB is completely unleashed right now because of the way that Orca have practiced with this pick. You've got one of the most experienced Infernos in the world in this game.
Да. Ну, кстати, Инферно Люмины 1 на 1 разбирают только так.
From Orca that's got them with the lead, and Empyrean have got to reset all at the same time and really focus this Inferno down if they want a chance at winning this game.
Yeah, they're trying to stop this objective cap. It's working for the moment. So Orca, low on armor on a few characters, could be in a bit of trouble here. Empyrean trying to find something, but struggling to get in the engagement, and that's Magical Abyss going down. So Empyrean, once again, 2 players picked off. Orca trading the damage very effectively around their allies, continuing to pour the pressure on.
Вот и что ты сделаешь? Захватываешь точку, допустим, у тебя Инферно над башкой просто проказ дает.
So far, they're holding on to the objective. But with 2 players down, can they make it last forever?
Once Magical Abyss goes down in any situation, you got to start being worried.
Чисто Велкин, бля, подошел, коробку дал и шо. И как сломать, как отжать.
Yeah, Charlotte goes down, so that's some of the sustain down for Orca. They could struggle to actually capture this objective, but will it be enough? I mean, Empyrean have 2 players of their own out of this engagement. Trades going both ways. Very chaotic situation, but Orca, remember, they're leading 5-0
No, я прошел.
Might be 5-1. Oh, no. Ancilla, I will say, well done for trying to go for this with the Stego, who does manage to cap things a little bit safer.
Там просто, ну, типа, когда поймешь, как тебе надо его пройти, он очень быстро проходится. Возьми одного какого-нибудь Скайрайдера под прицел и именно просто за ним гоняйся и ебашь только его. Там, если в первых 20 секунд ему броню снес, то заебись. Если нет, просто рестарт нажимай. А там убиваешь одного, второй вообще просто на изичах сыпется.
And the fights are so powerful here for Orca. They're going for the cap instantly. John Welkin drops the box in the objective.
Does cancel it, however, as he got double boxed in this case. We're waiting for a few more eliminations to come in, but yet another Welkin box is going to go down, and it is just a fight over who is securing this, forcing Orca into close quarters with Empyrean. These two teams, when put head-to-head, are just lacking damage, or rather, Empyrean are lacking damage up against Orca. They're not able to complete the capture cleanly.
Yeah, and MDB's Inferno is talking about damage. I mean, he is bringing it in spades here. It's going to be way too much for Team Empyrean. Going down 8-0. I mean, this was their map pick. They brought us here. It was Team Orca who were drastically better prepared off the back of, I think, a fantastic performance from MDB in particular on the Inferno.
I know that normally you're asking about who's the MDB. We can agree.
Но она реально
Surely,
хороша
look at him.
была.
He's got his hands up. He's feeling it. I mean,
Тупо пока дохилу кидала.
Pumping damage. I'm really curious to see those damage numbers. And Team Empyrean, they're sent reeling here.
Never really under threat, and I'm excited to see how Team Empyrean will adapt because, again, this is a really good team out of North America. It's clear that Orca were better prepared because, as Kaladin said, the unprepared will be the first to fall. So we got to trade that back to him now.
Oh, bro's going to be, he's not living that one down, is he?
No.
He's not living that one down.
It's high risk, high reward, right? You hit that and then you win, you're like, that's what's up.
That's a hard line, but I got to say, it
Да,
went
все
against
правильно
the
пишешь.
So our first North American
У них
exhibition
реген
here
быстрый
goes
брони.
the way
Там буквально
of
3
Team
секунды,
Orca.
если урон
They
не
look to continue
наносишь,
their upper
там
bracket
откат
run.
моментальный
Trying to stay
начинается.
alive in that lower bracket. There are some heavy hitters in this tournament. The lower bracket is a scary place to be. That's one game away from elimination already on day one.
It's true, and I mean, Orca, they're very well deserved. I'm excited to see them continue in the upper bracket. If simply
Так, я как понял, сейчас еще две команды подерутся, и это конец первого дня будет. Или нет? Сколько уже команд дралось?
They are focused really on a single player as being their core. Normally we'll see that spread out a little bit more, even if you do have people running Aquila, Narukami, Stego, Tricera, whatever it may be.
Happiness was also pretty impressive for me, especially on that Aquila. And a lot of love you can see between those two teams in the handshakes, right? Like a lot of respect. Clearly, these are teams that scream each other, that have practiced together quite a lot. And so Orca come out the stronger today, looking great on some of their signature pickoffs. But curious to see if the strikers shift, maybe a different ban approach. If Empyrean get another shot at Orca, maybe they can bring a fiercer contention. I mean, remember that first map was quite close, right? I feel like that could have gone either way.
Yeah, it was. And like you said, I know these teams have scrimmed quite a bit. The fact that they're both here and actually meeting some of them for the first time has been really wonderful for them. And so as much as you do want to come here and play the best game of Mecha Break possible, because that's what you're putting all these time into it, is what you love, it is ultimately
Хочешь, я тебя еще сейчас разочарую? Через 3 дня конец бетки. Так что все это зря ты делал.
Yeah, definitely two teams that we're excited to see more of. Bringing, of course, teams from North America all the way out here to Zhuhai, China to compete in the Mecha Break Global Pre-Launch Invitational. Sad to see two American teams forced to challenge each other here in round one, but that's the way it goes. You gotta be strong to survive. The unprepared will fall first. As today, unfortunately, that was Chaldean going down into the lower bracket. Curious, MVP, is it MDB though? Is there anyone else that we got to think of honorable mention on MVP?
I mean, you brought up
the John Welkin boxing and capping, but I feel like MDB was weirdly the one capping also. Sometimes I felt like I saw him cap a few objectives, which Inferno really has no special reason to cap. I guess he's just like, well, I'm gonna go for it.
Yeah, it's like I guess I've done enough damage that they're not near me anymore.
I've killed the entire enemy team. I'll take the objectives. Thank you.
It was very well played. I do think there would be as dominant of a game as we did in Graceland Sky City, but I wasn't really feeling that nearly as much in the second round. No, that's not Flame to have.
Кстати, я мог тоже в их числе быть. Я, короче, наверное, первую неделю не мог найти, как Инферно купить. Я думал, чисто он типа за донат только. Потом, ну, типа, нашел его, он прям в самом верху на видном месте был. Но я уже всю вот эту валюту в лутбоксы въебал. Ну и, кстати, и не зря сделал.
Yeah, I really felt that Falcon ban like a punch to the gut, and I'm sure Empyrean did as well. It is MDB,
my king,
the MVP of
Да,
Orca,
будет вайп.
very well-deserved scoreline. Let's actually check that out.
В прошлой бетке все доступны были. В прошлой бетке же тебе сразу фул валюты напихали, ты мог всех скупить.
Yeah, million damage. And 400,000, more than 400,000 direct, which is pretty powerful, right? Inferno is able to deliver a lot of that direct damage straight to the any health bars. He's a key reason why the team is able to find so many kills. And I felt like the kills really came first in that map.
После турнира сервера закроют.
Just snowball it, and at some point in Empyrean, they're just down so many numbers. There's nobody left to stop the objective cap. John Welcome's doing his best to put pressure on that Kappa. Variella fired it well, right? In the Welkin duel, was really contesting Welkin, John Welkin, not allowing him to really get in and carry. Honestly, Variella did a ton of damage that game. It just wasn't enough to actually secure the team fights. Overall, John Welkin in particular.
Next в конце апреля, начало мая. Это уже релиз будет.
Yeah, and that's something that I know the team is calling for as well. When they are practicing on their own, they are focused on coming to John what they need. It's not in reverse.
John doing what the squad needs.
А там всем порезали Фалькону, это количество зарядов, там еще кому-то, не помню уже. Та бетка прям вообще пиздец какой инбаланс был. И она на руками просто мог всю вражескую пачку раскатать. Там даже броня, не броня, вообще поебать было. Прошивала очень больно.
And I can't help but feel happy for them because MDB just a few days ago was talking about how confident he was feeling on the Inferno, and yet didn't feel like that was translating despite good numbers on the striker into wins. So being able to take that and translate it into a win on your very first game of the tournament, that's going to be a really good sign for Orca.
Builds a lot of confidence. You know, you want to have your players on their most comfortable strikers, things that they know and understand and really believe in. But like, it's a great point you make that, like, you know, there's one thing for that individual to be strong and to feel good, but you need to have the whole team build around it. And so this is what Mecha Break's all about.
Ей не нужно. Она на руками как Фалькон, считай, работает. Просто ждет. Или ищет цели без брони и лупасит. Хотя, ну, типа, снайпера у них же этот лазерный урон, они сквозь броню пробивают. Чуть-чуть, правда, но пробивают.
Are comfortable and excited on Graceland Sky City. That's like the most stressful.
Пантеру тяжело на руками пробить. И Аквилой.
I'm so aware of what my deaths mean.
Он щиты свои по КД насыпает, а если еще лицом станет.
Graceland Sky City very stressful. I'm impressed at how our team tackled it so far.
Yeah, a lot of it is playing your life, right? You wanna find those kills in the enemy, but just as important is staying alive, knowing when to pump the brakes and to just back off, you know, regroup to your teammates. It's one of the things we've been seeing a lot in some of these scrims. It gets so chaotic.
Yeah.
You know, it's so hard even for these top teams to stay organized, to stay in a great spot. We do have an
主持人们，大家好，欢迎来到赛后采访，我是今天的主持人子怡。那么现在站到我身边的就是我们上一场比赛的胜者，来自 Orca 战队的 MDB 的 02。欢迎来跟我们的
Позовите Зубарева кто-нибудь, пусть переведет.
Hello, I am MDB02, and
это малышка-переводчица.
大家好，我是 MDB02，我来了。
好的，也是非常的开心能够见到来自我们美国战队的选手们啊。那我们先说一点比较轻松的话题嘛。那其实从美国来到中国，这个路途是非常的遥远的，也是再次感谢你们能够喜欢和支持我们的解线机。那与此同时，也想问一下你们来到中国之后，整体的感觉是否习惯啊？是怎么样能够快速的调整自己，进入到作战状态的？
So let's start with a simple question. I know that our North American teams come from afar and travel to here to
Кстати, вообще она без акцента переводит, прям очень хорошо базарит.
So I would like to know, how did you prepare yourself for the Mecha game?
Я хороших Аквил видел только в Мешмаке.
Have you been adapted to the life here?
Ну еще, по-моему, помню, катка была, прям вражеский Аквила от нашей на руками вообще не отставал. Просто видит на руками и дрочит ее до талого. У Аквила что пиздата, он прям вообще может в самый дальний конец карты отлететь и издалека насыпать. Но это скилл нужен, потому что автонаводка же не работает на большой дистанции.
Quite nice to get the practice in before we actually came here.
首先，其实我觉得要适应这里的生活是非常简单的。然后，为了来参加此次比赛呢，我们其实之前在8月份的时候已经参加了一次社区的就是解线机的相关的比赛，所以我觉得这是对我们来说是参加此次邀请赛非常好的一场准备和实践。
也能够看到我们的队伍的选手们其实是调整的非常快的，而且在我们第一次上场的时候就已经拿出了一个非常亮眼的成绩。那我们接下来呢，其实是想聊一下我们的比赛啊，尤其是到了第2局之后，是 败方选择地图嘛。那但是好像让我们通过整个的过程来说，确实好像是来到了咱们自己队伍的一个舒适区啊，尤其是我们赤霄和地狱火的配合也是相当的出色的。那想问一下，咱们是针对对方的了解做出了一个针对性的战术策略吗？还是说我们的团队配合就是很好？
Очень неприятно даже за ним гоняться. Слишком дохуя он доджит всего. А вот скайрайдеры, там аквилы какие-нибудь, инферно, на руками, это просто мне. Иди сюда.
So my question is it based on the fact that your team is good at cooperation, or you have some tackle strategy towards the opponent team?
I'd have to say it goes simply down to the original reason why we decided to form the team to begin with, which is the fact that we all work well together and that we can be confident in ourselves and playing with each other and trust that we're going to make the correct decisions.
其实我觉得这是还是基于我们团队自己本身的配合吧。其实没有
Я если урон из ниоткуда получил, я сразу съебываю. Потому что я пока увижу, откуда стреляет, я еще одну плюху получу. А там подберусь, он просто на лазерные дробаши переключится. До свидания. Я в такие моменты стараюсь съебаться и по памяти плюс-минус траекторию просчитать и аккуратненько за горами пролететь. Поближе подобраться. Потом даю прокаст родной, пока к нему подлетаю. Ух, ебаный урод, опять перерыв. Пока к нему подлетаю. Потом у меня все в КД, я просто переключаюсь на волыны и забираю аквилы. Не выходит играть донат из UA. А что не так? Сейчас изменю. Это моя ошибка. Ссылку не туда.
Mecha Break Pre-Launch Global Invitational 2025 is here.
Ну вот это, кстати,
From
девка мне
March
прям в
13th
ворках
to
вообще
16th.
зашла.
16 teams from China, North America, Japan will battle it out in Zhuhai, China.
Плюс Люмина сам по себе
Taking mech
перс, он
battles to the
дамажить
next
может.
level.
На той бетке, если кто
The
помнит,
tournament features the
у
6v6
Пинака прям пиздец
Operation Verge
разваливало.
mode with a double elimination format.
А вот, да, Пинаку
Round
очень
1
сильно
kicks off on
порезали.
March 13th, with matchups decided by random
Там я и
draw.
количество зарядов
Teams that
уменьшили.
lose in the upper bracket
еще что-то.
drop to the lower bracket
И,
for a
по-моему,
second
откат
chance.
всего.
Lose again, and they're eliminated. The upper bracket final, lower bracket final, and grand final are best of 5. All other matches are best of 3.
Все, изменил ссылку
The
на
ultimate
донатик.
showdown between the final two
Может и
teams
хочет
takes place
поддержать.
on March 16.
Буду
Striker selection
благодарен.
follows. No duplicates in squads rule, meaning each team can deploy only one unit of the same striker model per match. Each side bans one striker per match, and each striker can only be banned once per match. Banned strikers cannot be banned in later rounds of the same best-of-3 or best-of-5 series. The tournament includes 13 available strikers. Falcon,
Ебать,
Panther,
у нас на
Elysius,
стриме
Tricera,
народу сидит
Narukami,
практически, это
Luminate,
официальный канал?
Tanaka, Inferno, Sky Raider,
А, у них 3 стрима
Vulcan,
параллельно.
Aquila, Stego, and Hurricane. Players are allowed to personalize their strikers with paint jobs, patterns, and other cosmetic customizations, but performance-based modifications are strictly prohibited. 5 maps are in play: Graceland Sky City, Hive Mizra, Prob Sinkhole, Palm Bay Harbor, and the Cape Blanc Observatory. The first map is picked randomly, and the losing team chooses subsequent maps. No repeats allowed in the same match. Top pilots from 3 regions are ready for action. Roster includes the legendary Panther pilot, renowned streamer Yinza, Team Liquid's Mayumi, and Prize from Taiclan. Popular streamers including Shui Wu Yuan Jin, Jake, and Unicy will also join the Shoutcaster team. More participants will be announced soon. Stay tuned. Locked, loaded, and ready for battle.
Интересно, пускай хоть в Дискорде покажут новых мехов. Я уже не помню, там кого-то показали. И удалили через буквально пару минут. У меня в телефоне успело высветиться эзерколтом. А Харьке? Харек очень хорош. Но если ты на нем начинаешь файтиться, вместо того, чтобы щиты кидать на своих тяжей, то ты что-то не так делаешь, как минимум. Он очень импактный за счет вот этих своих штук, ну, дронов, которые автонаводку тебе сбивают. За счет этого он и вывозит как-то.
Get ready, the 2025 Mecha Break pre-launch Global Invitational is almost here.
第一次登上国际舞台，4周强敌环伺，但我坚信，我们将成为最后的胜者。
俺たちの力を世界に見せつける時が千載一遇のチャンス、絶対に逃さない。
The tension is rising. We're all in.
О! О! Вот эту хочу девку.
No matter who's in front of us,
вот это сейчас будем смотреть.
"这一次，我会让你们知道什么是最完美的团队协作。
会場に響き当たる戦火の中、この手で勝利をつかみ取る。
there's no room for the weak. The unprepared will be the first to fall.
どんな困難も最後まで戦う。冠军奖杯，我们势在必得。
Да, что-то не работает. Payment option. Если бы ему бы КД на щите поменьше, ну да.
Mecha Break Pre-Launch Global Invitational 2025 is here. From March 13th to 16th, 16 teams from China, North America, Japan will battle it out in Zhuhai, China, taking mech battles to the next level. The tournament features the 6v6 Operation Verge mode with a double elimination format. Round 1 kicks off on March 13th, with matchups decided by random draw. Teams that lose in the upper bracket drop to the lower bracket for a second chance, lose again, and they're eliminated.
Да, что-то с
The
Украиной
upper
не
bracket
работает.
final, lower bracket final, and grand final are best of 5. All other matches are best of 3. The ultimate showdown between the final 2 teams takes place on March 16th. Striker selection follows. No duplicates in squads rule, meaning each team can deploy only 1 unit of the same striker model per match. Each side bans 1 striker per match, and each striker can only be banned once per match. Banned strikers cannot be banned in later rounds of the same best of 3 or best of 5 series.
Попробуй по СНГ ссылки закинуть.
The tournament includes 13 available strikers: Falcon, Panther, Elysinus, Tricera, Narukami, Lumine,
Или
Kanaka,
приват могу
Inferno,
дать. Хз.
Skyraider, Welkin, Aquila, Stego, and Hurricane. Players are allowed to
Так, что там? Добили мы 700, не добили.
personalize their strikers with paint jobs, patterns,
Yeah,
and
два
other
человека
cosmetic
еще.
customizations, but performance-based modifications are strictly prohibited. 5 maps are in play: Graceland Sky City, Hive Mizra, Grob Sinkhole, Palm Bay Harbor, and the Cape Blanc Observatory. The first map is picked randomly, and the losing team chooses subsequent maps. No repeats allowed in the same match. Top pilots from 3 regions are ready for action. Roster includes the legendary Panther pilot, renowned streamer Yinza, Team Liquid's Mayumi, and Prize from Taiclan. Popular streamers including Shui Wu Yuan Jin, Jake, and Unicy will also join the Shoutcaster team. More participants will be announced soon. Stay tuned. Locked, loaded, and ready for battle. Stay updated by following the official Mecha Break website and socials from all the latest news.
Вот. Поменял, если что, для Украины. Кто хочет там. Я так понял, мэш-мэка не будет. Или в конце, типа, все команды просто мэш-мэк одну
Get
карту
ready, the
сыграют.
2025 Mecha Break Pre-Launch Global Invitational is almost here.
Типа по 3 человека разделятся.
第一次登上国际舞台，4周强敌环伺。
Или 2 раунда
但我坚
будет.
信，我们将成为最后的胜者。
俺たちの力を世界に見せつける時が千載一遇のチャンス。絶対に逃さない。
The tension is rising. We're all.
Блин, ну вот это миленькая.
No matter who's in front of us, we're bringing the heat.
这一次，我会让你们知道什么是最完美的团队协作。
会場に響き当たる戦火の中、この手で勝利をつかみ取る。
There's no room for the weak. The unprepared will be the first to fall.
どんな困難も最後まで戦う。冠军奖杯，我们势在必得。
Там в описании я поменял, можешь по-другому закинуть.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Mecha Break Global Pre-Launch Invitational. I'm Jake. I'm joined by Dia, and if you're just joining us, we've brought 16 of the best teams in Mecha Break from all around the world here to Zhuhai, China, to compete for our inaugural trophy lift. Dia, the day's been quick so far, so there's been some seriously threatening teams already in this upper bracket.
It has. 2-0, 2-0, 0-2. I mean, we are trading haymakers back and forth, and that's to be expected as we are just kicking off. As much as teams have been scrimming against each other, as much as everyone's been talking about strats, it's one thing to talk about them, and it's one thing to put them into practice in a tournament setting.
Yeah, that's where the rubber meets the road. The strong survive. There's no room for the weak, as Chaldean said. Unfortunately, they do go down to that lower bracket. We just saw our two of our first NA teams go head-to-head in that last series. Orca came out the victor 2-0. Up next, it's, I believe, another Japanese team battling a Chinese team. So intra-regional conflict. See if they're able to get it over the line. I think Team Anubis, pretty scary though. It's one of those teams that we've been told to watch out for here in this tournament.
Yeah, definitely a second Titan from Japan. This is a very scary team and characterized by something unique that we haven't really seen today. A lack of needing to play Stego and Tricera. They'll actually prefer not to in some cases, where I think we've only seen so far teams that want to play that, but it's extra turn and Anubis.
Блин, опять вот это 15 минут КД. Вы что, не могли вместо этого КД попиздеть? Ой, и тут ляделка.
I mean, NGT, also very scary in different ways. Nakako actually standing out as a Panther and a Listies player, so very focused on the mid-weight brawlers, which is really exciting. And, of course, they've got those big guns in Stego and Tricera with Trip. Very talented on those and flexible in between them as well. So our heavy point lockdown actually should favor NGT, which makes me curious as to what map we'll be going to initially, since they do have a decent amount of flexibility. On the other side, Anubis, as we mentioned, one of our teams that likes to play a little more touch and go, a little fast and loose, because they're not locking things down more often than not. I'm curious if they get forced into that, or even if they want to try and flex into that first day of the tournament.
I mean, there's something to be said for being a team that is out of the ordinary, that has a unique style. It makes it very hard for opponents to prepare against you if you're just completely different from all of their practice. And so I apologize, I did misspeak. This is actually going to be an intra-Japanese battle, so we'll see, battling for supremacy in Japan, see if NGT can take on Anubis. But I think Anubis may be the favorite here because they're not just innovative in playing a different style. They play it incredibly well. I saw them scrimming sometimes, and some of the teams they're playing against were just really struggling to get their bearings in the game. When you're being hit from all sides and it's super chaotic, if you can actually execute that well, which is difficult to do, it's important to note. It's not so easy to just play these high mobility comps and make it work out. But sometimes those Stegos and Triceras, as tanky as they are, they just can't really get stuck into any level of commitment from the enemy team when they're just being hit from all sides.
It's true, and Stego and Tricera rely a lot on being able to track you, and especially with things like Falcon and Skyraider, the ability to shake off the auto tracking by using boost when they're in their flyer form. It can be incredibly potent against.
Я, кстати, не заметил, что там за спиной у них за мех.
Otherwise rely on having clear line of sight. Bit of an intro on NGT, on squad coming out of Japan, and one of our teams that, like we said, maybe a little bit more flexible in their approach. They don't really favor one play style over another, and that might be the very thing that lets them be more adaptable and overcome their opponents. It may also ultimately be their downfall if they're not able to match up in any one style.
Definitely the underdogs here. They bring together streamers and competitive players, form this team in NGT. I love the confident pose. The swag is on another level.
Так,
the level of aggression they bring, hitting from all sides. We talked about this. This is going to be, I think, a really exciting series to watch because it may look very different than the previous series we've been treated to so far today.
And the first player we saw out of Anubis, Kishima, also very notable for being a Falcon who's also heavy on the comms. Maybe not as hard IGL as we saw Ramen Rook be just last game on Empyrean, but Anubis still really relying on Kishima to give them direction from the sky. And we're seeing that echo across a lot of different rosters. I would say Anubis may be one of those teams that gives a little bit more microphone time to Kishima than anyone else.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what a team that has a very different approach to the game looks like here in a competitive match. There's something to be said for sticking to a stable and consistent strategy, and to be a team that innovates and wants to take the opponents out of their comfort zone. In theory, that can be powerful, right? If you can successfully control the game and bend it to your will, that can
Начальный сюжет игры я просто скипнул.
However, are you actually going to be able to get that done? I mean, in the end, Stego with Tracer, I mean, this is sometimes an immovable object. Thinking about, the Palm Bay Harbor, thinking about
Там 2070 год, по-моему, что-то катастрофа, короче, на Земле.
Yeah,
could be scary, could be difficult.
And knowing that the first map is going to be random, I mean, we might just roll a Palm Bay Harbor where suddenly Stego and Tracer are really good, and we're going to have to see Anubis flex out of
Нет,
the style that
это
makes them
вообще
so unique.
не вкатывают прям сюжетки в
we haven't really
FPS
seen it that
шутанах.
much in scrims. They're so often experimenting with not doing that, but at the same time, you have to imagine they've practiced it. I mean, they see it all the time.
Вот в фрэгпанке охуенно сделали. Я как раз еще на бетке делал видос, что типа зачем в FPS-шутерах сюжет. Комикс сделать и все. Релиз фрэгпанка, сюжет в комиксе. Вообще кайф.
A high mobility flanker-based competition, more about focus firing one target, making sure nobody gets picked off. But it's just almost a 180 in terms of your approach to the game.
Много ты не наиграешь, еще 3 дня есть у тебя.
How are Team NGT, are they going to be able to adapt to what Anubis brings? I think it's just, this is the real challenge going up in a round one match and an opponent that's completely unique. That I think of all the teams in the tournament, I think Anubis probably fair to say the most unique.
Это pre-launch турнир.
Compared to the rest of the squads.
Yeah, I'd say that's not a crazy claim, honestly. There are a couple other teams that I'm sure would
Видать, разрабы просто хотят проверить, эту турнирную составляющую. Софт подтянуть. И баланс.
And we saw that be a really big thing last game. And even before that, we've seen Inferno bans. It's not like the Striker is going completely unnoticed in games where you don't have somebody who really hardcore mains this. If you know that Anubis are going to be running Inferno, do NGT have somebody who can at least maybe not measure up to the level, but provide the same amount of damage?
And also, do you even want an Inferno going up against Anubis, right? I think Inferno is particularly amazing at the tank shredding, at pumping damage. If you're going to sit still, I'm going to melt you. That's kind of what he brings to the table. But if you're playing against an Anubis who is just flanking you, hitting you from all sides, I feel like it could be hard to stay alive on Inferno.
Yeah.
I think they've been a team that has run, I saw it in scrims, I think they were running a bit of Panther, which could really change the game up, could really assassinate you on something like an Inferno. So honestly, NGT have their work cut out for them in this series.
Would be so down to see some Panther.
We love a little Panther.
Yeah.
It's flashy, it's exciting, It's not necessarily the most stable at this level of play. That stability and consistency is worth a premium. However, if you're a team that can make it work, right? Maybe that chaos it inserts into the match, if you can capitalize on that, could be massive.
Yeah, and the fact that you're able to lock down a lot of squishies for most of their health bar becomes a totally different story on Panther when you're playing into a team of mostly squishies. So even looking maybe not at what Anubis will pull out, but what NGT might be able to use with Panther or Lysnes, all of a sudden the value of those picks goes way up because the damage that you're dealing with melee means so much more. It sticks so much harder.
Yeah, that's a great point. I think the melee
lockdown
would be particularly valuable against those high mobility strikers that Anubis
Я бы уже на их месте заморочился бы, хотя бы там сделал 10 кат-сцен основных именно в CGI-ке.
With the focus pull on the glasses, respect.
И не парился
бы. Respect to the cameraman right there.
Oh my god. And I thought we were here just here for high-level gameplay.
That's goated.
I mean, already impressed with the team intros. I'm expecting that we see that same level of coordination in the game now. Like, if you're doing that for the intro, you're going hard in game.
You got to bring that. You got to bring that. Team Anubis. We've been hyping them up a lot. And then what if they just rolled out Stego Tricera? It's possible. I mean, like you mentioned, they absolutely could run it. They could bring it to bear. A lot of options, a lot of flexibility. It seems like spirits are high, though, for Team Anubis. Everyone laughing, having a good time, enjoying themselves. And then that's what we're here to do, right? We're here to show off Mecha Break to new fans, to folks who may not have seen it before, and also people who've been playing the betas, really enjoying it. NGT underdogs here, but
так, ну что там, когда они уже файтиться начнут, в конце-то концов.
Again, like we mentioned it earlier, but for a lot of these players, they're flying out to an international event for maybe the first time. They're meeting a bunch of people who love this game just as much as they do.
Yeah.
And they're talking about it every day. I mean, it gets me hyped when I'm up in the morning. I get down and I'm like, all right, it's breakfast. Let's talk about Mecha Break.
Yeah, everybody's here for their love of the game. The excitement around this launch has really been building. The community has really come together and been playing in these beta tests for quite some time. A lot of these players have had their hands on the game for a long time, and they're really enjoying it. They're really getting the most out of it. Ironing out a few details here, getting the players ready. She's getting an autograph right now?
I can't.
Is that what's going on?
Imagine what's going down.
I think she's getting an autograph right now. Respect.
I'd pull it. That is a good eyebrow as well.
This guy.
А когда ОБТ заканчивается, я в гугле не могу найти информацию. Так у тебя в Стиме показано. В Стиме, в Дискорде, в Твиттере инфа.
And we're warming up. You see that? In the
you got to stay warm. You got to have your combos on point. Ready for the team play.
16 числа заканчивается, после турнира сразу же.
I forget what player it was, but yesterday they just turned the Panther AI on to very aggressive, and we're just trying to survive as a Falcon, because if you get hit once, you're dead. It's over.
Она не может быть сейчас популярной. Только не единицы, небольшое количество вообще о ней знает. Я же говорю, ну, типа, кто последний ролик мой на ютубе смотрел, там, типа, вообще пиздец, у меня даже аж подгорело. У меня в ТикТоке там под лям уже просмотров по мехабрику, и половина даже не знает, где клиент скачать. Им впадлу просто инфу чекать. Да, будет вайп. Ну, мне же лучше, что ростримеров нет. В этом плане я с ними солидарен. Вот это уже. Только маску напялила, что у нее зубы кривые.
Yeah, one of the things that I'm excited to dive into, especially if and when it becomes relevant in these matches, is energy management. We're not really seeing that be an issue for a lot of our pilots because they are extremely high level and it becomes almost second nature, but you see that be the difference in a lot of mobility between our strikers, and it's because
так а что там, как проходить испытания? Те же задачи поставлены. Там на самом деле на любом чаре они одинаково проходятся. Тебе просто надо нащупать метод. Лучший метод прохождения. Там, ну, до 5-го испытания в основном просто самые оптимальные траектории находишь. А 5-е там, смотря на ком. На Фальконе вот этих надо 2 скайрайдеров, допустим, завалить. Там вообще просто сначала одного просто задрачиваешь, а со вторым уже на изи разбираешься. На Пантере там против Элиснеса, по-моему, надо файтиться.
Aspect of Mecha Break that a lot of folks picking up the game are going to pretty quickly find that, hey, I'm running out of energy all the time. Something you have to keep your eye on.
Игруха в бетке, что прошлая бетка альфа была закрытая, 3 дня, по-моему, только было в открытом доступе. Там в пике, чтобы не спиздеть, по-моему, 61 тысяча онлайн было на прошлой, на этой 320к. Было бы даже больше, если бы, ну, во-первых, если бы серверов они больше затарили изначально, и они не попадали. И если бы бетка была прям уже в самом клиенте игры. Но они правильно сделали, что отдельный клиент для демки выпустили.
I don't expect them to be anything but unshakable, at least pre-first match. They've had plenty of time to adjust, to come onto the stage, to meet a lot of their fellow players, and prepare for today. And especially when we're talking about both these teams, but like you said, especially Anubis, they would have to be very ignorant not to know that they are a favorite here. I think they know as well as anyone, especially given their scrim results.
Yeah, I saw them scrimming one of the top Chinese teams, and they looked fearsome. So to be a team that's having a lot of success and that has a really innovative, unique style puts you in a fantastic position in a double elimination bracket. I mean, teams, you got to think about, like, you got a lot of opponents to worry about. Are you really going to invest all this time into prepping for one ultra unique opponent, or do you want to kind of just invest in the general strategy? Being a unique team that you know has your own look, your own style, can carry you quite far in that situation.
I like the different looks.
We've got all the thumbnails. We've got thumbnail images for days.
You know, I don't see this beard style very often, actually.
I kind of like it. It works for this guy.
Yeah, it does. It does.
It's a little serious though. I respect that.
Yeah,
Locked in, focused, dialed, moisturized, in his lane.
Maybe ready to find out what map he's playing. that's where I'm getting.
That's for sure. I want to see something new. I mean, I'm hoping to see, what have we not seen yet? We haven't seen Krab Sing Cole, and we haven't seen Eye of Mizra. So I'm kind of hoping for one of those two, just to put the showcase on for the fans at home.
Так зачем тебе ВК-группа, если есть официальная инфа?
So curious to see if we get something new, something fresh to take a look at.
Yeah, could be. I'd say
Открываешь Steam,
и
у тебя в новостях написано. Или официальный сайт открывай, или официальный Discord открой. Сейчас покажу даже.
That being said, I think a team like Anubis actually could do fantastic on Eye of Mizra. I think that might actually be, you know, for most teams, they don't like that kind of chaos. I think Anubis, they live for it. I think they want to create that. And so a map that doubles down on it, I think melee characters are particularly great on Eye of Mizra. When that dust storm comes through, almost all the targeting abilities go down, and so melee characters can still be really effective in that scenario, and maybe, you know, being able to come out of the fog at close range on people is exactly what you want.
Yeah, and given being able to run different compositions as well, gives you a lot better idea of what's going on, because even being able to tell the difference between everyone can... Oh, yeah!
6 марта заканчивается 18.
Eye of Mizra, baby.
Boom. Striker ban. This is a test for Team NGT. How well do you know your opponent? We could see some very unconventional striker bans come in.
Oh, I like this. If you're going against Anubis, banning out Falcon is not a bad move.
Yeah, of the highly mobile strikers, probably the most popular, the strongest. Anubis, are they hovering a Welkin ban right now? That would be really interesting. You know, and I think honestly,
показал же Discord на
they want to play a highly mobile style. What's the one character that is gonna lock you down and punish you? It's a Welkin. And so, you know, for all these individuals, yeah, you can run all the turrets in the world with Stego and Tricera and have tons and tons of damage, but if you can't lock down those mobile characters, then you can't quite really deal the damage you're hoping for. So this ban makes a lot of sense to me for Anubis, for the style I think they want to bring, especially on Eye of Mizra.
Yeah, I mean, I think really well done, and I like the call out that having the threat of Welkin box may just be your biggest problem. I'm surprised to see, even with that, the Tricera hovered, not locked in just yet, and I want to see how the rest of this composition shapes up, because on the other side, we do have the Stego Tricera Classic from Team NGT.
All right, we've been baited.
All right, and
Anubis, been baited.
So do you think that's because of the Falcon ban, or do you think it's just, you know, what we're feeling today?
Maybe they want to stray away from this. There's also a chance that they could be trying to hide some strats here and save something for deeper in the competition. I mean, I saw them running a composition without the Stego Tricera, but maybe they feel... it's a fair point, though, that Falcon can be part of it. Still Aquila Inferno for both squads, so it's going to be, I believe, a full mirror match here.
Now, because of this, it means, you know, your Falcon, your typical IGL, isn't going to have their main pick. We're now having an Inferno IGL, which will be really interesting. I don't think we've really seen that before, because we haven't seen that many Infernos, to be honest.
I actually kind of like Inferno as an IGL, because you're such a huge damage healer, but you do need your team to support you, that can keep you alive. when you are being contested, it could be trouble. And so having that being your natural IGL, you know, playing for this hard carry potential that Inferno does have, kind of fits the IGL role.
О, наконец-то, моя любимая мапа.
Here we can see that dust storm bearing down on Eye of Mizra. Gets things real interesting when that comes into effect.
Real quick, for those of you who may not have seen it before, we should explain how Eye of Mizra works.
Fair.
You're going to have 3 different points, kind of like Cape Blanc Observatory, where things can spawn. They're keys, they're data keys that you need to pick up and deliver to the ship to get it to launch. I guess the getting it to launch to win is what's important here. So you're going to be trying to gather keys. You also get points for kills, so look out for points A, B, and C, where teams will be trying to collect keys and then run them to the ship without being taken down first.
Both Achilles poking from range. At this point, you know, there's no objectives on the map, so it's really all about the kills in the opening minute. Team NGT trip super low, struggling to stay alive, trying to get into this engagement. Anubis take a little bit of a lead, pumping the damage. They want to snowball this into an actual pickoff, though.
Really making use of the fast descent just to avoid any damage, but Kishinma not giving any space at all. Anubis are all over this small bit of terrain, playing for the kills more than anything. They're already up 1, but he's going to spawn at point C first. That's going to be all the way behind Anubis out in the open, so they may very well start moving there in the next couple of seconds. It does depend whether Anubis want to play for a more elimination-focused game and points, or whether they're going to try and run a few keys.
Seems like they're pumping the limbs right now. I mean, continuing to find pick after pick. NGT scattered to the winds right now, unable to regroup, and Anubis is striking while they have this opportunity, right? Each one of these kills gives you that slightly bigger lead. It also creates opportunity for somebody else to go capture the objective, as you're seeing on that left side of your screen right now. Anubis bringing their Stego Tricera, this incredibly powerful tank duo, capturing objectives while the rest of the squad just brawls, just fights. Minima using that movement speed boost, getting right into the capture, starting to score here.
And at this point, it's just waiting until the bar at the bottom of the screen fills up. Minma should be able to do that, as it's very hard to catch Illumine, and when you've got only your Inferno on it with absolutely no crowd control, it's just not going to happen. I think there's a really nice call here to peel off of that and not even try and deny the key. You know that you've given away the 30 points, and it's back to work for NGT, trying to make another key pickup happen and hopefully get some kills, because right now, they've yet to take down a single member of Anubis.
Yeah, Kishinma is getting a lot done, and the confidence really overflowing here from Anubis, up 36-0 here. NGT getting crushed, getting potentially wiped here. Yoshigo trying to fight, trying to stay alive, but without the front line, it's going to be very difficult for Inferno to get much done. And Anubis, look at them crashing over the top of NGT.
Вообще мое нелюбимое место самое здесь.
Getting big damage now,
Тут на фальконе туда-сюда летаю, не дай бог какой-нибудь Пантера или Велкин меня поймает. Это просто жопа будет.
Making their way out again, still yet to drop a member. Even as we go low, nobody's even dropped below half HP right now when Team NGT lose yet another. It is 38-0, and Anubis, I gotta be honest with you, Jake, are running this map so far. There is a reason that we saw them scrim it so much and play these high mobility compositions. Even with the Stego Tricera, they are still making this look like an incredibly fast-moving map.
Yeah, Kishima's laughing. He's having a good time. I mean, I can see why. They're running really rampant here. NGT have 2 players still on the respawn. Dropping any more would be really brutal. NGT, they're trying to struggle to regroup and just stabilize, but Anubis aren't letting them get that done. They're capturing the objective while still continuing to push the issue, pressure for kills. Kishima gonna snag some capture points here.
I thought for sure he was going to get collapsed on. That was a red line, had no energy left in the bank, and Kishinma still makes it in and is under absolutely no pressure as the team continues to pick up kills. There's going to be 66-0, making it 71 in quick order as we pick up a few more points off.
Здесь чувствует себя прекрасно Велкин.
And the teams are already there. Anubis laying siege as the sandstorm has come in, Jake, and now is when we see the melee characters really shine.
Yeah, it's so chaotic here in the dust storm. Targeting systems on the fritz. It's up to every man for himself. The fight is really splitting. It's hard even for teams at this level to stay coordinated, stay together. The key is about to spawn, and Anubis are very close to taking this first map. A decisive team fight here will probably be enough to get them over the line. NGT struggling on their last leg. They still have their players alive, though. They're fighting this out well. Anubis, they're not able to close this out easily. Yoshigu trying to stay alive, trying to get something done here on this Inferno, but struggling to even find opponents. The chaos of the dust storm burning down the fluid armor on both sides. Here comes the key, though.
Roshigo right there was making really good use of the Korite crystals to recharge the fluid armor. That's something that I think a lot of players learn over time, but standing near these crystals, providing you the boost in fluid armor and energy regeneration, kept him alive there when otherwise he could have been in a very dangerous position. We still have not seen a kill onto a member of Anubis just yet, but one could be incoming at any moment. At the time, though, we are seeing them go completely ham.
Yeah, when the dust storm clears, Anubis just wipes the floor with NGT. 3 kills already, now it's 4. Grabbing the key seems like a foregone conclusion here. NGT desperately trying to just deny the capture, but it feels like too little, too late. 5 players on the deck, only 1 fighting it out against the entire lineup of Anubis, who have just, looks like, secured a flawless victory here. They're running it to the launch site, trying to get that finished key delivery, doing what damage they can, but not even really focused on that. NGT just forced into these desperate recontests with so few players alive. Roshigo pumping damage, but now feeling the focus fire from the rest of Anubis.
I mean, it is a real vote of confidence to have your Tricera picking up the key. That's how I'd put it, is that
Народ, еще один человечек, пожалуйста, на каналчик подпишитесь.
Right now being focused by an Inferno, seems not to have a care in the world. The key is being delivered, and that's going to take us right on over to 100 points. Eye of Mizra, I gotta say, not even close.
Anubis, they look really well drilled, and on a more conventional composition, still look fantastic, right? We were asking that, okay, is this team that's just like completely different? They just have a totally different approach to the game. No, I mean, maybe they will be. Maybe they have that in the tank, but they're not that. They're not just that. They're not only this one-trick pony playing something totally different. They can still bring the heat on a conventional composition, on one that other teams consider strong. So I think that bodes well for them. They're going to need to have compositional depth and versatility. But NGT, man, that's a gut punch. 100-0 on Eye of Mizra. Remember, even 1 kill would score you a point, right? You get something on the board there, and they can't even find that. So, you know, this is the nature of a first round in a double elimination bracket where we are going to see some mismatched teams here. Seems like this may be another one of those. 100-0. No kills on the board for NGT. How do you recover from that deal?
Yeah, I think similarly to last round, you go, all right, well, we're going to be playing this in the long run. You still try for map number 2. You pick something that you're maybe a little more comfortable on. See if maybe an Inferno ban changes things. But I wouldn't be too worried about it, because after this round, yes, coming back for game 2 is going to be hard. It may be impossible.
Народ,
I
все,
think you give it your
мне
best shot and you plan on the VOD review, because what you really want is to
админы,
not roll
короче,
over,
донат-системы отписали, кто с Украины, можете закидывать донатики, кто хочет поддержать.
Best shot in as much as you can, and work on maybe your communication and what you can change in the coordination that map wide.
Yeah, just find something to build on, right? And like, you know, to make that foothold in the series would be big here. Even, I mean, heck, gotta start somewhere, finding a kill, something.
Yeah.
But Anubis, I mean, the team players were really solid from the squad. They were great. Even when players did drop low, they were quick to be bailed out by the rest of their squad. The Dust Storm was kind of that one moment where NGT had an opportunity to slow the game down, sort of the nature of the chaos of that Dust Storm on Eye of Mizra. However, Anubis, when the Dust Storm cleared, they were just so quick on the focus fire, instantly turning, finding pickoffs, and then, you know, the game is pretty much done from there, winning that team fight, carrying the key with the Tricera, as you mentioned. And Anubis, I'm just curious, you know, what more they have to see. I want to see them pick a Panther. Come on, guys. You won 100-0. You can play some Panther for us.
I think so. I think so.
Surely. That's for the people.
That's what I'd be thinking. Now, I do wonder
Мужики, нажмите поиск лосо.
Considering as a map as NGT, because we did go pretty wide open. I wouldn't really bet on doing that again, given how well we saw Anubis manage not just threats to themselves individually, but to their team. This whole 0 kill thing that they had going on, or 0 death thing that they had going on, is really telling of a squad that's able to play together and use their cooldowns not just selfishly, like you'll sometimes see Stego's Triceras do, for example, but for the benefit of those around them.
Yeah, I'm thinking of a map type that brings us into that, you know, like away from the wide open, heavily split style. It could be a Palm Bay Harbor, where the fights tend to be, you know, really concentrated on those payloads, on the objectives. Could be something a little bit more comfortable for NGT. However, man, that's a crushing map 1, right? It may be Eye of Mizra, maybe that's like a great spot for Anubis. It could be a low roll on the random map, but 100-0.
Yeah.
I think that goes a little bit beyond stylistic differences. This is just the strength that a squad
Все
like Anubis
пиздят и
brings to bear.
пиздят.
I'm on the same page where I think I'd go Palm Bay. Like, it may not be perfect, and it may still be a game that extends itself and doesn't feel very good to have your payload being reversed or not able to make progress, but at the same time, you get to pick your Stego Tricera and know that ultimately you're going to have Anubis coming to you. and that may very well be just what you need.
And now Falcon is also available, right?
Oh,
like
no.
you've used your Falcon ban. So that's going to be the challenge, is to be able to deal with the Falcon, which I think is really something that's been successful for Anubis in the past. They've been able to play that high mobility style. Falcon is kind of the king of that in terms of the amount of damage you can deal. Let's see what the ban is. As we're looking at MVP here, Kishinma, I mean, come on now. With the Inferno, putting up big numbers. This is just a beat down in the end, though. I don't even read too much into these stats. Just monster performances from everybody.
Yeah, I mean, this was a game that came more down to game plan than individual performance.
Yeah,
and like team synergy. Yeah, I agree. You know, it's nice to look at the stats, and it's certainly for Anubis, it's going to be nice to feel like they're padded, right? Hey, we got some pretty good numbers on there. Ultimately, NGT needed map, needed game, whatever it may be, that works a little bit more in their favor. And Kishinma, again, that Inferno. Really putting up the numbers, and of course, I think the more important thing, not dying a single time when on the squishiest striker that we have available. That's pretty tough.
Yeah, you can see he's feeling it. Confidence oozing. I mean, you can't
Ну,
blame
не,
him,
еще
right?
сейчас
we saw
пару
Buddha
каток
come out
должно,
huge in
по-моему,
their
быть.
series. And Anubis, that's a team that they want to target, that they want to challenge. As we take a look at some of these highlights from map 1, and it's going to be pretty much all.
Да гайдов
Anubis.
пока
They
и так
ran
не будет, скорее
stable
всего.
here, not dropping a single striker.
Even
Да,
in,
пока
in the
релиз.
map with plenty of
не
ultra heavies
наступит.
around as well. The Stegos, the Triceras, ready to melt you. We're still seeing Infernos take to the sky like this, completely unbothered. I do think a big part of that was a lack of the Falcon in the game, and
Yeah.
I don't know whether NGT would have been able to put on a huge pressure. Oh, yes, sir.
We're goated with the call. Palm Bay.
Absolutely.
It's going to be the pick for NGT. But Anubis have already shown something, you know, that is like we were wondering, will they play the heavy turret style? They show they absolutely will. They can. They have no problems with it. And so, yes, they have this like incredible flexibility, but they also have a solid core, a solid base. And I think for Anubis, this is about a tour de force. You know, I think they're such strong favorites after map 1. NGT is going to be struggling, and I think for Anubis, you kind of want to win this 100-0, right? You want to just like really put your stamp on this series and build that head of steam, that level of confidence. It's going to carry you into potentially tougher matches further on in the bracket.
I'm going to say this, and it's not a crazy take. I just want to put it out there that going 100-0 in Palm Bay Harbor is more impressive than going 100-0 on IMD.
100-0, you're doing too much, frankly.
Yeah,
if you're going 100-0 on Palm Bay, you're doing a little too much. It's kind of disrespectful.
It is.
But I kind of like that. Let's take a look at the striker ban. See if the ban pick can change things up. Anubis, what are they going to take out? Thinking about it.
I'm not sure what we'll go with. Right now, it does feel like you can take out
Sky Raider
this
ban.
Is not,
what
this is
the?
not relevant.
This is a little bit of a troll ban. I
Yeah.
just feel like let's leave all the strikers in. You know, like let's there's just a respect Inferno ban on the Kishinma, but you know we know Kishinma's got more on the tank. We know he's got diversity.
Кто с какого
on the squad.
города
Let's
я?
see what the picks are.
I mean,
Вовики канал создает вечером.
a
Да, он в
Falcon
Дискорд какой-нибудь скинь, пацанам,
Oh,
и
snap.
будете катать.
It's the comp.
Крайних
We
3
saw this
дня.
once before.
Oh, Lord.
This is the rejects comp.
Yeah, they're not even running Falcon. They are sitting on top of the payload, and they are not moving.
The ultra heavy tank strat. I mean, I like this. When we saw it from rejects, I thought this strat was really sick. That like, you know what? You can have the whole map. We'll take the objective.
Interesting to see the Alisnes hovered for Team NGT. And
700!
as well,
Спасибо,
so
народ, за
burst
подписочки.
healing, a little bit more protection. Maybe this game is going to be more about enabling the Alisnes to
Опять
jump into the
хилдайверса.
backline,
Я
wait
себе
for
Black
stall,
Desert скачал
and
с
then
корешем
let everybody
катаем.
else pump damage into what should be an Anubis
Во
that's focused
фрагпанк
internally.
буду рангапать. Пока.
In theory, however, I see your strategy, and I
У меня еще и Текен есть, так что мне, в принципе,
Yeah,
там
yeah,
дальше
yeah.
бетки
I kinda
открытые
feel like
пойдут.
that's what Anubis is
Буду
gonna
вам
do.
тоже
They're just gonna
ролики
have
пилить.
all 6 players
Тот же
on
самый
the guard,
Steel Hunters
on these
надо будет
capture
еще
points.
разок затестить.
And I'm a little worried about that. Like, how do you deal with that? Sure, you can, you know, put the
Ну, в
Panaka
Steam
bubble on Alisnes.
бесплатно раздавали, я
You know,
вчера
yeah, Alisnes
забрал.
got a second lives, but is that enough?
Зашел
I
так.
just
Ну,
feel
боевка
like that's like a
прикольненькая.
little fly, a little gnat
Мне бы
inside
PvP
the
сервер
elephant.
какой-нибудь,
This is
чтобы
Anubis
сразу
playing
одеться
the
и
objective
драться.
with
Я вот
four
это вообще
ultra heavy
ПВЕ не
tanks.
люблю
You know,
моменты.
I want to throw out here that when you're playing into Deathball, something
Не
that's
Souls
really
лайки
important
ни
to
черта
have
не
to
заходит.
make sure that that
Вот
strategy
Нейр
works
Автомата
when you
единственная
decide is
игрушка,
kick.
которая топчик.
And Panther actually could have slotted in really well here. I know it's crazy, and I know it doesn't
I don't
necessarily
like that,
feel
though.
very
I
good.
like what you're cooking.
Panther's pick, you know, if you're able to take if you're able to make it a 6v4 against Anubis on cart, it's so much easier.
But finding that first pick off so difficult. Team NGT making a quick move to the high ground, very decisive, playing on these Panaka walls. But ultimate height already achieved for Anubis. And remember, they have the advantage when it comes to this ultra heavy death ball.
It doesn't matter how close to the objective I am because it isn't there yet. That's what I'm seeing out of these teams. Playing a little further back on the Hurricane, just making sure that Stego and Tricera are well taken care of. Not a bad move from Kishinma, but also has a lot of damage that you can lay down in an AoE with a little bit of dot as well. Ooh. Nice setup on the Stego.
This is Stego's heaven.
Just yet, but there it is. NGT lose their first member, Anubis, big advantage, and it is just as the cap point is going to become available. NGT should become another full stack.
А на ком баба играет? Я провтыкал.
Becomes available for capture.
Yeah, and Supadopa cleaning up here on the Welkin. Going to get back into the heat of battle here. And we've seen Palm Bay be pretty consistent.
Да тут ждать понты осталось, что вы так переживаете.
Both teams knowing that, but Anubis already with the
Уже половина марта прошла, считай.
Try to capture this open objective here. Get that early boost on cart progress.
And Hurricane is super valuable in this moment, being able to stall for time and tank up a lot of damage, refocus some fire away from your tanks as well. We just saw basically two Triceras sit on top of each other and just fire in, which happens more often than you'd think.
Yeah, the pickoffs coming in though. Cart rolling forward here. Reset just doing his thing, just chilling, vibing. On the
В конце
objective.
апреля это процентов 80-90.
Welcome to
В
Palm Bay
начале мая
Harbor.
на крайняк.
You don't need
на подкасте говорили.
when you're on Palm Bay Harbor as Tricera.
So I like playing Tricera and Stego. You know, not so much need for the WASD. More of a left click, right click enjoyer.
I respect that we've got
more
the
of a press 3 enjoyer.
Still going for this. Really hard to close the gap onto the Aquila though.
Yeah, Aquila playing the space really well here, pumping damage from range, forcing Aquila into that second.
А я не знаю даже похожую игру на Mecha Brick.
With the support of a Stego though.
That's without lock-ons too. This is just pure flick sniping. Really well done by Sia.
And that's the thing, you can wait for the lock-on, but the damage potential higher if you can just hit those shots, play for the aim. Big advantage though for Team Anubis, and that pick-off by Kishinma is really gonna, add insult to injury here. Anubis, so far contended. I mean, this point capture is gonna come open up very, very soon. NGT, they're gonna be down one player for that. Could be challenging for them.
Just getting set up on the objective as well. Hurricane's got plenty of time to lay down cover for their team. This is going to be a pretty slow capture as we are at least going to get NGT contesting in the 3 versus 4 on the moment. Haze gets spread out all over the point, making it that much harder to actually take anyone down. But with a Welkin box in play and all the damage piled in, Anubis, it's just going to come down to a numbers advantage, and that they have, and they make it even
У меня тоже, кстати, в мае днюха.
Lumine can just do so much in these team fights, right? That big green healing gas you're seeing, that's Lumine keeping Anubis high health, allowing them to continue to engage into that death ball. NGT keep losing players here and there. Objectives keep going against them. And now, starting to be potentially a cleanup scenario here. Anubis, they could try to push forward, could try to press their advantage.
I mean, this is still, as much as Anubis have the advantage, we're still seeing some pretty good cart movement out of NGT. This is not a game that is done. In fact, with a couple of good picks on Anubis, we could see this change very quickly, especially around point C that is going to be fast approaching.
Yeah, they're being hit from all sides, though. The high ground pressure onto the cart from Anubis, the fact that they control the top here, they're pouring damage in. Finding a couple pickoffs here would be pretty massive to deny some cart progress. NGT has a very low players. They're not able to stay on the top of the cart now, resuming that progress, but those crucial seconds, they count.
Варроботс, это вот это, что рекламируют на ютубе по КД.
No ability to come outside. When they do, they get instantly.
На ком девка играет, скажите?
Nozami, just not long for the world, is constantly being sent back, and every time that you get eliminated, that timer before you come back gets even longer.
Yeah, and the struggle is on here for NGT. Anubis continuing to snowball they forward on the objective. They don't necessarily need to stop their opponent's progress. They have a huge lead. Playing for this checkpoint, though, that's going to give them an even bigger boost. This is a moment for NGT. If they're going to strike back, it's got to be here. It's got to be now. You can't afford to give up this crucial checkpoint C.
Listeny's getting into the mix. Needs to hold the torch. For Team NGT. Has a lot of staying power on the point, but just can't get any damage done. Jumping around is staying still technically in the game, but not able to actually land any damage, disrupt anyone. Team NGT are more watching this game happen to them as Anubis cap the point, rocket their payload ahead, and keep in the lead.
Yeah, and the lead's getting pretty massive now. The contest not working out for NGT. They have 3 players down, not able to progress their payload. Meanwhile, Anubis just continuing to roll it forward here. And with this kind of a lead, NGT, there's no real hope for them to pressure their own payload. They really just have to try to stop their opponent's progress, but being just picked apart at the seams. No opportunity to even regroup. 80% now for Anubis ticking forward. And they're in real trouble on Team NGT. They're going for the welcome box on the objective, maybe trying to stall something out and get a pick off. But down a player, this is a really challenging engagement to win.
I mean, NGT have played this so well, but it's just Anubis playing it somehow at every step even better. Even now, 84-70 on the cart is not the worst thing in the world, but NGT need a fight to work in their favor. And piling on top of everyone, they still lose Sakupan.
Tricera committing onto the enemy objective, but there's so much pressure on him. Even Tricera tanking the world, a little bit too much to ask for here. Lumine for Anubis doing a fantastic job. Everybody is topped up. They're not in any kind of risk. This is the game going against NGT. So many players down. No one really left to contest this payload, to stall the objective progress. Siren just pouring on the pressure from the flank, uncontested. No one can afford to even look at this Aquila. And that's a dire situation to be in here in Mecha Break.
At this point, even the small dodges aren't really helping. You haven't got much longer to live. Trip going to go down. 77% progressed for NGT. But I don't think they're going to break 80 as Anubis continue relentlessly pushing their payload on forward. And likely taking the win in just a few moments. Really well done by Anubis this game. And the way that they played this, even though they had to all be together in the same place at the same time, showed us a different side of Anubis that, though we'd not seen it, it looks like they polished it up plenty.
Yeah, they have the real strategic diversity to potentially go far in this tournament, and that was a dominant win. As much as they didn't really focus on stopping their opponent's objective progress, no need to, right? In Palm Bay, if you have the lead, as long as you just keep progressing your cart, there's no way to go down. I think Team NGT maybe knew this would be a really difficult opponent to take on. Yeah. They still fought valiantly here, especially on Palm Bay Harbor. Made it a bit of a challenge, but Anubis just so clean, so effective the way they approach the game.
Yeah, this was really good, and I'd say really good from both teams, because even
Там Aquila
with
была,
that
по-моему.
first match going so heavily in Anubis' favor, I'd say we got some really good tape on NGT. This, though it may not be a win they're walking away from putting them into the upper bracket, you still now get to have a full game played where you go, we actually did pretty well here. What were the differences here that we're able to leverage in the lower bracket? And maybe, if we're able to make it, when we face up against Anubis once more.
And these players, you know, they know each other from the same region. A lot of respect here between these squads. And I think Anubis, you know, as difficult of a match as this was for NGT, Anubis could be one of these teams like Luna Break that is a team to beat in the whole tournament, right? So sometimes you take that first round draw against a really strong opponent. You might drop to the lower bracket, but that's why we play double elimination, right? There's an opportunity to make that salty run back, to try to stay alive and make something of this tournament despite a tough loss in round one.
Yeah, a very impressive set of games from Anubis. I won't say two different styles, as we really didn't get their hyper-mobile look this time, but I'll give them certainly a lot of praise for the way
вот
that they
предыдущая катка там же была, там с девушкой выиграли. Ну там, правда, в каждой команде по девушке было. Ну там с более симпотной девушкой затащили.
Can actually be pretty difficult, but they made that work really well, and I'd say that that's in large part due to the way that they've been practicing outside of that comp.
Yeah, they look really solid, and I think it's a great point that this isn't even really all we can expect from this team. They have more strategies in the bag, and I think when they go up against tougher opponents that really push them to the limit, or if they make it to those best of fives in the finals, you know, that increased strategic depth is, I think, going to play a particularly important role when it comes to winning the whole thing. And you got to think, for a team like Anubis, that's what they came here to do. They came here to win the whole thing. Round one, it's just the beginning.
You know what I came here to do is predict MVPs with you.
Okay.
Who
do you like here?
I think.
Talk to me.
I think we're gonna talk about this. I really like the Hurricane.
Steel Hunters пока нет.
Interesting. Hurricane was doing a lot of damage, a lot of contesting of the.
Можешь обзор у меня чекнуть на канале есть.
I could just see a good argument.
I like it.
Aquila's also a pretty good option, I think.
All right. This is crazy. This is like the most out there pred I've gone for all day. I'm gonna go with the Lumine. I feel like the Lumine was a linchpin for the success of Team Anubis, right? That heal gas. I mean, I think Illuminate got monster heals. Everyone stayed up. I think I don't think they lost a pick, right? They all stayed alive the whole time.
Yeah.
And so, at least in my heart, I think Illuminate is incredibly effective. I don't know that. I mean, Illuminate getting MVP is pretty hard, frankly. You know, because even on that map, you're not really on the objective. You're supporting your teammates while they cap the objective. It's really important, but you don't necessarily want to cap it yourself. A little bit maybe too dangerous. I think Aquila is another honorable mention. I think the Aquila being up all game and sometimes even being chased down by just hiding back. Continuing to pump the damage. These teams at the top Aquilas with the great aim, I think, is a really key factor for these teams' success, right? That you have this huge damage threat coming in from the sky. So take a look at some of these post-game stats.
And it is really impressive that, let's see, oh, very nice, actually.
Ну, хз, типа, лучших, не лучших, может, просто, типа, ассоциация какая-то там геймерская выкупила. Тут же и стримеры, все топы Твича, скорее всего, здесь есть. Ну, по крайней мере, большинство.
To take Tricera out of the MVP position on
That's
Palm Bay
fair.
Harbor.
That's fair.
Yeah, and to be fair, I do think that a lot of people did a lot. So it's good. It's good that we had the conversation. Throw a few more honorable mentions in there.
Yeah, I mean, Kishinma though, 8-0 and 10. I think that's a great honorable mention there on the Hurricane was a big factor. And this could be a
Steel Hunters очень баговый, там просто пиздец, сколько он жрет системы твоей. И он нереально медленный в плане геймплея. Оценка боя где? В мехабрике?
You know, it's interesting to see Hurricane picked just basically on this map, on Palm Bay Harbor, so frequently. And I wonder whether we'll actually see Hurricane picked on other maps, because I think that it can be really good in Corrupt Sinkhole as well. But it is a pick that really relies on having a death ball that isn't going to move because of its setup potential. Outside of that, Hurricane's pretty easy to chase down. So just I'm throwing some questions out there about what we'll see during the course of this tournament. Will we see Hurricane picked up in something more mobile, or is Hurricane basically locked to Palm Bay?
I think it's definitely at its best in Palm Bay. Here we see Kishinma. Great MVP. Was he MVP on the Hurricane? Well, monster performance regardless. Gotta respect that. 8-0 and 10. I mean, jeez. Pumping damage. 1,000,002.
Maybe it organizes not by MVP on the first slide, but by damage. Maybe? I don't know.
So it seems.
Could be.
Well done. Well, good call.
But not a death. That with 2 maps, no deaths.
Yeah.
Flawless victory.
I mean, this is a beautiful win from Anubis. Definitely a powerful mismatch here with how strong Anubis were. It feels like the result of the series may have been a foregone conclusion. But I mean, I'm starting to look forward to some of these the second round tomorrow as we get into the second round of that upper bracket. Some of these really strong teams starting to go head-to-head against each other.
That's going to be good.
It's in the nature of a double elimination tournament to have some difficult first rounds. That's our fourth match of the day. It's going to be our last one. I'm excited to hear, though, in the player interview, a little bit more from these players, get a little bit more details from them. But before that, I mean, what was your favorite strategy we saw come out in this series in particular? Was there anything new, something different, something you noticed, even across from maybe the team thing, but also like as an individual?
Yeah, I really liked on Palm Bay Harbor, we'd already seen 2 different iterations where one team takes high ground right above the watery starting area.
Yeah, the early starting moves on Palm Bay.
But it was cool to see the setup that just completely abandoned that ground entirely. It wasn't about who's staying low by A and who is moving up to the height. We got one team moving up above height and one team going, you know what, we're just going to take the building on top of B because high ground matters way more than being near the point right now.
Yeah, and Saured able to get a lot done here on Aquila in these highlights. Super Dopa as well on the Welkin. Big factor, those big slams down with the battle axe. So satisfying on the Welkin, especially brawling with the team. Siren as well, closing it out here on the Aquila. I like Palm Bay a lot, actually.
Так тут и китайские команды тоже есть.
It's simple, but it's deceptively exciting, I think, to those like crucial final moments, contesting the objective, spawn camping, trying to pull the enemy payload back. It's satisfying.
It's really dynamic too, because it starts off in mid-range, then goes close range, and then end is just like super wide open. Palm Bay is very, very, very good, very good.
I'm a death ball enjoyer. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a bit of a death ball enjoyer in this game. Watching like all the teams stack their utility on each other, and it's interesting to see the top teams. While the death ball looks just unkillable, we see other teams just you know, wipe the floor with it, right? Like flanking from all sides. We think about something like Lunar Break.
大家好，欢迎来到我们的赛后采访环节，我是主持人
Post game interview.
那现在站在我身边的就是我们上一场的胜者，来自
Here is
Aoda.éxé
the
来，先来跟我们的镜
the
头打招呼
winner of Kishima of Anubi.
ミニマです。主にルミナを使用しています。よろしくお願いします。
大家好，我是
Hello everyone.
10 лет назад...
I'm
А что 10 лет
from
назад за игрухи по
Anubis.
мехам были? Какие-нибудь там от Capcom или Bandai Namco?
This competition is very good.
Какой-нибудь
Your
там
teams
что-нибудь.
perform very
Titanfall
well.
3. Ой,
The
тьфу, Armored
first-
Core там
the fir-
3
in the first round,
какой-нибудь.
you
У меня даже на
the system
PSP-шке
chose
какие-то там были.
Eyes of Mirror, but all of
Я
you
не
felt
помню
very
уже.
exciting. But we can feel that. But why? How comes you are so exciting?
10 лет назад третий Unreal был.
1つ目のマップがミスライ、それがランダムで、そのマップが出てきましたとき、双方が驚いたみたいな感じで、なぜでしょうか。
そうですね。僕は驚いたというよりは、あ、ミスラが来たなとちょっと安堵した感じで、そうですね。ほっとした感じでした。
我的话其实
For
比起
me,
惊讶更偏向于啊，原来是密斯这个地图。
compared to exciting, I think I felt secure and feel assured because it is Eyes of Mirror. In the first round, we can see that your team performed very well because the lineup is very consistent, but your team still secure an undefeated record in this match. How do you do that?
Я, по-моему, на третьем Unreal единственная игра, которую я помню, это Blade and Soul. ММОшка. Это единственная, какой я знаю, что она на третьем была, потом ее перенесли на четвертый. А, и все, да, на четвертый перенесли ее. Чё их так слабо слышно?
For our team, we have already made a lot of practices. Therefore, we put out all our effort. And concentrate on the game. For me, it is like the game is just like a practice. Well, therefore, I'm very happy to support my team. So we can see that your striker and also play a very important role in this role. And we can see that your team's cooperation is very well. So for this tournament, how do you prepare for this tournament? Because in the following match, we may will meet some team from Chinese. So how do you prepare for yourself?
でそれに関してですが、試合の前にいろんなシチュエーションを対応するためにいろんな準備をできましたでしょうか。
はい、もう準備完了で、はい。
是我们做了万全的准备。
We prepare all.
我们也期待后面在接下来的赛事当中看到你们更加亮眼的发挥。
Thank you for your interview.
向着更高的目标继续前进。也感谢迷你马接受我的采访，也期待在后续的过程当中能够看到每一位选手的精彩表现。那么下一场的比赛将会由 EVA 对阵到我们的 Shuffle 战队，他们将会有怎样的赛场表现呢？让我们共同期待。稍事休息，马上回来。
А, вот и перерыв. Так, пятый Unreal же тоже, по-моему, бесплатный, нет? Там, по-моему, только пресеты, ассеты платные. Ну и бесплатные тоже есть. Блин, вот этот трейлер охуенный был. Правда, уже заебал за сегодня. Я когда релиз бетки ждал, я прям пару раз даже пересматривал. Я хз, что там с Unreal. Я очень далек от создания их. Максимум там пару раз, когда CGI рисовал, пару делал этих иконок персонажей. Было 3 года назад почти. Мне больше всего из аниме у меня с Code Geass ассоциация. Я вот сейчас 2-й сезон уже почти досмотрел. Мне вот Code Geass зашел пиздец. Я не знаю, как я раньше до него не добрался. Мне Евангелион, я 6 серий посмотрел и просто, блядь, скипнул. Такой он нудный.
Taking mech battles to the next level.
Да, что-то я не
The tournament
не вижу
features the
ликвидов
6v6
здесь.
Operation Verge mode with a double elimination format. Round 1 kicks off on March 13th, with matchups decided by random draw. Teams that lose in the upper bracket drop to the lower bracket for a second chance, lose again, and they're eliminated. The upper bracket final, lower bracket final, and grand final are best of 5. All other matches are best of 3. The ultimate showdown between the final 2 teams takes place on March 16. Striker selection follows, no duplicates in squads rule, meaning each team can deploy only 1 unit of the same striker model per match. Each side bans 1 striker per match, and each striker can only be banned once per match. Banned strikers cannot be banned in later rounds of the same best of 3 or best of 5 series. The tournament includes 13 available strikers: Falcon, Panther, Elysinus, Tricera, Narukami, Lumine, Pinaka, Inferno, Sky Raider, Welkin, Aquila, Stego, and Hurricane. Players are allowed to personalize their strikers with paint jobs, patterns, and other cosmetic customizations, but performance-based modifications are strictly prohibited. 5 maps are in play: Graceland Sky City, Eye of Mizra, Grob Sinkhole, Palm Bay Harbor, and the Cape Blanc Observatory. The first map is picked randomly, and the losing team chooses subsequent maps. No repeats allowed in the same match. Top pilots from 3 regions are ready for action. Roster includes the legendary Panther pilot, renowned streamer Yinza, Team Liquid's Mayumi, and Prize from Taiklan. Popular streamers, including Shui Wu,
Я не знаю, для кого вот эта идея, типа, человекообразных больших роботов в Евангелионе конкретно.
Locked, loaded, and ready for battle.
Там мне кореш рассказывал, что типа пиздец, такие бои эпичные. Смотришь эти бои, оно вот эта дура, пока там своей рукой замахнется, там что-то выстрелит, блядь. А вот в Code Geass вот больше на мехабрик похожи драки, там именно чисто самурайские такие какие-то движухи. Десять минут у нас еще. Ну, я тоже про Евангелион. Так, народ, перекурю, пока время есть.
Get ready, the 2025 Mecha Break Pre-Launch Global Invitational is almost here.
第一次登上国际舞台，4周强敌环伺，但我坚信，我们将成为最后的胜者。
俺たちの力を世界に見せつける時が千載一遇のチャンス、絶対に逃さない。
The tension is rising. We're all in.
No matter who's in front of us, we're bringing the heat.
"这一次，我会让你们知道什么是最完美的团队协作。
会場に響き当たる戦火の中、この手で勝利をつかみ取る。
There's no room for the weak. The unprepared will be the first to fall.
どんな困難も最後まで戦う。冠军奖杯，我们势在必得。
А вот Гандам, кстати, куча игр по нему. Ну, мне не вкатывают вот эти пошаговые бои на роботах. Если я проигрываю, не буду. Да, тут плюс. Там есть еще рубеж Шангрила, но там буквально пару серий.
Mecha Break Pre-Launch Global Invitational 2025 is here. From March 13th to 16th, 16 teams from China, North America, Japan will battle it out in Zhuhai, China, taking mech battles to the next level. The tournament features the 6v6 Operation Verge mode with a double elimination format. Round 1 kicks off on March 13th, with matchups decided by random draw. Teams that lose in the upper bracket drop to the lower bracket for a second chance. Lose again, and they're eliminated.
Эти черепашки-ниндзя, вот эти 2004 года, посмотри. Там этот Foot Clan, там же роботы они все.
The ultimate showdown between the final two teams takes place on March 16th. Striker selection follows. No duplicates in squads rule, meaning each team can deploy only one unit of the same striker model per match. Each side bans one striker per match, and each striker can only be banned once per match. Banned strikers cannot be banned in later rounds of the same best of 3 or best of 5 series. The tournament includes 13 available strikers: Falcon, Panther, Elysinus, Tricera, Narukami, Lumine, Pinaka, Inferno, Sky Raider, Welkin, Aquila, Stego, and Hurricane. Players are allowed to personalize their strikers with paint jobs, patterns, and other cosmetic customizations, but performance-based modifications are strictly prohibited. 5 maps are in play: Graceland Sky City, Hive Mizra, Grob Sinkhole, Palm Bay Harbor, and the Cape Blanc Observatory. The first map is picked randomly, and the losing team chooses subsequent maps. No repeats allowed in the same match. Top pilots from 3 regions are ready for action. Roster includes the legendary Panther pilot, renowned streamer Yinza, Team Liquid's Mayumi, and Prize from Taiclan. Popular streamers including Shui Wu, Yuan Jin, Jake, and Yusi will also join the Shoutcaster team. More participants will be announced soon. Stay tuned. Locked, loaded, and ready for battle. Stay updated by following the official Mecha Break website and socials from all the latest news.
Я тоже не понимаю. Евангелионистов. И каждый вот бетка началась. Каждый второй, если даже не первый, все делают вот эту тёлку с косичками. Блин, это уже Окра сегодня, походу, не будет файтиться, да? Насчет добиваний, да, мы уже в начале типа стрима тут общались с ребятами. Просто, я не знаю, для ТикТока чисто там, или для нарезок. Железно-кровавые сироты. Надо чекнуть, сейчас заскриню даже. Добивание пока для красоты. Я считаю, за добивание нужно поощрять. Либо там восстановить хп там 10-20%, либо какие-нибудь бафы накинуть хотя бы секунд на 15. Там, я не знаю, увеличенная защита, там реген хп или вампиризм какой-нибудь. Ну, лучше пускай хотя бы добавят больше режимов, больше мап. И баланс в порядок приведут, как мех, так и донат пускай немножко не полегче сделают, потому что если там будет какой-нибудь Battle Pass там за $20, это вообще пизда. Это просто фулл мэшмак будут гриндить. Да, пока ты типа делаешь добивание, по тебе могут накинуть нормально урона и пиздец. Как минимум, типа, если ты делаешь добивание, хотя бы сделайте уже неуязвимым. И то даже, типа, ну вот, добиваешь ты типа, допустим, да? Ты неуязвимый. Подходит какой-нибудь Уэлкин, ждет пока добивание... Ух ты, какая ляля. Ждет пока добивание типа закончится, кидает свою коробку и просто уничтожает тебя. Ля, вот это дождались. Дождались нормальную девку за столом.
Yeah, just players from all over the world have been hyped up for this very moment. They've been preparing over weeks and maybe even the whole year, depending on how early they got into the game. And we just got to see the top teams really showcase. And we still got 4 more matches to go.
We do. We got matches from both regions, or all of the regions actually, China, Japan, and the ending North America DSG versus Liquid match. So it's going to be amazing to see them all. Throughout the day, games have been high pace and intense. We see our teams we're going to be getting here on EVA. This is that roster rundown for you. as we're going to be seeing both teams before they get into the match.
Yes, this is a highly anticipated match between Eva and Shuffle, the top two Chinese teams. I'm looking forward to this. We got Panther mains, we got Narukami mains, but first let's feature Eva. They're about to roll out. I'm looking forward to watching Carter specifically. He's a
Кому всрался этот профессионализм? Как правило, вот это такие профессионализмы, профессионалки мужественнее выглядят, блядь, чем сами игроки. Пускай лучше уже сиськами за мордой покрутит. Хотя я с ней бы пожил пару неделек.
Yeah, beyond you. Ooh. To play Narukami, one of the squishiest strikers, but can he be stealthy up in your face, or does he want to sit back? Right. And I look forward to his matchup against 8fly, who's an Aquila maid. So two of them.
Нихуя, лядрыщи какие там, хари такие, что не знаю.
They both accomplished pretty much the same thing of applying that damage.
У них батон вместо сухариков к пиву идет.
Close distance, so are two teams who are facing off in the spaceship-like studio. It's incredible.
Absolutely love it. I mean, you are in the setting of basically being in your striker here, fighting with your team. And the communication between the squads we've seen from maps change from map to map. Who might be the Tricera, who might be somebody capping the points as a Falcon. So we'll keep an eye on it, and we'll actually have to wonder what the bans are going to do to what these teams want to play, because as they've been scrimming each other, they kind of get to play whatever, but now you throw a wrench into the works.
Yes, and there's so many regions clashing, and it's really between, I would say Japan is the big region, the top dogs, the most stacked, but China, I think, especially Luna Break and Eva,
Тренировки точно, что не в спортзале.
You see how they were demolishing.
Хотя, ну знаешь, у норм команд, типа, у них буткемпы есть, там пиздец у них, и тренажерные залы, и там чуть ли не вплоть до теннисных кортов есть, бассейны, там все дела. Понятное дело, сейчас никто не будет так вкладываться в эту движуху, все, потому что неизвестно, что с игрой будет.
Yeah, and for anyone just tuning in, I'm sure Jake and Dia broke down the rules for you. You can only pick one striker per team, and we got bans. And that's what's really going to shake up the compositions. And everyone's been practicing and watching each other's scrims. Like, there's no walls between these computers. So you could walk over. You could walk over and see what everyone is running. So you may want to target ban certain players who are, let's say, more of one tricks. And we'll see if that
The thing is a lot of the players are going over, or pilots rather, are going over and saying, how do you do this? And they show each other. There's really so much camaraderie between the stations when everybody's practicing or saying, you guys destroyed us, how did you do that? So everybody's leveling up at this event here as we see Shuffle now on your screen before we get into the map, randomized for their first map. So it's going to be a toss-up, what they might want to bring onto that. We'll have to see who really has the advantage to start this off.
And just from watching our matches today, Riv, I mean, we've been on the edge of our seats waiting to cast to see what the meta is. But, you know, the biggest picks being your Triceras, Welkin, Stego. But then there's been a lot of variations between which flyers some regions prefer.
We've seen Skyreader in the last few games there. Yeah, it was very interesting. And you were mentioning earlier that Skyreader actually has great effect at just hitting that tank ball that Jake loves, that death ball tank where your Tricera sitting there being able to drone a little bit, your Stegos refreshing the heels with the blue.
Согласен. Но я очень надеюсь, что хотя бы там со всех платформ, если онлайн там 50к будет, ну, уже как там после релиза вот этот хайп устаканится, вполне себе заебись будет, я вам так скажу. В таких играх главное, чтобы поначалу просто хорошенько вложились в непосредственно сам пиар, там, на ютубе, в инстаграме, там везде. И турики регулярные.
And it was really just annoying. If the tank can't pinpoint one person, you can't tell your team to commit to that fight. So you're always scattered between multiple fights. There's, ladies and gentlemen, there's so many ways to play each map. I mean, if we go to Eye of Mizra, where they're capping keys and running, some teams will play to put the opponent's death timers to just out of the game. You hardly get to play. So then they're the only ones on the map and they get the keys themselves.
Yeah. And that's so important because that's a level of strategy that some teams may prefer. Instead of going for the keys, going for the payload, or whatever the game type is, they'll focus on kills in that first minute or two. And he's wiggling his eyebrows he's ready to show you what's up. And to reiterate what Riv said is the more times you die as a player, the longer the respawn is, and it starts at around 20-25 seconds, and it can get long. Can you imagine abandoning your team for 30+ seconds? That is such a disadvantage.
Yeah, multiple people going down is really the crux. You cannot let it happen. See the players preparing their lineups. What do you got?
Да, азиаты вообще, я считаю, не люди в хорошем смысле этого слова. Слова в плане игр. Просто убийцы конкретные.
Quick look.
Yeah. Everyone's hyped. And I love that everyone got custom jackets. So the Chinese players have the red. They have the red jackets. The Japanese players have the brown jackets, and I believe the North Americans have black, right? And that's really, everyone looks like pilots. The background.
Got the names on the back.
Yeah, and we had to beg to get one of those jackets. We don't have our names on it. We're not full-fledged pilots yet. Everyone here deserves to be here, from competing in community tournaments to just being chosen specially from the ladder. These are the top pilots that we have here today.
And honestly, they're going to be pushed on to different things. We just said with the bans, but I think they'll be all right. The way the teams have been practicing, as Dia was noticing earlier, the way that shot callers will switch from game to game, you have to be versatile, and you have to have more than one page in that strat book going into any of these maps.
It's tough to try and dislodge this clump of ultra heavies. That is what the meta is right now.
It is looking like it, with a little bit of air support.
Yeah. And some teams like the Luminate, some teams really don't play without supports at all. It's Piñaco or Luminate who's going to be providing the main source of those heals. A reminder that map 1 is randomly picked, and then the loser picks the following one in these best of 3s. Best of 5s will happen at the end of the tournament. But yeah, the Flyers, I'm glad you brought that up. Cape Blanc's going to be our first one observatory. The Flyers being Sky Raider and Falcon, those are the ones that are going to try and disrupt, because this game is not always just go kill. There is a level of value that you provide by being a distraction.
There was an Aquila on the screen for a second there.
So here's our ban phase, everyone.
Panther?
Both teams get one ban.
This will be interesting. I feel like it's going to be one of the tanks or one of the snipers. Air superiority is kind of going to happen on this map anyways of Cape Blanc, and it is going to be the Aquila getting taken out. Might just see the Welkin on the other side to make sure it's not as easy to cap. We'll have to see.
And just a reminder of the objective of Cape Blanc Observatory is that there's going to be objectives deployed, and you have to dismantle them. There's normal size objectives that are worth 1 point and larger ones that are worth 2 points. The first to 8 points wins. We have Aquila and Aleseness as the bans. What do you think, Riv?
Interesting. So it looks like they are going to go for the heavy tank on the point. Both Aquila and Aleseness are great at disrupting that, right? Aleseness almost he does have 4 lives on that striker. You go in, you break your armor, you can get your armor back, and it breaks again. So being able to disrupt that death ball is huge. And look at this. We got Inferno versus Inferno. The Welkins are in there. The Falcons, too. This is going to be an awesome game, Lemon.
Yeah, these bans make a lot of sense because this map is very friendly to flyers and snipers, and taking Aquila out, this is something that
нормально стрим пашет, не фризит, нет?
You can always have Narukami, but a lot of teams just don't think.
Четко. Ага, понял, принял.
Narukami is as good as Falcon. So, or as Aquila, I should say, but the Flyers are on the board.
I feel like both Bianyu and Key have their work cut out for them. I want to see the Luminate stats after this match because it is just going to be me, I need that, give me a heal over here. And we're going to see the Luminates going absolutely wild here to save the tanks.
I'm excited. Let's get things started on our first map of the second half of the day of Observatory, the first to 8 wins. You have to dismantle those, and remember, any damage that you take while interacting with that objective disrupts it. So it's important to have shields up or use anything that blocks that range damage.
I'm so glad you brought that up. It's very, very pivotal that Welkin gets to the point, the team is on it, but that Welkin has the defensive shield as well. The gas, the green gas you'll see Welkin emit, blocks energy
Нормально
damage, and
работает, пока
Inferno is
руками не
one of the nuisances, the thorn in the side of Welkin, that can break his shield box very, very fast. So if Welkin goes in with
Да
only
нет,
box,
там
it could spell very
бананом
bad
случайно
things.
по
We'll have to watch
клавиатуре
that
постучал, там
combo
китайчик такой
as it comes
сладенький
to.
был.
We are on 2K
Всё равно
Blanc
вебки нету.
Observatory, and it looks like the point is not favored really to any side here, right towards, or actually it is favored towards that right side.
And it's important to note that there is just not a lot of cover. It's a lot of high grounds, very, very long distance. That's why those snipers, those flyers are important. You want to close the distance, and you really want to distract the opponent so that your team can move towards those objectives, maybe even pull them away. But how you build those defenses is one part, but also how you approach those objectives is going to be the difficult part.
And already we see Shuffle trying to just take a garrison over on that A extractor point. Slowly moving in, a shield goes down the welcome box now, but instantly broken. You see there's just too much damage. The Inferno and more has to be dealt with here.
Oh, and those two,
Ну, просто забей, на карте, ля, вообще, что попало, происходит.
So you kind of have to divide your attention.
Ну, хоть мапы нормальные начали дропать.
And remember, the larger ones, it'll say large objective spawned, and that is worth 2 points. So this is what's going to be key first to A, and they're actually quite close. A has already spawned. Aerial superiority here as we go and tune in with Minsk on the Stego. You're going to see that this is Stego by the yellow shield, and how you move Stego is get up in his face. That's what the Welkin is with that spin.
Not a good spot for Welkin to be pushed back like that. Easily gassed out. Huge plays right now by Border. This Inferno has stayed at such a great distance, causing so much trouble.
Inferno is such an important part of the team because he does a lot of energy damage. Energy damage is what melts heavy ultra strikers. They are most weak to energy damage, and protecting your Inferno is so important. Infernos, though, they are in the sky a lot, so they're actually going to be playing in IGL and commanding a lot of these plays.
That's true. Like usually your Falcon or someone who can see the full view like we have here is calling those shots, but you're right. Inferno can easily take that up here, all the way up top, just laser after laser, and just look at the focus here. Trying to do damage, and to the right side is all of his opponents.
This is so much damage out of Border. 2 points for EVA already. Remember, this is one of the top Chinese teams, but Shuffle right behind them when it comes to the rankings. So we go and tune in with Ken, who already has Bien extremely low and below half. Minsk is trying to dismantle that, and that is the third Corite extractor dismantled. A good lead for EVA so far.
They're getting the they're moving first. It's one of the biggest things. You can get stuck in a fight so easily.
Да, особенно надо понерфить в мэшнаке лазерные пушки. Это сначала надо отбалансить чаров, потому что без лазерных пушек на Фальконе там, допустим, вообще нехуй делать. Своим прокастом, к тому же там 3 серия и стега вообще ни черта не сделаешь.
Because he told us that he is an ultra heavy specialist, but to show us how good he is at the Falcon already, getting these double kills and more.
And look at the energy, hardly going below half any time. Ken will flip out, you see it regen, boom, and they'll get a bunch back, goes for the loop. Yeah, and there he goes, quick regen and gets himself out. Falcons are wild players. Awesome to watch. So here's Stego, a little bit of gas as they try to get to this A point.
Yeah, the A point is about to spawn, and look at that Stego shield up, the Triceratops shield is up. There are so many defenses, and another extractor is about to be dismantled, and EVA has a serious lead, and Shuffle need to group up. They are pushing them back. They're not allowing this to be fully dismantled until it already was. Shuffle just couldn't interrupt that in time.
I think one of the things that EVA is doing very good is understanding when Shuffle's Inferno has to go back. They all descend on the point, and it's like Tri-Shield instantly. Still, though, Ken, you see him spiraling down out of the sky with full control, though, no loss here, and just giving hell to the rest of the squad.
Да, ну типа пачкой можно с танками катать.
Oh man, and you got Rave, who's so low, and great focus fire from
Ну вообще лучше, я не знаю. Если пачкой катать, ебать, нормально там. Если пачкой катать, лучше всего берешь Аквилу, берешь Фалкона и берешь Пинаку или Люмина. И вы просто этой пачкой всю карту можете можете запылесосить. Я вообще чисто пикаю Фалкона и сразу от тимы ухожу, ищу файты. Очень редко типа нормальные PvP-шеры попадаются мне в тиму.
And Team Eva could win off of this extractor if Shuffle don't claim it. They have to go for a perfect run to take map 1, and this is only a best of 3. Limited chances for Shuffle in this series.
Very fast. Great damage by the Inferno on the side of Shuffle, stopping that box cap with the shields. You can see the sonar being pinged out by Falcon there for the side of Shuffle so they can identify every member they need to stop, Lemon.
Yeah, especially when you have anti-lock-on abilities. That Falcon drone, as you called it, the scan is what can allow you to re-lock on against the defenses, and Shuffle are doing everything they can to not let this get dismantled, but they're losing players, they're losing lives, and Eva is more than healthy enough, and they got the kills to close out map number 1 any second now.
2 members down on Shuffle, one about to respawn here in just a few seconds. 100, oh, you can see them so close to capping each time, but it gets reset, 72%, and it's reset. They are trying their hardest here to get this point. It is an all-out brawl for the large extractor.
Shuffle just have to stall at this point, but they can't no longer buzz around Eva's ears.
8-0. Просто
map number 1, 8-0.
Соляру.
Incredible stuff out of Eva.
That was wild. The biggest thing, moving from point to point, ensuring all 3 shields were ready. I think Eva did a fantastic job at pulling out distraction fights that Shuffle thought they needed to fight and weren't in position for each of the extractors.
Just every time a new objective spawned, Shuffle were on respawn as
That's
well.
True.
And they couldn't ever group up, and by the time
Ну там да, там вообще типа их просто изничтожили. Блин, ну маленькая прям хороша.
And they weren't in a rush. They're not immediately dismantling it. They were making sure that Shuffle were struggling before trying to dismantle, and that's why you have flawless execution out of EVA.
We have a few things coming up, but we do have to pick an MVP. What are you feeling? That was a wild match.
Там есть нормальный глайдер, который быстро летает, и есть еще реген глайдер хороший. Вот если с регеном находишь, я его там оставляю за горой где-нибудь и иду ебашиться. Там, если получилось напихать, возвращаюсь, похилил себя, чтобы не вызывать хилку. Или если просто там пиздюлей получил, обратно свалил, на глайдер прыгнул и куда-нибудь полетел, и параллельно еще хилишься. И плюс на глайдерах вообще легко типов снимать. Они почему-то, когда урон получают, они не слазят с него.
And yeah, it's one that takes a certain level of skill and how you're able to maximize the value of the stealth, because that's the kit around Narukami. There's some Narukamis that play up in your face that use the stealth to buzz around.
Так, кто с ТикТока в хорошем качестве стрим на Ютубе есть.
Same thing as Aquila, so it is a risk. If you're uncomfortable on the striker, I don't blame them for not doing it.
Мне больше нравится, вот, допустим, замес начинается там на мэшмаке, или босса пинают, или еще что-то. Я самого дальнего, который дальше от остальных двоих чаров, накину, дам ему пиздюлей, потом отхожу, пока за мной гонятся, где-нибудь за гору стану, и жду, пока появится второй челик. Быстренько ему напихал, а там третьего уже развалить вообще налегке.
Because your Falcons weren't matched. We also have to watch. I wanted to see the Luminate damage just cause that is so tough to keep 3 tanks alive and make sure you're watching everything, but also be like, I got you, Ken. You know?
Someone has to contest Ken on this Falcon too, and whether it's an opposite flyer, and you saw that like Tricera, man, just it feels like an infinite amount of ammo on that Tricera, but still with how swifty Falcon is, it's hard to pinpoint them down. So little deaths on the side of Ava. It's quite surprising.
So we got Hiei getting that. Very nicely done. So it is going to be a bit of that Lumi healing. Luminate, how much is it? 629,000. So it becomes the healer that actually comes out with the MVP. We expected there to be a lot of healing. There was a lot of health, a lot of damage. But looking at what Ken plays on his sheet, it's Welcome Hurricane Tricera. Where is this Falcon coming from? Oh, it is him!
Ken!
It is him! Okay.
Опять Falcon MVP.
1.022 on the damage. 4-0 and 10. And he actually dismantled one.
Yeah, and he does objectives. What can he not do?
That's crazy.
And
That's
for
crazy.
him to not die a single time on Falcon is so impressive to me. He really maximizes the mobility. It's so hard to strike him down when he is tumbling. He's going for loop-de-loops on your corpse. Like,
Но я себе лазерные пушки вкачал на этот самый, уже на 5. Я просто мэш Максола разваливаю. У меня минимум уже там по 10 киллов.
And Shuffle are going to have to maybe target ban that Falcon next.
Even here at the beginning of the game, you can see Shuffle's timer is at 15 seconds apiece. Now there's another 14 seconds as we go to the next highlight. Each highlight, there's 2 more on this next. You know, it's
Да
really
нет,
tough
что ты ему
to
понерфишь?
any
У
of the
него
capture objective
вот это, что на турике фальконы, они просто фулл в реген вкачали и в объем энергии. Но в откат брони там они ни черта себе не понадобавляли.
You just feel gimped the whole time throughout the game. I mean, this last battle was
Больше надо
pretty
нерфить
great, but it was
Аквилу, я
already
считаю.
at that 6-0, so you expect Ava to be able to pull it out.
I think just that first fight can really set the
В
tone
мэшмаке,
for
по
the
крайней мере,
entire
она
map.
вообще очень
And you
сильно
saw how
дисбалансная.
coordinated Eva was with their focus fire. I believe only
Yep.
2 kills were registered from Shuffle through that entire map. They were constantly being staggered from each other, and with an ultra heavy tank system, like, you need to be assembled together.
Да,
And if there's at any point that you're
флекс,
isolated,
тут
Eva
всех
took
надо
full
вообще
advantage. But Shuffle's
полностью
advantage is our
перелопатить.
map pick, and they want to
Но
go
все
to
равно уже
Racing Sky City.
какой-никакой баланс
They wanna
лучше, чем на
duke it
прошлой
out.
бетке.
We are going to the elimination match. First to 6
Ну
here.
так а в этом его
We'll
и
be able to
фишка,
get
типа,
back
если
in
он
on a
спустится,
respawn,
ему
but that
пизда
timer is gonna
автоматически.
cause your team some trouble. Each one, there are 3 of these. If we go to all 3, obviously you can win in a best of 3 by 2, but the terrain changes so much. We saw a lot earlier in the day. The height elevation being used by teams by Tricera, Stego, and everybody else that can tank on the top side of the map. But also the third one, if we go there, becomes much more enclosed and easier to get picked off. So you have to adapt to
Ну
each
кого-то
one
сейчас
of
банить
these.
будут.
Yeah, you can play really any striker on any one of these rounds,
Ого.
but the first round
Вот
especially,
это
I think, is friendlier
интересненько.
for melee type of strikers. A Lumine ban is very interesting.
Тяжа,
They just
тяжа,
try to
тяжа
dismantle
баньте.
the resources, as this is this game type, again, like you said, first to 6 kills per round. So it is about surviving and playing a more passive style, at least from a lot of the matches we saw. So limiting
Баньте
those
тяжа
skills
и
with the
пинаку
Lumine,
берите вместо
very
Люмины,
smart
вообще
from
ничего не
Shuffle.
потеряете.
No, maybe. Yeah, Luminae's already gone there. We saw how much it could
Блин,
do
наверное, лучше
for the
Велкина
side
забаните.
of Eva.
Стега. Ну,
And it is
пускай
going to be a
Стега.
Stego taking out that ultra-heavy attacker. So let's see what they decide to get here, Lemon. I would still expect maybe a healer, yeah. So he goes with the Panaka just so they can keep that sustain within the game.
Да, скелет
Panther is a
обалденный
tough
в
one.
игре,
We talked about
согласен.
how much it can be difficult if you do miss those shots, but supported.
Вообще сам
be able to get in
концепт
And
обалденный.
Panther is very
Вот
interesting. and
именно
I'll tell you why that
динамический
it's
шутер
a
с
scary
мехами,
pick.
это имба.
Panther is an assassin, does
А вот
only
это там
melee,
эти, блядь,
but does
Steel
direct
Hunters
damage.
вообще,
So all of
конечно.
these
Yeah.
ultra heavies, he just ignores all that
Bypass your
armor,
shield.
goes right through the health. But Panther needs a lot of help. Usually you would pair him with a Pinaka, but no one can really follow up with Panther because at range damage, or at least you do another melee, range damage has to hit that fluid armor first. So no one can really follow up with Panther, and that's why Border is going to have to be like a one-man army at times. And going after the ones that have the most amount of armor rib is going to be important.
Yeah, it's really important to note, actually, as you mentioned with Panther, but any melees, anybody swinging is going to bypass fluid armor. Melee attacks go direct health. That's why it's really big when your Welcome jumps on something that has shields, starts taking them down, you can break that shield with somebody else like Inferno to make sure the kill comes through. It's all about getting the right combo, and here we see Graceland Sky City about to be the next map our two teams will fight on. We see the variations here of each one that we can see as well.
Yeah, and on that map 1, there's a central building that you can play inside of. So I'm expecting those brawlers or those assassins like Panther to play around that series point for EVA in this double elimination. First to 6 kills, and it's a best of 3 in terms of this map. First to 2 rounds.
Ух, ля какая стрекоза.
Mini-map is definitely big to be watching on this one for viewers.
Вот, кстати, ну, блин, типа, несправедливо в плане оружки. Почему только на Пантеру можно было сделать? А что он делает? Видели? А, то, наверное, клон на руками стоял, он пытался оригинальную найти.
Absolutely crazy delivery of damage coming out there. I'm not sure how we see Mink still alive. The Panaka shield on, the Panaka healing going.
Живи, живи, живи,
живи. Up as well, blocking energy damage, and now the box for a little bit
Все в КД. Ебать, ля замес.
They picked the Panther for a reason. They want to draw Shuffle into close quarters.
4-1.
And yeah,
5-1.
This is gonna be done so
what's
quickly.
happening?
Ну вот в мэшмаке, если ПВЕ хочешь, берешь тяжи и все, и фармишь.
Oh my, everybody, there's 2 people alive right now. They are trying
там
to
уже, если к
hide
тебе
themselves,
прилетят,
keep
ну,
boxed on the top of
придется
the
драться,
tower
что делать.
just to stay alive, but hunted already.
Блин, Пантера классная вообще, лясает какой прикольный. Тупаса.
This game could turn into a bit of hide and
Ой-ой-ой.
who will get the last kill. Border is on the
Давай,
hunt.
добить.
Oh no.
And that is all she wrote for round number 1. EVA not with a flawless one, but still a dominating round.
And this is the pick of Shuffle, and they just got shuffled around on that first one. We waste no time. We're going in. This adds elevation. This is what you were talking about, Lemon, where it can be a little different, and maybe the Aquila makes a bigger impact here for make it tougher for Shuffle.
Yeah, on this round 2, there's a central pillar. All the tank
to the tower
want to just sit at the top. It quite literally becomes king of the hill, and I'm looking through the eyes of a king. Ken, our MVP of map number 1.
What is that? Those shots by Aquila. Absolutely amazing. Just
Ай, как хочется. О, дождался. Видали, как по таймингу вообще хуканул? На обсервере неужели нормальный тип начал клацать? Пантеру увидел первую, давай так. Ой, хорош. Походу, MVP-шечку мы знаем, кто заберет уже.
All eyes on the ping, I feel like. It's EVA
Да,
тут
тяжко. Давай, давай. Опачки. Опачки. Ой-ой-ой.
No way!
Вот это хорошо было.
He's untouchable. He hasn't even moved his face. This is just another day at the office for Ken and Shuffle. Haven't been able to organize themselves to get back, but there is some signs of life.
Пиздец,
But it
Аквила
is
раздал.
match point, series point for EVA, as Shuffle can only sit back and crumble in front of the top Chinese pilots in the world.
I'm calling right now, Ken VP.
Ken VP.
Ken VP, baby.
Я думал, кстати, сейчас опять
I have never seen a flick from a striker before. That's the first flick I have seen in Mecha Break, and that was insane. What gameplay coming out of EVA. And they do take the match.
Да ты шо?
Is a scary
Кто бы сомневался.
to go up against. You try to ban against them, they laugh and go to another strength. You try to ban the Aquila, they go to some Panther. You try to ban something else, they show you a different look. EVA came more than prepared, and this is another Chinese team, so you're gonna see some friends.
Yeah.
Unfortunate they had to face so early, but it is double elimination. It's not the last they'll see of their
Бля, что это за пиздец? Слышно перфоратор, нет?
Awesome camaraderie. What a game as well. They've been streaming each other throughout the week, so they knew the power that both teams could bring to the table, but what a showing there from EVA. Once getting on the stage, they are able to show us a performance worthy of keeping their eyes on that trophy.
Ебать, вот это добрый день называется.
Sky City is such an unforgiving map
Во
to go
сверлит.
to. Because as soon as you lose one player, it turns, one snowball turns into an avalanche. A 6v5 becomes so significant. And just the chaos that it causes too. Because
Сладенькая, переезжай ко мне, будем вдвоем матчи комментировать. Что ты там делаешь с этим дедом?
It's true, and I think one thing we're noticing from these teams as well, not initially in ranked, is
Хорошо, хоть не в начале стрима. Это все потому, что я вчера бухать отказался. Сказал, на антибиотиках сижу. Решил мне отомстить.
I was saying like Japan looked like the best region here, but after what I saw Luna Break do, after what I saw from this team, Eva.
Anubis has some competition.
Anubis, I think, is looking like the #1 team, but who's going to be able to shake them up? I got my eyes on Eva going forward. Ken looks like one of the best Falcons here.
Бля, 5699 на ютубе. А, не, все, 700, нормально, еще кто-то подписался.
And I think he gets MVP again.
He deserves it.
Ёб твою мать. Ладно, я буду, короче, если что-то говорить, просто микрофон буду включать. Ебать хуярит. Слышите? Пиздец.
Burst fire blast for Panaka, plus your damage on the howitzer, on the shields. So that as well. Shout outs to Panaka, healing the Welkin, healing the team. You always love it.
Yeah, and to show us the value of Panther Piñaka too. These were two strikers we weren't expecting to see a lot of because of just how there's other strikers that are better. And with that Lumine ban, people showing us the single target resources of Piñaka, how important that is to support a Panther, to support any kind of solo plays is incredible.
And you see, they're not even able to get that much damage on Shuffle. There was so much protection. Only 168,000 damage taken by Ken throughout the game. And he does almost 1 million damage with the team following up on that. And just incredible when you have that kind of firepower.
Это мне Пантера ебошит в стену.
Everybody's just taking a breath like, Ken, oh, I took out another one. I took out another one. Your focus becomes so much clearer on what you need to do in it. Shuffle gets scattered on that first one. As much as they tried, though, they thought Graceland might be the fight that they could take it.
Yeah,
but it wasn't to be.
It's not meant to be, but maybe in the lower bracket because there is a lot of teams here, and I know Shuffle had to face one of the top dogs early, and dogs that they know well because this was an intra-regional match. But I'm looking forward to seeing how 8fly develops. This was my MVP, at least from the Shuffle side, really specializing in those snipers. And really he's going to be the big playmaker for that team, but as soon as he goes down, it feels like the deck of cards
во время пиздежа
it does, and that's one of the things to think about is when do you disengage? Are you calming the amount of time you're in back? You say you're dead, but your teammates are like, okay, you're dead, but they're still going in. We need to come back. We need to re-strategize like immediately. So there's a lot of adapting in the moment in this game, especially during your teammates falling.
I would just try to avoid Graceland Sky City in any matchup that I'm not sure if I'm not confident in. It's the Ken VP, as you pointed out, and multiple double kills is insane. To take down a quarter of a team is just quite literally ruining us.
60%, 62% accuracy on the Aquila throughout being able to fire around Graceland Sky City is kind of incredible, especially the flick we saw past the structure in the middle. He lost sight of his target and then hit the
Это вот если бы эта Тима с орками завтра покатала, было бы четко.
Like, never looking at the respawn is insane. That's just how good Ken is. A top player to watch out for, but then you can't deny the plays of someone like Minsk. And just look at how he deals with the pressure, even while inside of a Welkin box. To disengage, know when to put your shields up and to accept the L and to play your life. That is what this game is about.
It is. You can live with a sliver of health for a real long time, especially if you don't see any of the melees and they're not doing that true direct damage. So, yeah, it's great to see the Panther work, too, here from Border. We were wondering what the skill set would be on that. And really, just about each lance was piercing its opponent into a wall.
Because when you said that sliver of health, you wait for the fluid armor to come back, but not if there's a Panther around. Scary. He's coming to finish you off, and if there's not...
Or a Pen in the air.
Yeah, if there's not a Piñaka, Illuminate to help get that direct health back up, Panther will be in your shadow.
Crazy stuff from that. We're also going to hear from one of the players. I hope we hear from Ken, because I want to hear like being able to get MVP on Falcon, then MVP on Aquila. When you're banned out on Falcon, you're like, okay, I'll just do it on this. Like, that's confidence.
Please give us tips.
That's confidence right there.
I need Ken. Well, I'm surprised we haven't made Barbie jokes yet.
Oh, it's true. That's true.
This is Ken's house, not
He's the
Barbie's.
Ken VP.
The Ken
we did
VP.
get that one in there.
This is Ken's game, not Barbie's game. But I want to see Ken in this interview, or at least his teammate, that while Ken goes and rests, go rest, King, we'll interview someone else, get your energy up. So we got multiple teams. We got an interview. Let's go check in.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the post-game interview. I'm the host. And now it's the winner from Eva. Hello, everyone. Thanks.
Еще будут катки интересные, или это все на сегодня?
The first question is very easy. And before the game, we can say that our team fighting very loudly. So have you ever practiced with the opposing team before? Actually, we practice near. Before the match, we also know the result, respect the result of the team.
也是能够给你们带来一些好运啊。那我们接下来其实通过我们的对局也可以再来聊一聊啊，因为第一局的比赛能够看出咱们的队伍是执行力非常之强的一支队伍。
In the first round, we can see that your team performed very well. So how do you find a breakthrough in this rapidly changing environment? Actually, it's a light up. We have a high proficiency, and in the past several days, we practice a lot. And our light out is very good. Therefore, we can operate very well. And you are very confident and also very careful. And we can see that in the second round, we can see that teamwork is also very important. So how do you view your own performance and also your teammates? For me, I think I already tried my best. For a teamwork, everybody cooperate very well. And thanks for your interview. Looking forward to your great performance in the following contest. Thank you for your interview.
在后续的赛程当中，能够继续看到 EVA 的各位选手们给我们带来精彩的表现。那么接下来的比赛将是由我们的 CSTG 仓鼠特工战队对阵到 CLGG 车轮滚滚战队，他们将会带来怎样的赛场表现呢？让我们稍事休息，马上回来。
Началось. Вот он не мог начать сверлить минут на 5 позже. Да, какие-то дежурные фразы несут. Походу, значит, еще будут пару матчей. Играли там, да. Первая половина стрима, там эти два чудика чисто на руками. Что они тут так прицепились? Блин, ну вот мне зашел Фалкон, там на карточке у него ник начиналось. Вот это Аквила неплохо. Баба вон та на Люмине вообще отлично катала. А Пантерка тоже. Коса. И что там еще мы видели? Такого сильного. Блин, я не помню, что там красиво катало. А, она руками была на тележке, которая прям раскрывала. А Инферно еще там сильный был на небесном городе.
Mecha Break Pre-Launch Global Invitational 2025 is here. From March 13th to 16th, 16 teams from China, North America, Japan will battle it out in Zhuhai, China, taking mech battles to the next level. The tournament features the 6v6 Operation Verge mode with a double elimination format. Round 1 kicks off on March 13th, with matchups decided by random draw. Teams that lose in the upper bracket drop to the lower bracket for a second chance, lose again, and they're eliminated. The upper bracket final, lower bracket final, and grand final are best of 5. All other matches are best of 3. The ultimate showdown between the final 2 teams takes place on March 16th. Striker selection follows. No duplicates in squads rule, meaning each team can deploy only 1 unit of the same striker model per match. Each side bans 1 striker per match, and each striker can only be banned once per match. Banned strikers cannot be banned in later rounds of the same best of 3 or best of 5 series. The tournament includes 13 available strikers: Falcon, Panther, Elysinus, Tricera, Narukami, Lumine, Pinaka, Inferno, Sky Raider, Welkin, Aquila, Stego, and Hurricane. Players are allowed to personalize their strikers with paint jobs, patterns, and other cosmetic customizations, but performance-based modifications are strictly prohibited. 5 maps are in play: Graceland Sky City, Hive Mizra, Grob Sinkhole, Palm Bay Harbor, and the Cape Blanc Observatory. The first map is picked randomly, and the losing team chooses subsequent maps. No repeats allowed in the same match. Top pilots from 3 regions are ready for action. Roster includes the legendary Panther pilot, renowned streamer Yinza, Team Liquid's Mayumi, and Prize from Taiclan. Popular streamers including Shui Wu Yuan Jin, Jake, and Unicy will also join the Shoutcaster team. More participants will be announced soon. Stay tuned. Locked, loaded, and ready for battle. Stay updated by following the official Mecha Break website and socials from all the latest news. Mecha Break Pre-Launch Global Invitational 2025 is here. From March 13th to 16th, 16 teams from China, North America, Japan will battle it out in Zhuhai, China, taking mech battles to the next level. The tournament features the 6v6 Operation Verge mode with a double elimination format. Round 1 kicks off on March 13th, with matchups decided by random draw. Teams that lose in the upper bracket drop to the lower bracket for a second chance, lose again, and they're eliminated. The upper bracket final, lower bracket final, and grand final are best of 5. All other matches are best of 3. The ultimate showdown between the final 2 teams takes place on March 16th. Striker selection follows. No duplicates in squads rule, meaning each team can deploy only 1 unit of the same striker model per match. Each side bans 1 striker per match, and each striker can only be banned once per match. Banned strikers cannot be banned in later rounds of the same best of 3 or best of 5 series. The tournament includes 13 available strikers: Falcon, Panther, Elysinus, Tricera, Narukami, Lumine, Pinaka, Inferno, Sky Raider, Welkin, Aquila, Stego, and Hurricane. Players are allowed to personalize their strikers with paint jobs, patterns, and other cosmetic customizations, but performance-based modifications are strictly prohibited. 5 maps are in play: Graceland Sky City, Hive Mizra, Grob Sinkhole, Palm Bay Harbor, and the Cape Blanc Observatory. The first map is picked randomly, and the losing team chooses subsequent maps. No repeats allowed in the same match. Top pilots from 3 regions are ready for action. Roster includes the legendary Panther pilot, renowned streamer Yinza, Team Liquid's Mayumi, and Prize from Taiclan. Popular streamers including Shui Wu Yuan Jin, Jake, and Unicy will also join the Shoutcaster team. More participants will be announced soon. Stay tuned. Locked, loaded, and ready for battle. Stay updated by following the official Mecha Break website and socials from all the latest news.
Прекратилось, слава богу. Я думаю, что Мэш могу подошли в том плане, если пятый играть, что на тяжах они за ПВЕ отвечают, и там пальцы ДД и ВВП.
Get ready, the 2025 Mecha Break pre-launch global invitational is almost here.
第一次登上国际舞台，4周强敌环伺，但我坚信，我们将成为最后的胜者。
Сорян. Так должно быть нормально. То я из-за дрели микрофончик это самое немножко подбавлял. О, покажите вот эту девку. Булочку.
No matter who's in front of us, we're bringing the heat.
"这一次，我会让你们知道什么是最完美的团队协作。会場に響き当たる戦火の中、この手で勝利をつかみ取る。
Я думаю, просто вообще самый идеальный варик, вот самый простой метод. Сделать мэшмак, чтобы, ну, типа, фулл пачка была в каждой команде. Типа по 6 человек. Он тогда и динамичнее будет, и с балансом особо у тебя никаких проблем не будет, даже типа с теми же тяжами. Они, ну, тяжи типа смогут себя раскрыть нормально в мэшмаке, если в каждой команде по 6 типов будет. Так, 2 минуты. Бля, сейчас опять 2 минуты вот эти пройдут. Опять 5 минут пиздежа у них будет, как обычно. Да. Нормально слышно теперь, кстати. Типа, тоже в плане баланса, если вот там писали, типа, тяжем больше брони, да, делать. Я тоже об этом думал. Но с другой стороны, допустим, подлетает к тебе тот же Фалькон или еще кто-то, даже с этими же лазерными пушками. Он охуеет, типа, тебя забивать. Даже ты на рандоме там 3 раза по нему попадешь теми же пушками и убьешь его, пока он тебя кусать будет. Тоже бред, как по мне.
Welcome back to the Mecha Break pre-launch global invitational. That's right, all around the world, pilots are checking in and tuning in to
Так это ликвиды были все-таки?
Pilots, 6 from China, 6 from Japan, and 4 from North America.
А сейчас покажут.
On each other to lift that inaugural trophy.
Yes, and we have another Chinese skirmish coming up, and we just got to see how powerful EVO was. But coming up next, we have CSTG versus CLGG. 2 teams that sit about in the middle of the pack when it comes to our 16 teams here, but I think very, very anticipated because of how closely knit they are in terms of skill.
They are. These guys obviously scrim against each other as well. Very close in the scrims from what we were seeing, you know, going back and forth, but again, the bans weren't involved in that. To explain Mecha Break a little bit more too as we get into these games, you'll see the strikers they're playing, but sometimes different paint jobs, different things, you can really express yourself.
Может, слышите, может, они, кстати, наш стрим смотрят, когда мы говорили, типа, нахуй тех 2 типов, посадите девок. За комментаторные столы.
The pilot or the character creation of the pilots is some of the best that I've seen for a
There
multiplayer.
are sliders for sliders.
There are
Да,
so
Хазард,
many sliders,
согласен.
and there's also some very gorgeous pilots, and also some very cursed and deformed pilots. And there's
It's
just
so fun to see
so
what people
many
come up with.
accessories you could have. So let's see what CSTG have. Very excited to see them. Very well balanced roster. I look towards SDZ. Dedicated
Опа, сейчас
support
Пантерку
player,
увидим
being a
опять.
Lumine and a
Скорее
Tinaka.
всего.
Walk in. Take that. You see the rest of the team here. You know
Ля,
what?
какие бойцы, да
Not a lot
ты
of teams
шо.
have a dedicated support,
让我们
which
欢
is
迎
huge.
米
You
迪
see,
森
you
王
know, Orca,
39 名
having
之
Charlotte,
名，
and a
银
few other
子
teams getting
归
those
海面一
supports in
刀
there, but it
徐
is
大壮，
actually
欢
really
迎各
huge
位
to。have somebody who
他们是一
focuses
就
支
мне
on
показалось,
those
там
优
девка
秀
с
的
ним
主播渐进的
специфическая
选手
какая-то.
组成的战队，
Типок.
在他们的带动之
And
下，有
Sanju
无
is
数的粉
my
丝和玩
player
家
to watch
爱
for
上
this
电竞，
match.
感
A
受到
pocket
了
pick
电竞的
specialist, so
无限
between
Да,
the
魅力。
бред
assassins,
видит.
something
欢
like
迎
a
各位的到
Panther
来
is。one of his
那么接
favorites,
下来我
and the
们要同
snipers,
时
so like
请出
Aquila
我
and
们的车
Narukami,
轮滚
so
滚
the
战队，有
Quoken
请
of。this roster, if you will.
Yep.
And those are the players, the pilots that make those big plays. But going up against them are the big playmakers of CLGG.
And we got the Panakas are the healers showing
Ебать,
here,
и тут
which is
Пантера.
interesting. Coming into this, Lemon, a lot of the teams
Фалькончик у них
talking
есть.
to a few of the coaches, they were saying, you know, Panaka within the recent patches isn't as strong as old Panaka, so it's Lumine, but
让我们欢
it
迎
seems like
酋
teams
长
are
小
still
哈、
finding a
老
way.
叉、
It
老
works with
李、
them,
秦大
and it
河
works for
以
this
及
meta.
老
Ooh,
狗，
don't trip
欢
on
迎
your way in.
各
That
位。
is cursed. You don't want that to set the tone
千
for
呼
your
万唤
match,
始
but
出来，
my
今
player
天
to
玩
watch
家
is
关注度
La
最高，
Ox.
也是我本
Maybe
人
an
最
Ox on
期
the
待的对决之
battlefield, I don't
一
know,
即
but
将上
only
演。
listed
让我们把目
Panther
光聚焦
as
于
his
场
favorite
每
and
一位
most
选
played
手的战况，
striker, and we
可
have
以
to
看到
see
双
some
方都已
Panther in
经
previous match paired with the Hinaka, and how kind of a glass
Ну, кстати, на этого самого натяжа, как вариант, поставить вот эту пушку лазерную, которая у Аквилы на руками есть. Это как вариант. Чтобы сдалека можно было пинать. Или бустануть, наоборот, эти же самые снайперки, чтобы, ну, типа, рейнджа больше была. Хотя они сами по себе бустаются, когда ты их вкачиваешь. Даже у меня вот эти лазерные дробаши, там с каждым уровнем, по-моему, на 20 или на 30 метров дальность увеличивается. У меня там уже 600 дальности. Или 600, или 500, я не помню.
Wait, lurk, and then target as the tanks were actually trying to take the point, completely disrupt.
Yeah, and this game hasn't even launched yet. There's so many strikers, more to be released on the way, and there's maps that there's a different game type on every one. There's payload escorts, there's death matches.
Максимальный пятый, но их можно дальше грейдить. Он просто повышаться не будет, будет повышаться статка. Там, чтоб с пятого, типа, якобы на 6-й перейти, то вообще пиздец, сколько рез надо. По-моему, 32 оружия надо выбить, и 32 вот этих осколка, которые фиолетовые. Ну да, на 15% можно мобильность поднять. Но я хуй знает, честно. Как по мне, я бы лучше защиту от лазерного урона вкидывался. Я вот на Фалькона специально для Мэшмака столько раз пытался выбить этот модуль гребаный, и мне всего лишь там 1 или 2 фиолки с этими характеристиками выпали. Я въебал, чтобы не соврать, наверное, косарей 80 вот этой синих монет, чтобы фиолки все перегриндить в голду, и ни одна не выпала на уменьшение урона. Еще я бы подобавлял модули, там, знаете, на скорость перезарядки модулей, или там скорость сведения оружия, там, как, допустим, для той же на руками, она пока на фулл урон зарядится, ее просто ёбнуть смогут. 80к рублей, да я ебал донатить. Единственная игра, в которую я доначу, это Tekken. Уж больно там фан-сервис пиздатенький. Ну и плюс чары там платные с DLC-шек. Я вот сейчас 3 марта выйдет 2-й сезон, Анику себе куплю. Буду ее майнить.
Stoic is something as well. I'll take that.
No blinking.
Dude, that's true. Focus, pure, absolute focus.
If you don't blink, you can't miss anything.
Ну так, бесконечный грейд пушек. Ну, в этом же и фишка. Я вон с теми типами, что он показывал, топ Мэшмака, вот эти топ-5, когда с ними катал, я типа с ними пиздели. Я спрашиваю, а что ты типа 6 на 6 в лосо не катаешь? Он говорит, я only мэшмак, типа ему вот прям по кайфу мэшмак играть. Хотя, ну, типа, доля правды у тебя есть, модули ты только в мэшмаке, и кари ты тоже только в мэшмаке же выфармишь. Там аделики, ну, что ты там, раз в день получишь ты эту коробку. Мне вот с делика больше 30 карита не падало, а с мэшмака 300 выпало один раз. Я в телегу даже кидал скринчик.
To continuously going for that fight when resetting and healing, like much we saw on when Jake and Deer were casting on Graceland Sky City earlier. Those matches went longer because you recuperate, you get back into the fight, and you try to find the better entry. It doesn't always happen.
Блять, да что за пиздец началось?
To start tossing that into their strategy mix and figuring out that multiple attacks might be the way to get in, not just that one fell swoop.
Oh, staring contest. Oh. Sometimes players do the staring contest. Sometimes it's just a little hello. Do you remember that like blur thing the cameraman did when the player took his glasses off and put the glass? That was so
That's
cool.
kind of clean.
It was awesome. And our players also filmed some really fun content and even filming and doing pieces with players from other regions and stuff. Everyone's been so nice to each other.
Yeah.
It's so cute.
It is cool to watch in the practice area, as we were saying before. Everybody's got their own station, but you can just walk up behind, ask questions, talk to people. We have teams showing each other things that they were doing on certain maps. Or
Да не, матчмейкинг скилл тоже очень сильно решает.
Graceland, Sky City, the boundaries and where you should stay for high ground. So everybody wants to help everyone do better here and be better, a better pilot, have better strikers. It's awesome to see.
And our last two North American teams are going to be at the end of the day.
Yeah,
so
yep.
I'm looking forward to seeing how much they learned and crammed.
They better be ready. I don't want to hear about any jet lag.
Yeah, you got to watch these matches.
Типа в матчмаке без грамотных дэшей там вообще особо делать нечего.
Right, but they didn't reveal.
It's a secret.
Well, the teams
Ты,
didn't
собственно, только потому и выживешь, если дэши нормально будешь делать.
It was actually kind of crazy as we see Elysinus be able to go in and out of armor mode. He's invulnerable in that armor mode. And he capped a point on Karab's sinkhole while regaining his armor in invulnerability. So you can actually activate points
Да ты на любом чаре с
when you
пятым
bring your
уровнем
armor back, which is
щелкать.
huge tech for Elysinus.
Yeah, and just to ban
Типа очень редко попадаются, ну, типы, конечно, с откачанными пушками, там в основном попадаются второй, третий левел, там еще пока разберешься, что качать. Я вообще поначалу качал эти баллистику для фарма, потом начал ПВПшиться, и что-то вот баллистика очень мало урона наносила.
Yeah, Aquila taken down. So,
Ну, Аквилу забанили. Ой, и Пантеру забанили, хуя себе. А, не, Инферно.
Inferno goes out. So we are going to get the Tricera Stego combos coming in here on Palm Bay Harbor. Expect these to sit pretty right on the payload. Lumine there is healing for Kai's, and there is the healing for SD, as you were expecting, that main healer.
Антиправая команда.
Beautiful.
I love the customizations,
yeah,
but
все что-то наружу поналепили.
The biggest way to take care of ultra heavy strikers is to poke them down with snipers or to use energy damage. They are weakest to energy damage, and Inferno delivers just that. You take out one sniper, you take out the main energy damage dealer, that leaves you with Narukami, that leaves you with just using as much range damage as possible, but this is going to be a ultra heavy tank battle because Palm Bay Harbor is a payload escort map. So stacking that payload is important. But the
Ой, бля, они вся красная тима слева.
Consoles, which will accelerate your payload,
А,
but to
у них
also go and
значок
capture
такой,
the enemy
потому
payload,
что
which stops
IGM
their progress.
или что-то, или это спонсор. Опять тележки. Ну давай посмотрим. Я бы на тележках просто банил стега и все. Или трицеру.
They are points that can be captured that will boost your payload forward. If a team only captures the points to a team always sitting on their payload, the game can still be pretty even. So it is a decision of what you're going for first. You really always want to be on your payload and going for points. But it
потому
doesn't
что
have
типа
to
красные.
just be one. You can still squeeze your way back into the game here on Palm Bay Harbor.
Yep, CSTG versus CLGG. Let us know in the chat who you think is going to take it, because this is one of the closest knit matches when it comes to our round one to represent China in the upcoming rounds. And we don't get to see this map too often. So already the Flyers taking
Пошла возня.
And remember, those Flyers are going to be the ones that can dictate and also communicate to the team
Huge.
what is the rotation, where is
И бля, мужик чисто какой-то сидит с детворой катает.
Jake and Dia said this right off the bat. It's not just the high ground outside that water
Что-то
area and the low spot.
перелетел он
All the
куда-то.
way on top of B point to start. We already see the defensive field coming out of Welkin, trying to deny all of this energy damage still coming in.
Чё он ему
Killa
звонит,
and
клацает?
Inferno banned, but you're seeing tons of energy damage still.
And remember that Welkin box, you can still shoot through it, but you can't walk past it, so it's sort of an isolating battle where Welkin will want to get up close and personal with another unit that is weak to that melee damage, and you know that quite well.
Oh yeah, and this is where Welkin wants to be now, towards his
Боже, ебать, какой он хуёвый
See
на
teams
Пантере.
somewhat trying to
Я
cap
не
it, but
знаю.
again, focused
Я
on the
такой
fight,
же.
focused on dwindling the numbers of their opponent's strikers before wanting to cap that 4-2 right now with strikers on point in favor of CLGG.
Yinzi on the Panther. That is a scary choice. And remember, this is melee only,
Бля,
so you
тип
can
на
poke
обсерве
down a
просто
Panther
рофлит с него,
before he's able
наверное.
to come and assassinate you. We'll see what Yinzi can do, but in this giant skirmish, who cares about the Panther? This Panther's gonna unleash.
Ming taking out Jamli there. Beautiful job with the spinning Welkin throughout the box. This looks like it's going to be grabbed. Push forward is the payload for the side of CSTG to start this. And you can see
Это вот как прям в моем ролике про Пантеру. Прям один в один. И в коробке хуки летят. И в контрхиты копье дает.
Want to focus on overcooking or overthinking.
Ну, та желтая пантера прям в разы сильнее была. Да, в небесном городе какая была.
Look at this death ball. Both sides riding their payloads face to face now as they start to get towards that B area. So much.
Да, вот я же говорю, вот чисто пантеру показывать, чтобы зароплить.
And getting back into the fight to make sure there is chaos being caused from this Panther.
And as you can see in the map in the top left, sometimes, like you said, the
payloads get really close. Понял, место купил просто в команде. Сейчас я покажу, как надо на Пантере катать.
So cool. I love the fact that it's a payload race in the end. They're going to be inside soon, so the Flyers are going to have a real tough time making this happen towards point B. That should spawn soon, but both payloads are going to be at the front door, so the fight is going to be heavy inside.
Oh, big kills out of CSTG. 2 missing. CLGG needing to regroup, and our payloads are tied 32% apiece as Ahai trying to box in with the